He smiled and stood to walk over to me. You are an extremely beautiful woman, inside and out. I hope you know that. A truth I've been at peace with all my life, I teased. He tugged his bottom lip between his teeth, then smiled. If only you and I weren't from two separate worlds. But we are, so we need to get going. You're nervous, he said in a low, humorous tone. Terrified is more of an accurate word. What if I told you that you should take your own advice and apply it to allowing me to kiss you? He said. You are half drunk, and so am I. We have no business going down my wisdom road about not being afraid to take the plunge and live your life. He retreated and nodded. I guess I should agree, he answered. Though if I sober up, and I'm still thinking along the lines of what I'm thinking now, I will steal that kiss from you. He smiled. Yeah, okay, I said with a smile. You don't believe me, do you? I believe you're drunk. Now let's go. Things were getting too dangerously comfortable with this man, and I couldn't allow that to happen. If he and I couldn't behave ourselves while intoxicated, we had no business sharing a hotel suite. I would not allow myself to fall for this man at any cost. I was a fun and lively person. I loved my life and did not need a devastating heartbreak to put a damper on things. Natalia tried to warn me about the truth about Sebastian Aster, or falling for the man, but she didn't know that she didn't need to warn me about him. I already knew I wasn't foolish. I wasn't lonely and didn't need this man or any man. This would be something to end his dry spell, something he could enjoy and easily move on from, but it would most likely spell heartache for me. I wasn't going down that road, but after seeing that damn look in his eye, I knew this was far from over.
Chapter 31. Sebastian. After an entire day of Darcy taking control and trying to get me to see how things roll on the other side of the tracks, her words, not mine, I had to admit, the day rivaled some of the best times I'd ever had. I loved her energy, her presence, and most of all, I loved her laugh and how her eyes ignited like gemstones when she smiled. We'd pulled back on the booze before and during snorkeling for obvious reasons, but the joyous energy from our Fear Factor lunch delicacies had remained. I was now on a mission to keep this newfound sense of happiness and freedom I'd surprisingly found. It felt like I'd jumped off the ledge of where life had a stronghold tightened around my neck, and now I was no longer merely surviving. I was full-on thriving. It was the best feeling in the world, and I would do everything in my power to keep this rush of good emotions charged up. How am I supposed to enjoy swimming in the pool if I have to see your gorgeous ass over there lounging in a bathing suit? I questioned Darcy as soon as I completed a couple dozen laps in the pool. I'd been trying to work out the sensations I knew could not come into play, which were all the sexually related things that had been crossing my mind about the gorgeous woman. She pulled down her turquoise-rimmed sunglasses and grinned. I'm in a one-piece, and I'm hardly showing any skin, so get your mind out of the gutter, she said after I swam up to the side of the pool to chat with her. What are you reading? I asked, nodding my head toward the e-reading device she held. Why does it matter? Because it's hot out, and the pool feels amazing. After snorkeling in the ocean, I figured you'd want to take a dip in the pool. I planned on going for a swim, but you beat me to it with your record-breaking Olympic trial laps. Well, I would have waited until later to get my laps in if I knew your sexy ass wanted to use the pool too. Very cute, she said with a hint of annoyance. You're using all these flirty words on me, but you'd better keep swimming to keep any sexual ideas out of your head, because it's not going to happen, bud. How could you tell I was sexually frustrated after having to watch you snack on dead grasshoppers all afternoon? I teased. Well, it's tough for me, too. She tried to act annoyed. I was so turned on watching you snorkel, stopping every 3 seconds to check above the water for a dorsal fin because you were terrified Jaws was coming after you. I could tell she was trying to put up a front with me and continue our charade of acting like we weren't remotely attracted to each other or bonded from our afternoon together today. I could see through the imaginary barrier she was putting up and knew she was at least a little more comfortable in my presence. Ah, I answered with a smirk. Well, someone had to keep an eye out and protect you as you swam everywhere as if sharks don't hang out in Mexico. I saw her roll her eyes and thought to change the subject, because I didn't want any barriers to come up between us again. Listen, beautiful, I said genuinely. Get in the pool. I feel horrible for being in here while you're out in the hot sun. I know it's not an Olympic-sized pool, but there is room for 2. There's also room for 2 in that king-sized bed, but we're not sharing that. You are so goddamn stubborn, I said. This stubbornness helps me keep my head on my shoulders, she retorted. Besides, I think I'll just jump in the shower and get ready for dinner. What time are we meeting everyone? In 3 hours. We'll be dining at a 5-star restaurant tonight. So you can wear the stunning red dress from last night if you prefer, I said, swimming over to climb out of the pool. Well, I appreciate you giving me your permission, she answered in her usual challenging tone. As she turned to walk away, I walked toward her and gently took her arm, forcing her to stop and turn to look at me. Good God, she said, nearly stumbling into my dripping wet bare chest. Put some clothes on before you grab a lady. I smiled as she fumbled over her words, pulling on her sunglasses and turning to look out at the ocean. I brought my finger to her chin and gently pulled her sunglasses from her face. Your eyes are so beautiful. You shouldn't hide them behind sunglasses, I said. Well, it's probably best I do, she said, her cheeks flushing red. It was a complete turn-on to see that none of her usual combative barriers were working. Something had changed between us today. I still wasn't certain what it was, but I didn't want the appeal to dissolve. I told you I would kiss you when I was sober, and I am. Well, you might be sober, but I need to be drunk for that to happen, she argued. That can be arranged. I'll call Ricardo immediately and ask him to start serving cocktails. The energy was thick between us, and I felt like I was floating on a fucking cloud of ecstasy. It was surreal, liberating, and revitalizing all at once. I can't do this, Sebastian, she said, frustrated. I don't want to force you to do anything. I just want to kiss you, I assured her. She sucked in a breath when my eyes went to her lips, yearning to taste them. I licked mine, hungry and thirsty for the taste of her, while my thumb gently traced her bottom lip, exploring how tender and soft it was, even though she held a firm expression. I won't hurt you, I promised, knowing that must have been her concern. I won't do anything you don't want me to do. My hand drifted over to her neck, feeling her pulse going 100 miles an hour. But your heart tells me you want me to. She let out a breath, and my eyes studied hers. There was no way I would hurt her or do anything that she was uncomfortable with. How long has it been for you? I asked, aware that I'd dropped all sense of propriety. Huh? She answered, seemingly as drunk on this moment as I was. Since you've been with someone. For me, it's been well over a year. Damn, she said breathlessly. That's a very long time, I answered, knowing she was shocked at my revelation. And you? It's been a long... She paused. No, wait. I'm not doing this with you. We can't do this, Sebastian. I know, I answered. Before I knew it, Darcy's hands ran up my sides and onto my back, prompting me to absently moan softly in response to how amazing it felt to have a woman's hands pressing into my back, wanting me again. I couldn't remember the last time I responded this way to anyone. I purposefully reached my hands into her hair, gripping it gently at the roots and tilting her head back, giving me full access to her perfect neck. I captured the base of her throat with my lips, hearing her moan in response as her hands went over my ass, pulling my hardening dick into her waist. Fuck, this feels incredible, I thought while I groaned again, her stomach moving in a way to examine my hardness and size. My lips found hers in a state of urgency and hunger. I cocked my head to the side, my tongue searching for hers in the act of possessive desire for more. Both of us seemed to moan and whimper in a strong desire for craving and wanting more. And as I indulged in the seductive way she answered my kiss, my tongue pleading for more of her, my phone rang, and then hers did. As if someone pulled a fire alarm to startle us out of this moment, we jerked away. It was like someone had flipped on the lights, and our brains returned safely to our bodies. "Shit," she and I said in unison. "Who is calling?" I said, frustrated and pissed that our phones were doing everything but sounding off an emergency broadcast system alert. "Natalia," she said, answering her phone with confusion. "Jake?" I answered my phone, wondering why Jim's brother was calling with the same confusion. "Look behind you, horn dog," Jake said. Nat must have said the same thing to Darcy, because we both turned and looked out simultaneously. The group I now wished I'd never invited to Mexico stood just beyond where our infinity pool was situated to overlook the shoreline, watching us for God knows how long. Darcy seemed to thank the gods our cock-blocking friends had shown up, and I stood there glaring at the sorry fuckers I'd invited to join us on our trip. You're not fucking anyone or anything until you get down here and give us all a hug," Jake laughed. "Oh, never mind. Darcy's opening the gate. We're all coming up." He hung up, and I couldn't help but smile and laugh, knowing this was most likely a blessing in disguise. I wished I hadn't shared how long it had been since I'd had sex, though. That was a detail that didn't bother me when I expected to get laid immediately afterward. But now, with everyone's arrival a day early, I only had myself to blame. Oh well, c'est la vie. Everything was fine, and the last thing I needed was to admit that eating grasshoppers, larvae, and fungus had turned me into a man who wanted to get laid, and not just by anyone, but by the first woman to put a smile on my face and bring an edge of carefree excitement into my life. Maybe I was glad for the interruption, and after seeing Darcy and Natalia linked arm in arm, I could tell Darcy was also grateful for it. Well, fuck it. At least I got my kiss. That should be enough.
Chapter 32. Darcy. My brain was misfiring in every possible way when the group arrived at our villa, putting an end to what I wanted to kick my own ass for allowing. I had no explanation, except that I had a weak moment, which nearly led to unimaginable things going down between Sebastian and me moments ago. Thank God everyone decided to show up with an impromptu engagement celebration. And considering where things between Sebastian and I were about to go, I wasn't about to question their unexpected arrival. Avery released me from her tightened embrace and snatched my hand. "Tell us how it happened. Everything. We want to hear it all," she said with a contagious and very excited laugh. Avery, Nat, and Ashley surprised us by hiring caterers for the party. Since the house was bustling with staff, food being prepared, a mariachi band playing, and the men all stationed by the pool where a bar was quickly erected to keep the entertainment going strong all night, we gals decided to walk down to the beach. I glanced back, watching all the hustle and bustle in the villa, relieved for the distraction and still reeling from what had happened with Sebastian. I was so fucking turned on by him, aching to be in his arms and have him fuck me like a virile man who hadn't been laid in 2 years would. After hearing him admit how long his dry spell had been going on, while being too afraid to admit that I had beat him by a year, I was putty in his hands for him to do whatever he wanted with my body, especially after enjoying his enormous cock pressed up against my... "Jesus, you look like you're about to have a stroke," Natalia said, sitting next to me in a lounge chair as Avery and Ashley pulled chairs around to form a semicircle so we could easily talk. Nat was laughing, but her eyes were probing for answers about what was happening between me and Sebastian. "Did we interrupt you two lovebirds?" No, I said, wanting to shake these sensations out of my head so I could think. "You two are so perfect," Ashley said. "I know I'm new to the Sebastian and Darcy party, but I never imagined that man wanting to date anyone on the West Coast, much less marry them such a short time after meeting them." I looked at Jake's wife and smiled, forcing myself to come to and be able to interact with the girls. "I know," was all I could say. "Are you okay?" Avery asked. "You don't look well." "I'm just overwhelmed," I answered, finally speaking truthfully. "That's all. I wasn't expecting any of this." I waved my hand over at the villa. "Oh, honey, I'm sorry," Natalia answered. "I just thought since the two of you were out all day today, you'd be too exhausted to go out to eat tonight." "So you thought you'd bring the party here and finish me off?" I laughed. "Precisely," she answered with a knowing grin. "At the rate you both are falling in love, getting engaged and hiding in this villa all day, the next thing we know we'll be throwing a baby shower on top of a wedding celebration." I eyed her, and she smiled in return. Was it wrong that I was annoyed with Nat for bringing everyone here and killing the only chance at sex with Sebastian that I'd probably ever get? I should have hugged her in gratitude like I did when they first arrived. But Sebastian's lingering fragrance, coupled with the desire to feel his muscles hard at work while he was inside me, was the only thing I wanted right now. "So, tell us how it happened," Avery said. "I can't believe you guys are engaged." "Well, there is no wedding planned as of the moment," I said, focusing hard on staying on task in conversation. "I bet Margot Aster is pissed about it. Her prized stallion of a son is engaged to cute little you, and she had no say in it," Ashley said with a soft laugh. "That's the thing," I answered the sweet brunette. "His parents weren't supposed to find out about the engagement, especially over social media." "Wait, the Asters don't know about this?" Avery asked, eyes as wide as Ashley's. Natalia showed a hint of amusement, watching me as I tried to keep my lie together, but something told me my foggy brain and way of trying to stay supremely focused on the topic was amusing her even more. "No, they only found out about Sebastian and me because of the Billionaire auction event," I said with a roll of my eyes, remembering the lie that Sebastian and I were truly living. I immediately sobered up from my hormone high at the thought of what we were actually doing here. If I was so messed up after a tiny close call with the guy, I couldn't imagine how bad it would have been if we hadn't been interrupted and had gone full speed ahead earlier. "I can only imagine the hell they are going to try and put you through," Natalia said, arching an eyebrow at me. Hearing about how they almost cost John and Mickey their relationship because she wasn't good enough for them makes you wonder if it's worth it. I know, I said, shaking my head. But hold up, Avery interrupted. We're not going to go down this road tonight. That's not why we all crashed your pad with this spontaneous engagement party. We're leaving Sebastian's family out of this. She stood. Now, everybody up and let's get back to the party. This is getting depressing, and I think we need some alcohol to get our minds off introspective bullshit. Sebastian is a very strong-willed man. That family needs him, but I'm going to say what I believe to be true. She looked at me as we all stood with her. He won't let them ruin his relationship. They need him more than he needs them. Right, exactly. I smiled, hating that I was lying about this and wishing I could tell her the truth like I'd told Nat. Ultimately, it didn't matter because we planned to make our breakup as believable as our fake relationship. So, I wasn't going to think about the deception tonight. Instead, I would enjoy this pool party with a bunch of cool people and a ton of delicious food. 3 hours into the madness of eating, drinking, and watching the sunset, we all gathered around the pool. Everyone was sitting as couples, including me and Sebastian, to keep our little lie strong. And I leaned into him after he casually draped his arm around me. We needed to sit in this annoyingly cutesy way because we were newly engaged, after all. Our actions needed to prove that the spark of young love was blazingly evident, and I think we were pulling it off. The more actions were at play, the less we needed to verbally proclaim our love, and honestly, I was enjoying the way he absently used his thumb to rub along my neck while his hand rested on my shoulder. I guess pretending wasn't all bad. "All right, I'm raising my glass," Jim said. "I don't know what to say about this crazy turn of events in your life, except that I'm thrilled to see you've broken free of your parents' unacceptable demands. You've become your own man and are making decisions for your happiness, not theirs." I immediately looked at Sebastian, wondering if that statement disturbed him. Sebastian's smile only widened, and he looked intently into my eyes. There was nothing fake about his gaze, and I was held hostage by how he stared so lovingly at me. "What can I say?" he said, looking at Jim. "Being in love can save your life." What the? "Tell us how it happened. I want to know everything," Ashley said, rubbing Jake's leg excitedly. "Everything from falling for each other to how you got engaged so quickly." "Yes," Avery joined in, leaning into Jim. "Everything." I sat up once the vibes coming off Sebastian went from fake love to Cupid must have shot him in the ass when I wasn't looking. "Everything," I said, looking at Sebastian for help. "Right." "Oh, the way you two look at each other." Avery laughed. "Never in a million years would I have seen this coming." She looked at Sebastian. "Seriously, on the few occasions we've mingled, I never saw this softer, more handsome side of you." "No shit," Jake interrupted. "I want to know what this legendarily grumpy bastard did to attract you to him. Everyone here is very aware you are not into wealthy men of status, so what was it?" I looked at Sebastian to plead for help. He was so attractive at the moment, with his soft expression of genuine happiness, making it difficult to formulate an adequate response. It's probably because I thought he was the biggest asshole on the planet. But then everything backfired on me, and suddenly I'm in love. That wasn't a lie. "Isn't it funny how it worked out?" Sebastian asked, looking at me with an adorable yet mischievous expression. One day I'm remodeling your parents' home, and the next thing I know, I'm remodeling my life to appreciate the beauty of the woman I fell in love with." "Oh, for fuck's sake," Jake said. "I'm calling you both out on this line of bullshit right now." I looked at Sebastian, knowing we were both blowing it. We were about to fuck everything up. "It's not bullshit," Sebastian said. "You all should know by now that I don't like to talk about my personal life. I am quite private." "Well, you're in love with our girl," Natalia said. "So we want to know how it happened, because I swear to God, if you hurt her, we'll hurt you worse than your parents will once you face them again." Natalia was serious as hell, and I knew why. She could tell this was getting a little too romantic between us, and knew I was on a dangerous course if she didn't intervene. "Very well, then," Sebastian said, looking at me. "I've never met anyone like you, and I've never been as happy as I am in your presence. Even when you're irritated with me and bring out your combative nature, or when you constantly go against everything I do or say, and even your outlandish idea of trying to throw my ass up on an auction block to conceal the fact that we fell in love." "You know something?" I interjected, slowing down the love confession train. "I never told you this, but it hurt my feelings when you wanted to announce our relationship instead of doing my fun idea." Sebastian looked at me like I'd grown 2 heads, but it was time to switch things up. I think he might have had one too many grasshoppers today, because something was off and evolving within him. It made me uncomfortable, because if he were developing feelings for me, he would never follow through with them. I knew it, and he knew it. I couldn't get caught in this trap. It was time for me to become unattractive to him. Operation Save My Own Ass was now underway. I needed to turn this man off fast, and the only way I knew to do that was by acting like a needy, emotional, and clingy mess. "Your feelings were hurt because I didn't want to do it your way?" he asked. "Yes, and I was afraid to tell you that," I said, knowing that being suddenly codependent should push him back into the corner where he belonged. "If there's one thing I know about you, gorgeous," he said with a knowing grin, "you are not afraid of anything, much less speaking your mind to me." He looked back at everyone studying us, rightfully confused by what was happening. "It's what I fell in love with about her, always putting my ass in its place." "And you tolerated that?" Jake questioned with a laugh. "Tolerated? No, I blindly fell in love with her because of it." He pulled me close to his sturdy side, kissed my forehead, and proceeded to cloud my brain even more than my buzz was doing at the moment. I knew all this was coming, but I didn't like any of my responses, or Sebastian's responses to it. This was a shit show of explanations, and I was this close to telling everyone it was fake. It was a joke. That would piss Sebastian off and protect me from the way I was starting to want him, which was the same way I knew he wanted me. I didn't know what to do. I wanted the man, but I knew better. I was increasingly aware that what we did or said tonight wouldn't affect anyone here, whether or not they believed our lie. The real problem was what would happen when they left, and Sebastian and I were alone again. I didn't trust myself or my judgment right now because I was battling the fact that I wanted this man, and I couldn't figure out why.
Chapter 33. Sebastian. The whole night was like a blur. While conversing with everyone, I couldn't focus on anything to save my life. I had no idea if Darcy and I had given ourselves away. Hell, I didn't even remember what I ate for dinner at this point. I only remember tasting Darcy's kiss, feeling her hands on my back while wanting more, and then everyone arriving. I had no idea what to do with everything I was feeling. I was a man who always got what he desired, no questions asked. My personality was that of a predator hunting its prey, and now my focus was on this beautiful woman and what I wanted to do to and with her for the remainder of the night. My rational mind had been replaced with desperate need since I had come so close to fulfilling my desire. "I'm heading to bed," Darcy said as I walked back into the room after saying goodnight to our friends and excusing the staff. "I'm exhausted." "You did well not blowing our cover tonight," I said, amused that she'd barely kept it together. "You did too," she said dismissively. I could tell she was trying to escape from me. I closed the gap between where she and I stood. She seemingly considered whether she should flee and hide in her bedroom, or stay here and allow me to do what I wanted all night, pick up where we left off before we were so rudely interrupted by our friends. I watched the battle she was mentally fighting play out in her eyes and her balled-up fists. I knew why she was terrified, and I also knew why she wanted to stay. "I know I did well," I said, voice lower, approaching her slowly so I wouldn't scare her off and have her locking her door behind me after one wrong move. I felt like I was trying to catch a fish with my bare hands, because everything I said tonight was true. Her eyes seemed to go into a trance after I said those words, and I kept my eyes solely focused on hers. I reached up, aching to feel the softness of her perfect face again. "Seb," she paused, breathlessly saying the nickname I preferred for the first time, turning me on in a major way. "Finally, you say my name," I said, my hand caressing her face while my thumb traced her bottom lip. I could feel my starved-for-sex cock aching and already dripping with pre-cum as I sensed that she wanted this as much as I did. Fuck, I wanted to be inside this woman, but the soft moan that gently escaped her parted lips made me want to bring her pleasure instead. "I can't," she said breathlessly again, and I smiled. "We can't do this." "We can do whatever we want, love," I said sincerely. "We are two grown, consenting adults." "I know, but—" she exhaled. Her mind was gone, consumed by the ecstasy that I currently felt. It was intoxicating to inhale the heavy and thick air of passion that was emanating from both of us as our eyes locked, delicately holding on to one another. She had one hand softly bracing my abdomen, preventing me from taking another step closer and enveloping her in my arms, something I knew we both longed for. "I'm falling in love with you," I stated, a fact I knew well. I had no idea when or how it happened, but the emotion was there, and I was embracing it, because this emotion made me feel alive inside. "I swear to God, Darcy," I continued, "I've never felt this way about anyone in my life." "Sebastian," she said. Suddenly, her dazed eyes were just as focused as mine were. It was almost like watching someone snap out of hypnosis and shake their head for clarity. Her blue eyes became focused and severe, almost like staring into the eyes of a fearful wild animal. She broke free of the trance that was spellbinding us together and stepped to the side. "I need to go cool off and get my head straight," she said, staring out at the pool, which was lit perfectly to match the ocean gleaming under the light of the moon. She walked out to the terrace, and I watched as she jumped into the pool, fully clothed in her sundress. I smiled at her impulse, and I knew immediately that this was going to happen. Knowing she wanted this as badly as I did, I offered her a moment alone before walking to where damp swim trunks were hanging out to dry. In lightning speed, fueled by determination to have this woman, I changed and joined her. She had swum over to the other side of the infinity pool, holding on to the ledge and facing where the white-capped waves broke on the shoreline. "I can hear you, and I know what you want. And I know you know I want it too," she said authoritatively. I swam up behind her and stood in the depth of the 4-foot pool, and she turned to face me and smiled. "You keep smiling at me like that, and I believe you know very well that I won't be able to control myself," I warned her. "I know you're afraid, but I swear to God, I will not hurt you," I said, nearly pleading for her to trust me. She swam over to the ladder rails in the middle of the pool to pull herself out and leave me behind. "I'm not doing this," she said. I couldn't resist laughing at how she tried to escape in the silliest ways. Once both of her hands were on the rails, I knew this was my only chance to stop her. And I knew how to get this woman's mind to stop battling itself and allow her permission to let me give her what I knew she wanted. "You know you want this, baby," I said, shocked that using that pet name didn't snap me out of this driven, sensual state I was in. It was a word I'd used for my late wife, but I used it differently with Melissa. With Darcy, the woman I was feeling so many different emotions with, it felt very different. It felt right. My hand gripped Darcy's slender waist to stop her from exiting the pool, and she turned and relaxed into where I stood behind her. Once her head fell back against my chest, my left arm braced her while my right hand searched through the sheer fabric of her dress. Her soft legs parted to give me permission to touch the one part of her body that would have this woman melting in my arms the way I wanted her to. I slid my fingers gently up the inside of her leg, sliding them between her panties, and nearly letting out a groan when I reached her warm pussy. I felt the silkiness of her clit, the slickness of her opening, and it had been way too fucking long since I'd touched a woman like this. My left hand slid up from where I held her at her waist once I felt her fully relax against my chest, and my greedy fingers reached into her dress to roll her erect nipples between them. I fervently kissed along the back of her neck as my other hand went to work, bringing her over the top of ecstasy. "Oh my God. Your moans are going to make me fuck you before I make you come in my hands," I whispered through a growl of growing desire as I nipped her earlobe. She could only moan again in response, and I grinned at how much power I held over this woman's perfect and sexually desirable body right now. My dick was pulsating with the need to be inside her warm entrance, but I focused solely on something I hadn't done in too long. Bring a woman to pleasure while hearing her moan and beg me for more. My thumb rubbed her swelling clit while I moved two of my fingers into her slick entrance, feeling the warmth and constricted tightness of a woman who hadn't been fucked in too long. My chest was confined with raw energy, wanting and needing to hear every moan and whimper of satisfaction I knew I could bring her. I moved my cock along her ass that was pressed into me as my fingers pulled and reached into her for more. "Is that it, gorgeous?" I questioned, feeling the rough area inside of her with my fingertips, knowing that I was on her G-spot, pressing and massaging firmly against it. "Fuck, yes. Harder," she exhaled, her legs pushing up against the wall of the pool in front of her, her ass bone pressing hard into my fully erect cock. Her hands were now gripping each side of my swim trunks, nearly pulling them off and freeing my cock to run up under her dress that was floating all around where we stood against this wall of the pool. My thumb moved in continuous circles while I dipped a third finger into her wet pussy, thrusting in and out of her while my fingertips continued to massage her G-spot in a way that had her groaning every time I circled over it. I started pulling in a slower fashion, matching the soft groans coming from her in utter pleasure. It felt amazing to hear her and feel her pussy constrict around my fingers as they worked tirelessly to allow her to feel the pleasure her body was building and working to create. "I want you inside of me," she begged, effectively removing my shorts from my ass. I moved my legs to pull off the shorts and allow them to float away, all while holding Darcy tightly in my embrace as everything in both of us was tensing as she built to her orgasm. "Fuck," she said in a painful plea. "Oh, fuck," she growled again while my hands were all at work on every pleasure spot I could reach. Her full tits were completely exposed, and I was pleasantly surprised at how perfect they were while I spied their beauty as my lips continuously kissed along her shoulders to each side of her neck while she writhed in passionate pleasure that only I could give her. Jesus, I'd had plenty of great sex before, but I'd never encountered a woman coming undone as if she were experiencing an orgasm for the first time. It was intoxicating, and it was fucking incredible to give this to her and feel my body reacting as if I were being pleasured, even though Darcy hadn't touched my cock until now. I moved my dick in and out of the soft way she was gripping her tiny fingers around it, guiding the tip to feel her palm in a way that felt fucking euphoric. Once her grip tightened into a fist around the tip of my cock, I slid my tongue along the back of her neck, moaning in pleasure after not feeling this in far too long. I was shocked I didn't come then and there, but my precision focus was on wanting Darcy to come first. I wasn't about to come in this pool. I wanted to come inside her warm, pulsating pussy as I brought it to pleasure multiple times before I allowed myself to finish inside of her. "Fucking unreal," I managed to say. "Come for me, gorgeous. I want to feel and hear it." "No," she protested like the woman I'd come to know so well. "Yes," I ordered her with a demanding tone, dominating over the woman I loved bantering with. Why wouldn't I think she'd be just as wild and fiery while we were together sexually? I became sterner and rougher with my hands inside her on the spot that I'd been massaging gently up until this moment. I pinched the tips of her nipples, my teeth grazing over her jawline, which forced her to squeeze my dick tighter and use her other hand to reach back and hold my balls. "Fuck," I thought, jerking and preventing myself from exploding my cum into the pool, where we both were moving and sternly pressing into each other in heavy desire to make each other shatter in ecstasy. I closed my eyes, focusing solely on the way my hand was thrashing in and out of her, hearing her groaning in pleasure, removing myself from my own desire to release myself at this very moment. It was a fucking battle to hold back, because I wanted to orgasm so badly that it hurt. But it felt inexplicably amazing to fight it and hold back. She turned her head back to me so I could finally claim her lips, and my tongue grew numb with desire when it entered her mouth, tasting and drinking her. Our tongues fell into a slow, smooth rhythm while she gripped my cock tighter, and I pressed my fingers deep into her, my thumb abandoning her clit so I could drive deep into this perfectly tight and moist pussy. I pulled my mouth from hers when I felt her entire body tighten. I watched her eyes gloss over, her mouth drop open, and for the first time since meeting this woman, she dropped all of her protection against me and conceded to my demands, panting in pleasure. "Let it all go, baby," I said softly, watching her adoringly. "God, you are so fucking beautiful." She said nothing as her orgasm took over and fully possessed every muscle in her body as she whined out in pleasure, giving herself solely to me. Her hands dropped my cock and balls and reached up behind her, gripping my shoulders and pulling me closer to her while her hips thrashed around in the water, releasing every ounce of orgasmic pleasure a woman could have. I bit down on my lip, trying not to come just by watching her writhe in pleasure. She was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman I'd ever known, and this was the most highly desirable sexual moment I'd felt in too long. If ever. To have a woman allow me to bring them pleasure like this, to feel this feeling again? Hell, it reminded me that I was alive and well, and I was about to take Darcy and show her that all I wanted from life now was her and her alone. We may have been from two separate worlds, but those worlds had just collided in the most beautiful way imaginable. Even though everyone I knew would tell me that being with her was wrong, I knew it was right. This could never be wrong. Darcy was mine tonight, and I would not allow a second to go by without her knowing that.
Chapter 34. Darcy. I felt like I'd been given a dose of heroin and was riding on some mind-blowing pleasure high that my mind could hardly comprehend. Before I gave in to this and allowed myself to succumb to Sebastian's charms, I was determined to jump in the pool to clear my head. I knew I was on dangerous ground, and I also knew that if I caved after seeing that primal look in his eyes, I would be fucked the following day when we both came down off the hormones that drove us to this moment. All of that rapidly vanished when his sturdy hand braced me, and he greedily used his lips and other hand to quench my appetite and aching desire to feel an orgasm. That's all it was going to be. Just me allowing him to give my horny ass a regular orgasm. Well, that happened, but my body didn't react like it usually did when I came. I felt my insides heat up with a surging, pulsating sensation, while my clit and G-spot responded simultaneously to create sensations I'd never experienced. The orgasm shattered and ripped through my body as if it had been pulled out by a magician who knew how to awaken a sexual chakra that no one else could. I exploded with ecstasy and fell into a trance, making more the only thing I wanted now. Sebastian's primal instincts must have picked up on this, intertwining with everything I was experiencing, because his mouth was on mine now in the most possessive and sensual way as he carried me and marched us both into the house. I thought we were heading to my bed, but he had other plans. Fuck, I need to see you come again, gorgeous. I need to see it, he pleaded breathlessly, placing my feet on the ground and forcing my back against the dining table, just off the kitchen area. I laid back as my body, inside and out, craved more of this pure dose of passion that only Sebastian Aster could supply. Sebastian's body covered me as I lay back on the table, and his lips claimed mine like a starved man who hungered for passion longer than he should have. I broke the kiss, his tongue deep and forceful with mine, and gasped for the oxygen my lungs desperately needed to keep up with everything this was doing to me. Sebastian's tongue ran down the center of my chest, while his hands effortlessly peeled off my bra, fully exposing my breasts. I massaged my hands through his hair while our eyes locked, and then his mouth went directly to my nipples, taking them while his tongue circled their hard surface and his hands massaged firmly along my sides. I want more, I begged. I need more.
Oh, we're just getting started, baby,
he said, using the one name he insisted never be used when we first started our fake relationship, which was leading to something very real between us. I ignored all of that and stayed in this moment of heated desire. My pussy throbbed and ached, feeling as though I would die if he didn't get back to work on it and bring me into the ecstasy I'd felt moments ago in the pool. It was almost as if he were charming my body, helping the pleasure build up in me again. And I writhed under his lips at the way his hands steadied and braced my body while his mouth continued to move down toward the one hot area that was soaking wet and dripping for more. He moved and positioned my body so my ass rested just at the edge of the table, and my legs opened to allow him access if he wanted it. His hands massaged my thighs firmly and gently, making my clit pulsate for his mouth to take it. As if knowing that's exactly what I wanted, he tore away my thong, and his lips went to the inside of each of my thighs. I continued to massage my fingers firmly into his hair, while I used my other hand to roll one of my nipples between my fingers. Fuck, I want more, I pleaded in a whine of pleasure.
I love watching you need more, gorgeous,
he said in a low growl. His voice was so sexy under this passionate spell that was consuming both of us.
I want to taste all of you, but I want to watch you struggle with needing it,
he said, his dominant side now present and turning me on even more. Shit, Sebastian, just fucking do it, I tried to command him. His lips and tongue went to my lower abdomen, his hands squeezing the outside of my hips as I felt an orgasm building again, even without him touching my pleasure points. His firm grip went from the outside of my hips to massaging my inner thighs, his mouth teasing all around the one place I needed him.
Beg me for it, sweetheart. I want to hear it and want to see it,
he said darkly, my eyes reopening to meet where he stared up at me. Usually I would have kicked an asshole to the side for playing sexually frustrating games with me, but I was feeling quite the opposite. I loved the way he was driving me into ecstasy. Everything was building up in me again, and I fell wholly at the mercy of his every command. I want you inside of me, I said, desperate to feel his massive dick thrusting into me, to match the dominating way he was orchestrating this. Please, fuck. My head fell back when his tongue ran along the entrance of my pussy, softly grazing my clit, then pressing into my opening, then back over my clit. Holy fucking hell, I said, gripping the top of his head with both of my hands.
You're so goddamn wet,
he answered, licking from the base of my opening and moving his tongue in circles over my clit.
You taste so fucking delicious.
Jesus, I said breathlessly, finding it hard to speak between panting and internal pleasure that was coiling up, ready to release at any moment. There was nothing more I could do or say while this man was teasing me with everything I wanted to beg him for, but he wouldn't give it to me. Now I was getting fucking irritated. Damn it, I growled, sitting up and breaking the moment, or so I thought. His smile told me a completely different story, a smile of want, need, and greed. This man was about to send me over the fucking moon with passion, and I instinctively knew I needed to brace myself for more of what he was about to give me.
That's what I want to see," he said, kissing just above my belly button. "You begging and pissed off for more." With that, he became more urgent and wilder in pursuing what I wanted him to do to me. His mouth resolutely covered my pussy, while his tongue slid up and down the entrance. I braced my hands on the table and pulled my feet up to dig my heels into it, opening myself up fully for him to devour my pussy. I watched while I panted through the pleasure this was giving me. His head cocked to the side while his hands held my knees open, giving him all the access the man needed to pleasure me. His tongue went into me, hard and determined to move in and out like I wanted his dick to do. This would work, though, and perhaps it was best we stuck to oral pleasure, since I was sure he didn't bring condoms. Not like he needed any. I was on the pill, and with the way he was behaving, it was evident he hadn't fucked anyone in years. I knew we'd be safe there, but my mind was instantly pulled from my rational thoughts when his mouth and tongue moved over my clit. He gently rolled my clit between his teeth, breathing his warm breath down into the entrance of my pussy, nailing the most sensitive spot of my clit and working it in a way that sent stars into my fucking brain and eyes. I fell back on the table, my hands going up to grip my hair as my entire body tensed up for a powerful orgasm. I felt it coming, roiling down and moving its way to where Sebastian manipulated my clit in ways I didn't think anyone could possibly do to give a woman pleasure. I tensed further while I heard him groan in the sexiest way, making me buck against his mouth, trying to stop myself from thrashing all over the table like a wild woman. I moved with the power the orgasm brought me, Sebastian's mouth licking and tasting each pulsating sensation my pussy surged out of me. "Fuck, Sebastian, yes!" I wailed almost painfully, unable to remain on my back with this orgasm taking over me in the most potent way. I found myself rolling over up on my knees as I rode out this amazing sensation. My knees were planted firmly on the table, forcing my ass up and into the air. All I wanted was him inside me, answering the throbbing pleas by pounding his cock into me. Instead of honoring my body's begging request to fuck me into more profound pleasure, Sebastian's tongue dipped into my pussy from behind while he gripped my thighs. His mouth massaged along my ass cheeks, and his long, sturdy fingers were inside of me, reaching and rubbing over my G-spot, giving it the attention it needed. "Jesus Christ, just fuck me, please!" I growled in frustration. I loved how his fingers knew the way to my most sensitive spot on the inside, but I wanted his dick to be doing this work. "Come here, gorgeous," he said, pulling his hand out of me and turning me to face him. I melted under his gaze, his eyes dazed and glassy with desire. "I don't have any protection," he admitted. "I want to give you more, but I can't." "I'm on the pill, baby," I said, my hand sweeping over his damp forehead. "I'm safe, I promise." His eyes were so magnetic and beautiful as they studied mine. "Do you really want this? Me?" he questioned, and at that moment, my heart surged with emotion for him. I could sense vulnerability, tenderness, and more than anything else, fear that he would do something to upset me the way his wife probably would have gotten upset if she didn't have control over their sex life. That's when every horrible opinion I had of Sebastian Aster changed. "I wouldn't be begging you for more if I didn't want you," I reassured him. For the first time since knowing this man, I could sense his uncertainty, and it turned me right on. He remained silent while I took control of the man I wanted. "Take me to bed," I said, and he answered instantly with a firm kiss as he cradled me in his arms. He laid me back, his lips moving all over my abdomen and his hand up my arms, sending them up above my head. I could now sense his hesitation and realized that this man was mine to do with as I pleased. At that moment, I moved in a way to roll him onto his back and kissed along the firm ridges of his abdomen, moving down to the enormous-sized cock that I'd not yet seen, but felt the length of a couple of times. Sebastian relaxed back into the pillows of the bed while I took in the image of the most beautiful dick I'd ever seen. Everything was groomed to perfection, which didn't surprise me. This was Sebastian after all, and everything was perfect with this man. I licked his balls, massaging them with my lips while I ran my hands along the shaft of his cock, feeling it beating with slick pre-cum, and knowing that this man needed to fuck as badly as I wanted him to. I listened to him moan in a way that should have made me come in pleasure again, but after 2 explosive orgasms, I was easily able to contain myself while I worked over this man's dick, appreciating its perfection. I moved up with confidence, bringing my face to meet his. His eyes reopened, and he ran a hand along my cheek while he studied me. "You are the most beautiful woman I've ever known," he said softly. I sucked in a breath, knowing we were turning a corner into something more intimate than just horny fucking. I stared intently into his eyes, knowing there was no turning back if I allowed these emotions to fuel what I wanted. I kissed his chin, smiling in response to him as he returned the same expression. "This could change everything, you know," I said, entirely rational because this moment called for it. "I want it to," he said sincerely before letting out a deep breath. He was as terrified as I was that we'd come to this point of no return. "Fuck me. I think it's too late. I swear that I've never felt this way about anyone." I took his bottom lip between my teeth, sucking on it, and he answered me by bracing the back of my head and deepening our kiss. That was all it took to fire me up, and then I reached back for his cock and slid it inside me. At that moment, his mouth broke free from mine, and his chin lifted while he groaned in pleasure as I continued to slide down onto his hard shaft. His hands went to my hips, guiding them down while the back of his head pressed deeper into the pillows behind him. "Fuck yes," he whispered in a low moan as I pressed my hands against his chest, moving my pussy around in circles while continuing to slide up and down on him. I watched a handsome expression of ecstasy cover his face while he licked his lips in indulgence, feeling the intense satisfaction that only a man who hadn't been fucked in a long time could feel. It drove me to move faster and with precision while I worked this man into the orgasm I knew he needed. He chanted curse words as I watched him fall into a world of consuming pleasure. He was so fucking sexy that I almost couldn't believe a man so perfect and beautiful was inside me and feeling gratification because of me. It was the most euphoric feeling in the world, and my pleasure was returning rapidly to match his. I moved and fucked him harder, causing his eyes to open and meet mine. I positioned his dick to push into the deepest part of my pussy, feeling more pleasure than before. I started to moan in satisfaction while his hips moved his cock harder into my deep spot. Just as I was about to come, Sebastian rolled me onto my back, forcing my legs to part wider with both his knees, and he began to thrust harder and deeper into me. His lips were on mine in a zealous kiss, searching and wrestling with my tongue in a way that told me this man was receiving much more out of this than I imagined he would. Our bodies matched each other with every move and pattern, staying in perfect rhythm to force a violent and shattering orgasm from both of us at the same time. I thrust up into him while he pushed himself deeper and let out a ripping sound of pleasure that sent my orgasm into a harder spasm than the previous ones. While we both moved and writhed into this pattern of ecstasy, Sebastian's mouth returned to mine, and both of us relaxed into a delicious and consuming kiss. My greatest fear had been that if the man fucked me, he'd be done and satisfied and back to his old self in a heartbeat. But I was finding out very quickly that wouldn't be the case. In fact, the way his hips still gently moved his softening cock in and out of me gave me the feeling he wasn't stopping anytime soon. Hell, whether I had a feeling or not was irrelevant, because I wanted to keep fucking him until the sun came up. I'd never felt intense orgasms like this before, and I wanted so much more. Lucky for me, the night was young.
Chapter 35. Sebastian. After multiple rounds of fucking, we finally collapsed into what would inevitably be a sex coma. I hadn't felt bliss like this in my entire life. I was only still awake because my mind wouldn't shut off. It just kept replaying images of Darcy as I fucked her all through the night. It just wouldn't stop. The sensations, the cravings for more. It was like we were two gluttons at the buffet of sex, not exercising any self-control at all. Nor did we want to. I turned over, the light of the morning sun streaming into the room, and I glanced at the clock, seeing that it was 10 in the morning. In all my life, even when I was sick with the flu, I'd never stayed in bed so late, but relaxing into the high that had carried over from last night felt good. I glanced at where Darcy slept on her stomach, blonde hair cascading over her left arm and down her back, her face turned toward the doors that led into the ensuite bathroom. We'd torn the bedding off the bed like two sex-starved maniacs, and I was extremely thankful for that, because it offered me the perfect view of her body. My eyes roamed over the white skin of her perfectly round and taut ass, which was highlighted by dark bikini lines that looked sexier than hell. Her tanned skin was the perfect bronze and golden tone, kissed by the rays of California's sunny weather. I wished we were in a sounder relationship, because if that were the case, I'd rouse her awake by delicately kissing every part of her naked body that I was fortunate to examine while she slept. Instead of torturing myself with everything her tantalizing body was doing to me, I decided to shower in the bathroom on the other side of the villa so as not to disrupt her sleep. Before that, I needed to text Ricardo and inform him that we wouldn't need his cooking services this morning, as I had planned to cook for the woman who satiated my starved appetite for sex last night. It was the least I could do since I knew this was as far as we could take our relationship. Still, even though I knew that, I wanted more. Hell, I wanted her for the rest of my life. Not just the sex and her perfect body. I wanted her. My heart knew precisely why it fell in love with this woman, but my mind still couldn't place it. About last night, Darcy said while I spread avocado on a second piece of toast to accompany the scrambled eggs I'd made from the contents in the fridge. Last night was incredible, I said truthfully, turning to where she'd sat on a bar stool, wearing a long white sheer cover-up. I wasn't sure how you like your eggs cooked, and since I don't have much kitchen experience, I took the safe route and scrambled them. Hopefully they're not rubbery. No worries. I hate eggs. Sorry. She laughed and shrugged, and I couldn't help but smile. As I was saying, though, last night, what is there to say? It was amazing, and so are you, gorgeous, I said, scraping the eggs from the pan onto the plate I'd prepared for myself. We can talk about how we fucked like it was our honeymoon, maybe? She paused and frowned. Actually, I don't think people fuck that much on their wedding night, much less their honeymoon. Well, if we were newly married, I assure you that we would. So why couldn't anyone else? Because, Sebastian, she said, seemingly frustrated that I was in a fantastic mood, and she was trying to level with everything we'd done. You and I aren't married. We aren't even in a real relationship. And I don't want you to think I'm like this with men. Especially men I couldn't stand up until a few days ago. I don't know what got into me. I sat next to her on a bar stool at the counter. Lust, desire, and need, I said with a humorous smile, kissing her temple before digging into the plate of food I'd set next to my glass of orange juice. I provided the dick, and you used it to satiate all that. Oh my God, she dropped her head, pulling her hands through her hair. I can't believe we did this. And no, she looked over at me with the combative look I'd grown used to and loved. I didn't just fuck a dick because of desire and needs or whatever. I fucked you of all the people in the world I could fuck. You're regretful? Fearful is more the word I'm aiming at. What the hell was I thinking? Did you enjoy it? I questioned, hoping to move this regret out of her system. Of course I did. And that terrifies me. Instead of being regretful or fearful for fucking me, just enjoy the fact that it was good. I took a bite of eggs, hungrier than I'd been in forever, and wishing I'd made more, because they weren't half bad. That, or I was just starving. I will be honest and say it was the best sex I've ever had. Well, I have to admit, you're up there with some of the best sex I've ever had. I placed my fork on the table after cleaning my plate and stared into her eyes with a smile. I'm up there with some of the best sex, eh? Tell me, who's up there with me? I mean, you don't... I know what you're doing. You're trying to make me feel like out of all the sexual relationships you've had, I am nothing special, and that having sex with me was comparable to others you've been with. So? Well, I find that rude, I said, being direct and adoring her sudden embarrassment for trying to lie and keep a wall between us. I'm not being rude. I'm being honest, she said, and by the look in her eye, I could tell she was just spouting off shit to protect herself from me. Okay. I returned to my meal while she nibbled on avocado toast. So, if I tell you that having sex with you was up there with some of the best sex I've had with my wife and others before I got married? I glanced over at her timidly eating her avocado toast and smiled. This was so unlike Darcy. I wanted to move her past her worries. The Darcy I'd come to know was the type who would have devoured her plate of food by now and eyed what was left on mine, wanting that too. Listen, I just don't want us to get mind-fucked. That was definitely an unexpected thing we did last night. And though it was, if you must know, the best sex I've ever had, we shouldn't have done it. But we did. And now we can both agree that we are truly quite the match. Right. She rolled her eyes in irritation. Quite the fucking match. A match made in hell that can never go anywhere. And now I am wondering what the fuck I'm going to do. Nat warned me about this shit with you. My eyes widened at the same time hers did. The only difference in our gestures was that she practically slapped herself in the face, covering her mouth with both hands. "Oh shit," she said, eyes closed and lips silenced by the death grip she held over her mouth. "Oh shit is what I was about to say," I said, wholly shocked this little gemstone had revealed our secret to Natalia Monroe, of all the people she could slip up around. She shook her head. Even if I wanted to be upset that Nat probably told our lie to everyone we knew, which was probably why they all showed up at our house last night, I couldn't. Darcy looked too damn cute, being innocently afraid of what she just admitted to me. "I didn't mean to," she said, like a toddler who got caught with their hand in the cookie jar. She sorta knew. How did she know? I questioned, confused and curious. She sighed, annoyed at herself. "It was the first night we were here. It's like she could tell you hadn't been laid or something. So she went right for the throat no matter how hard I tried to lie." "That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard," I said, laughing at this line of bullshit. "It's the truth," she said, conjuring the fiery, combative spirit of the Darcy Burke I knew so well. "You mean to tell me that Nat cornered you on our fake relationship, stating she knew it wasn't true because I hadn't been laid?" "Well, you're obviously handsome and the prized stallion for everyone in your upper-class circles, so I guess she thought we'd be fully fucked and all smiles by the time we reached our fake engagement." I stared at her in awe of what I was hearing. I must have looked like a complete idiot trying to determine what went on in women's minds. "And so you told her that because I hadn't been laid, she must be right, and we weren't in a relationship?" "I don't know," she said, flustered, making me laugh. "I can't remember how I finally caved in and admitted it." "There are a lot of things I've learned about you, Darcy Burke," I said, "and the most important one is that you do not cave in and admit shit, whether you are wrong or right. You are way too stubborn." "Well, I did. She wouldn't let it go. And maybe if we were going to fuck everything up anyway by doing what we did last night, we should have done that before Nat got here. The woman is good, that's all I can say. She could easily tell that we were faking everything. And she was right. If we weren't, we wouldn't be in Mexico announcing our engagement while hanging on to celibacy." I rolled my eyes and sighed. "How many do you think she's told?" "She said she would keep it between me and her," she said. "And you believe that?" I asked. Honestly, I didn't give a shit if Nat knew the truth or not. So long as it didn't get to Jim Mitchell or my father and land my ass in that auction, I didn't care who knew anymore. "I can tell that Avery and Ash don't know. They were too excited last night, and the guys were too busy still not believing it was true when they questioned you." I stood, Darcy's brilliant blue eyes following me, probably wondering what I would say next. I bent, having all power and control back now, ran my hand along her neck, resting it there, and kissing her forehead. "Well, now that we've fucked, Natalia will be proven wrong. You have a glow that makes me wonder how you could look even more beautiful than you did before." I rose, feeling a spark of energy pulsating through me as Darcy sighed and nearly moaned at the gesture, prompting me to want more of that from her again. The woman's sexual sounds were more than enough to light a fire under my ass all night. "But that's what I'm talking about," she said, our eyes locking as she looked up at me helplessly. "Nat warned me that if I allowed it to go this far with you, I would get hurt." I brought my hand to her face. Women say so many emotionally fearful things while offering their opinions about relationships. "I will not hurt you, gorgeous." "That's how you are going to hurt me, dipshit," she said. "Because unlike men, women are emotional creatures, and I don't fuck men just to fuck them." I felt my heart rate increase, somewhat concerned that I may have started something I would not and could not finish with her. I would not hurt Darcy, but perhaps I selfishly already had by letting it go down this road. That fucking look on your face. Darcy stood, her fearful eyes matching mine. That's the shit she warned me about. And fuck me for being so fucking stupid. I couldn't resist pulling her into my arms, kissing her, and hoping to ease her anxiety. There was no possible way I could hurt this woman. Darcy had become a treasure I wanted to protect. I had to make her understand she was special to me. And instead of being wild and dominating in bed, I wanted to make love to her and prove to her what she meant to me. I wanted to prove that she'd saved my life when nothing and no one else could. Our lips fell into perfect, slow harmony, and Darcy didn't fight as I scooped her into my arms and walked her into the room where I intended to prove that I was falling deeply for her.
Chapter 36. Darcy. I knew I was screwed, just like any other woman would know she was screwed, literally and figuratively, with a man like Sebastian Aster, who was decidedly and most assuredly never going to enter a relationship with me. When I told him I wasn't the type to fuck and move on, I was basically saying it out loud to remind myself how screwed I was. I wasn't a physical person like that, able to push aside my feelings. I wished I was, though, because this was the best sex of my life. I looked into his eyes more than once, seeing a man who'd been starved for love and affection for too long, and he was finding it with me. I saw more in his eyes and felt more in his touch and gentle kisses and caresses while he conquered every part of my body. I had my mom to thank for this shit, reading more into someone than I should, and what I could tell by how Sebastian gently made love to every part of my body this morning was that he was finding love with me in his own way. We matched souls on a whole other level that I don't even think my mom's yoga and spiritual class sessions could understand. This was entirely new to me. The feelings, the passion, and that damn look in his eyes that he gave me as he found ultimate pleasure while inside me. I had to stop thinking immediately. I allowed this shit to happen because I was fucking horny and hadn't had sex in forever. Now here I was, getting ready alone after Sebastian had left to meet the guys for golf on the resort's private course. I needed to hurry my ass up to meet the girls for lunch. Natalia would probably end up reading me like an open book, and knowing a new heartbreak was on the horizon. I needed to talk to the woman alone, because she was the only one who knew the truth. I was so done with this shit. I wanted the auction to be over, Sebastian to be gone, and me to get back to focusing on life before I allowed him into it. His goodbye kiss told me he wanted to continue to explore what was happening between us. Still, knowing that his parents were with mine in all their disapproving and unforgiving glory, the exploration could go no further than the privacy of this villa. I needed to call Nat. I had to talk to her before we met with everyone. I wouldn't be right in my head today if I didn't speak to someone about this. I wasn't overreacting either. I could feel my heart falling for this man. "Hey," I said when Nat answered the call on the first ring. "Do not tell me you're canceling lunch," she immediately said before I could speak. "I'm not, but you need to get over here so I can talk to you before lunch." "Sure, I'm in the boutique around the corner from your villa. I'll be there in a couple of minutes. Is everything okay?" "No," I answered truthfully. "Oh, fuck," she said, most likely knowing the issue at hand. "I'm on my way, honey buns. See you in a sec." I used the short time between the call and Nat's arrival to throw on a sundress, Today would be humid, given we had some type of tropical storm coming in, and as I waited for Nat, I saw the large clouds billowing on the horizon, the waves becoming angrier with each roll as they pushed against the shoreline. It was beautiful, but it reminded me of what was on the horizon for Sebastian and me. "Hey, sunshine," Nat said with a smile. Her huge, white-rimmed sunglasses blocked her blue eyes, and her hair was pulled into a sleek, fashionable bun to match her $1,000,000 silk shirt and pant jumpsuit. I smiled, watching her walk toward the back gate of our villa like she owned the entire resort. "Every time I see you, you look like a Dolce & Gabbana model," I said, opening the gate and welcoming her friendly embrace. "Oh, honey, no. Of course, I know I have the body and the look for the job, but I'm way too busy fucking my man and selling amazing homes to people who have more money than they know how to spend." She looked at me and pulled down her sunglasses. "By the looks of it, my next client will be Sebastian Aster, shopping a multi-million-dollar place just for you." I exhaled, leading her into the air-conditioned villa. "I knew you would pick up on it without me saying a word." "Sweet Jesus, it looks like you could use 1 or 10 shots of tequila. Just sit down and tell me everything," she teased, but I could tell she was concerned about what I was about to reveal. We sat on the sofa Sebastian had been sleeping on until last night. "Okay," I said, pulling my leg up and bending it in a way to become more comfortable as I leaned into the sofa. "So, you're right. We had sex." "I knew you would," she said with the supreme confidence that only Nat had. "You both had fuck-me eyes on each other all night last night." "Right," I exhaled. "That's the thing. When you all showed up, you stopped us from doing that." "I know," she said. "Why else do you think I planned everything the way I did? I was trying to prevent your cute little day out from turning into what it obviously did from the look on your face. Even though it was a lovely evening and everyone is totally buying into your little white lie, some things can't be helped." She smiled. "It's not a bad thing, you know?" "What isn't?" "Fucking a gorgeous man like Sebastian, especially when you're contributing to ending his dry spell. It had to be amazing," she said. "I can tell you're trying to make me feel good about this," I said with a smile. She arched an eyebrow at me. "No, that's not what I'm doing," she answered with her usual sass. "You will never catch me making anyone feel good about anything. I'm always direct, especially when it comes to fucking." I chuckled. "Well, good, because we did fuck, and I'm afraid I fucked myself even more." I ran a palm over my forehead. "It was amazing. Jesus Christ, all night long. The man wouldn't quit, and I didn't want him to. He was perfect. And it was perfect." "Then why are you upset, sweetie?" "Because of everything you warned me about with him and that." "Okay," she said, relaxing as if I'd given her all the information she needed to find me the house of my dreams. She was a natural, which was easily seen from how she composed herself in conversation. "Now that I can see why you're panicked, let's get to the basic details and the facts." "Okay," I said as if I were suddenly sitting with a therapist. "First of all, I didn't mean to frighten you by warning you against having sex with the man." She smiled reassuringly at me. "Well, it wasn't you who scared me about that. I'm not stupid. I know I have no business being intimate with him. I knew it before you confirmed it." "Right," she confirmed. "So let's ease your mind, because you look like you're about to have a stroke, and I think I know why. I need to emphasize here that it's okay to fuck a man whether you like him or not." "I know you might see it that way," I answered, frustrated because this wasn't as easy as Nat insinuated. But my emotions always get involved, and I'm afraid that's happening. Unfortunately, I know how it all ends. Neither of us can allow this to become a real relationship. You're letting your mind take over and fuck with you, she said. Okay, so fine. You're more of an emotional woman, and you see fucking as more than just the physical act. Exactly. I think maybe a lot of women are like that. It makes me laugh because the way you're saying this to me makes me feel like I'm some crazy alien for feeling this way. I know every woman is different, but some women, like me, can keep their emotions in check and just enjoy a casual fuck here or there with no expectations or hope of commitment. God, I feel like... Stop and just follow me for a moment, she said, interrupting me and sensing my rising frustration. You fucked the man, and I'm sure it was delightful. I can only imagine how beautiful it was to be the first woman he enjoyed sexually in a very long time, she said in a cute, sultry voice. So, getting back to the basics to help calm your mind that you're not committing emotional suicide with him, I have to ask. She paused and her eyes locked with mine. Have you and Sebastian had any personal conversations? Personal conversations? I was confused. Like talking about our likes or dislikes? Yeah, that. Or him confiding things that made him appear vulnerable. For example, how exceptionally horrible his parents are and how he's captive to their wishes and his family money. Or perhaps the death of his wife, his daughter, and how he feels about her. She relaxed some. Things of that nature. Intimate details of his life that would make you feel he trusted you. Not really, I answered. And I haven't really done that with him either. Then you're already safer than you think, she said. If you believe you're getting attached to the man simply because of his amazing ability to fuck you over the moon, you're wrong. All of that is just lust, and when you and he part ways, you'll get over those lustful desires quickly, she affirmed. So long as you two aren't confiding the intimate details of your lives and becoming vulnerable together, you're just enjoying good fucking. I say, while in Mexico, enjoy the delicious food, weather, and amazing sex with a completely gorgeous man who will most likely not keep his dick out of you until everyone leaves to go home. Maybe you're right, I said. I mean, I haven't been with anyone since my last boyfriend, and we broke up over 2 years ago. I was horny too. See? You are both just sex-deprived and gorgeous with hot bods, and you're merely enjoying the fact that you have the privacy of this villa to fuck and get it out of your systems. Okay, I sighed, feeling a little more relieved. Just so long as we don't go there with private details of our lives, right? Look at you, she chuckled. You're like a scared little virgin teenager. You already know what is dangerous with men. Getting close to a man who is not emotionally available is dangerous. You already know Sebastian Aster is not emotionally available, or else he'd be crying over your shoulder, getting the grief out of his system. He's not doing that. He's just enjoying the company of a woman he finds tempting and ravishingly gorgeous. If I keep it together, I'll be safe with him, correct? Only you know the answer to that, she said. But if you're asking for my opinion, then yes. Keep it to casual fucking and light conversation and keep your emotions pulled back. The trouble will come if you start believing he wants more. Unless he confirms that's what he wants, do not go into your head about it. Exactly, I said, cringing at how stupid this made me look to Nat. So just keep my guard up. Unless he proves that the rest of the world can go fuck itself because he wants only you, with or without anyone else's approval, yes. Otherwise, keep everything guarded up. Okay. I feel so stupid, I said, but I'm scared because I feel like I'm going to fall for him. You've already fallen for him, sweetie. She smiled. We can all see that, but just keep yourself protected from falling any further. She paused for a second and then looked at me sternly. However, if he explicitly says that he wants more with you, and I'm emphasizing this because I saw something in him last night too, don't be afraid to explore that. Sebastian Aster is the type of man to tell the world to go fuck itself if it doesn't agree with what he wants. And I get the feeling he wants you. But until he proves that, don't get ahead of yourself emotionally, okay? And don't worry because you will be fine. I hope it all works out. The last thing we need is for me to create fantasies of things working out in my head. Honey, who needs to create a fantasy? I see that man making fairy tale eyes at you, and you are positively glowing. Put those two together, and I know the sex had to be hot as hell last night. Exceeded my expectations. Explosive orgasms? She questioned with an arch of her eyebrow. Oh, you don't even have to answer. I can tell that man had you climbing the walls, and I love to see it. She chuckled and stood, looking down at her petite gold watch. Are you ready to go? I'll text the girls and let them know we're on our way. Yes, I stood, following her. Let me grab my purse and we'll walk up together. None of them know the truth about me and Sebastian. None. They're all buying the lie since you couldn't keep your eyes and hands off each other last night. Sebastian knows that you know the truth, I said, almost forgetting to tell her. Good. Then he'll know I have my eye on him. I flipped off the bathroom light and gathered my things. I felt much lighter and better, knowing I didn't go too far over my head with Sebastian. I was concerned something may have started that would hurt me in the end, but Nat was right. We weren't emotionally attached at all. We were just two horny humans enjoying that we were given the opportunity to have sex, and so we took it. No harm done.
Chapter 37. Sebastian. I'd always prided myself in being a stellar golfer, but not today. Today, my brain was so consumed by Darcy that a drunk panda would have beaten me. The distraction and my horrible golf game were only welcome because it proved to the guys that Darcy and I weren't faking anything. The men stopped giving me shit about my relationship after noticing that I couldn't put the ball in a hole if I'd picked it up with my hand and placed it there myself. That's when they conceded that the West Coast beauty, as Jake referred to Darcy, had indeed stolen the heart of an East Coast asshole. Also Jake's words. I enjoyed all these feelings I was experiencing, and I was wholeheartedly embracing them instead of running away. I felt like a man with a new lease on life, and now all I wanted was to be with Darcy alone to get to know her better. I loved our banter, the witty arguments, and obviously the sex, but I wanted more. I wanted more of what started all this in the first place, which was seeing the real Darcy, like when she showed me her love for the simple things in life, right down to the bugs and fungus she made me sample. So, Jake said when I sat with the men at the bar, leaving the women to enjoy themselves at a table on the sand, watching the sunset. I won't lie, before watching you golf today, looking like you'd never touched a golf club, I was certain this relationship between you and Darcy was a complete sham. Why would you come to that conclusion? I questioned the always forward doctor. He sipped his scotch. How else would you get out of being auctioned off to all those crazy women who have more money than sense? He's got a point, Aster, Spencer added, turning his attention from his conversation with Jim. I thought the same thing. You're all full of shit. I grinned, shocked they'd seen through my charade. I would never do that to her. My words were true now, even though they weren't when I made the heartless proposal. I wished I could take it back, but we wouldn't be where we are today if I did. Are we? Jim marched an eyebrow at me. Trust me, after our double date, when you insisted that Avery and I meet you in Napa Valley, I knew something was up. I didn't realize you assumed I would fake a relationship or whatever the hell you're all driving at. Well, knowing you and your family as I do, Jim said, I know you don't gloat. Furthermore, you seemed extremely passionate about Avery and me joining you two for dinner, almost as if you had to show us it was true. It was all very unlike you, Seb, he said with a laugh. However, after coming on this trip and watching your horrendous golf game, I can tell your mind is elsewhere. I can also relate to the frustrating distraction of having a beautiful woman on the brain. I'm just saying, it's easy to see you're not pulling anything over on us. Well, aren't you all sorely mistaken? I grinned, happy I'd satisfied their curiosity. I began to wonder if my parents felt the same, knowing it was unlike me to pull a stunt like announcing a random engagement. If I had any luck, maybe that would be the case and they wouldn't be as upset as I expected. At least you know the truth. It wasn't easy to believe, Jake added, mainly because I could see the fire of repulsion in Darcy's eyes when she talked about you on the yacht. She sure played it off well, didn't she? I said, amused at what she must have said about me. She must have been seething about what a complete asshole I was to everyone on the boat. Played it off well? Jake said, lighting up with humor. The vigor with which she devised the plan to auction off all you eligible chumps was enough to make me think she was enacting the perfect revenge for the way you insulted her family. I was still perplexed that she took offense to me wanting that shithole updated. I was doing them a favor by using the best designers to update their home, and I wasn't even using their business funds to do it, I said, then looked at Jim. Let's change the subject from me and my relationship, so you can tell me the real reason why you and my father went into business together on that dump. Jim grinned. Wouldn't you like to know? He said playfully. Don't worry, he hasn't informed me about it either, Spencer responded. I was surprised that Jim's VP wasn't even up to speed. I thought investing in that silly winery was a complete waste of time and money. My wife loved that damn winery, Jim said. After she found out at a subsequent event that it was going under, I did some investigating, because she wouldn't stop going on about it. I won't lie when I say we had some of the best sex of our marriage when I told her I was planning to invest in the place. So you bought the place because Avery was sad it would go under? I asked, confused by Jim's response. It made zero fucking sense to me to make a business decision based on emotion. Jim pursed his lips and nodded. Allow me to give you some excellent premarital advice, he said, eyeing everyone staring at him as if he'd lost his mind. The smallest things that can be done to put a smile on your wife's face should be done. That's the thing about women. They need to know they're the reason you're happy to be alive, that they're always on your mind, and that they're the most special person on the planet. The little things we might think would mean nothing to them, he looked at me and arched an eyebrow, typically mean the most. That's why I did what I did. It was for Avery. There's nothing I wouldn't do for her. Well, shit, Jake said with a laugh. Leave it to Mr. Loverman to educate all of us with his wisdom while making us look like lousy pieces of shit in the process. Jim looked at his brother, sipped his bourbon, and smiled. It doesn't take my flawless skills in the romance department to make you look like a lousy piece of shit, Jacob, he teased. All I know is that if I don't do those little things with Nat, she'll just cut my dick off and move on with her life with no remorse. He laughed with the rest of us. I know a thing or two about that particular threat, I added, rolling my eyes at the memory of how Melissa treated me when things didn't go her way. I'm sure I know it better than you, because Nat isn't even close to my late wife in the vindictiveness department. The words probably came out so quickly because they were true. Still, it surprised me that I could speak so candidly about Melissa, be it good or bad. It must have been the tequila. Forgive me if I'm out of line, Spencer said, but I'm surprised to hear you refer to your late wife in such a way. I didn't mean to bring up... No. I'm a bit shocked, too, I said. I rarely mention her at all. so I didn't expect something negative to be on the forefront. "You think she'll haunt you for speaking ill of the dead?" Jake questioned with a chuckle. "Trust me, I've been haunted by too much about that woman since she passed," I said, knowing that was the damn truth. "It's good to talk it out, you know," Jim said. "If you want your new relationship to progress healthily, I recommend not keeping the ghosts and grief on your back. You don't want to enter a new marriage feeling haunted by the past." I wished I could kill the marriage rumor, because my mind wasn't there. I was more on track with enjoying Darcy as a lover, and, hopefully, as a close friend after all this madness was over. "This is the most I've spoken about Melissa since her passing," I said. "Her death sent me into a dark hole of regret after I received news that she was in the accident." "I can't even fucking imagine," Spencer said. "We all heard that you were in a meeting, closing an acquisition when it happened." "That's the thing." I paused when I suddenly felt the heavy, dark cloud of remorse looming in the distance. I wasn't sure if talking about this would make it better or worse, but I was loosened up from the tequila, more willing to roll the dice and see where it would land. "That's where she haunts me. Where everything haunts me," I said. I proceeded to tell the men about my horrible responses and the inhumane way I handled my wife's last moments. After I finished, it was evident I destroyed everyone's buzz. "Listen, I know that is very hard to deal with," Jim said, bringing my attention from my glass of tequila and over to him. "But you can't beat yourself up like this, man." "Can't I?" I asked, hearing the pain in my voice that I felt on the inside. "Absolutely not," Jake said. "That's called being a victim, and it is bullshit. You need to get through this, not remain stuck with constant regret about something you cannot change." "It's fucking hard. I mean, fuck," was all I could say. "Of course it's hard," Jim said. "Although you and I are opposite in many ways, we are also very similar. As businessmen, we process things differently. I know I talk a big talk about being a Casanova with my wife, but there are plenty of times when I fuck shit up and hurt her. Sometimes it takes a lot to get my mind off business so I can come home and be present with her and my kids the way she needs me to be. I'm happy to do it because the reward is always delightful. However, it's not easy. In your situation, battling the passing of your wife and how it all went down will take hard work to get through. The difference is that you have your wife to reward you with forgiveness, and I don't. She's gone, and I can only imagine how much she hated me with her last dying breath." "You cannot do that shit, man," Spencer said. "Tell me, did you know that she was dying, and this was the only call she wanted to make when you sent your assistant out of the room to close that deal?" "No, but still, then leave it where the facts are," Jake interjected. "Don't go into your head about it. Instead, ask yourself if that's how your relationship was. If she called you and you were in a meeting, did you push her off until business was handled before returning her call?" "Well, not initially, but after numerous calls to inform me that she was taking the jet to go shopping in San Francisco or Milan, or to make sure I was really in a meeting and not having an affair, I stopped taking the calls." "You both created the inevitability of not taking that call," Jim said. "And while she tragically passed away, you're condemning yourself to a life of emptiness and punishment for surviving. You must close that down, heal, and move forward. And plan your wedding day to that sassy little fiancé of yours for at least 2 years down the road after you've cleaned up this emotional baggage," Spencer said with a grin. "And if you haven't already, start confiding all of this to Darcy," Jim added. "Seriously, open the lines of communication with her and allow yourself to heal. It will be easier if she understands the trauma you're working through. If you don't, your relationship will become a prison sentence." "Well, that won't be a problem, because we don't have a relationship," I thought. "Does Darcy know all of this?" Jake asked. "I've given her bits and pieces, and she has always seemed supportive. I said with a laugh. You need to give her more respect and trust her. I think you'll be surprised, Jim said. She's a brilliant, understanding woman, and I can see now why you both may have crossed paths. To help me heal, I answered quietly, as if I'd just revealed that to myself. It was interesting to think that perhaps that was why we met. I was extremely comfortable around her, and enjoyed it when she spoke her mind. More importantly, I felt alive and happy again when I was with Darcy. Why wouldn't I want to open a little more and confide some things in my past to her? Perhaps she was the key to helping me heal and move forward.
Chapter 38. Darcy. The night was filled with laughter, animated jokes, and a shit ton of fun. Being around everyone with the liquor fueling the humor was enough to erase all my concerns about Sebastian. More than once, his humored eyes would darken when they locked with mine, sending my insides into a crackling spasm as I recalled how he'd made me nearly climb the walls in orgasmic pleasure this morning when he switched up his sex game. His more dominant sexual side had shifted into a smooth and gentler manner, where passion was igniting those dark brown irises of his, making it obvious he was hanging on to each whimper of satisfaction coming out of my mouth with every exhale. It was completely intense in the most passionate of ways. His eyes wouldn't leave mine, and his lips were concentrated and tender, with their moist caresses all over the bare skin of my body. Those probing and intense brown eyes were the same ones that locked with mine throughout the night, and even though I should have been sexed out by now, here I was, wet and wanting more. Everything about this was terrifying to me, and why I had to talk with Nat earlier because the idea that I could possibly become addicted to this man in one way or another, knowing that I could never have him, meant huge trouble for me. But, as Nat said, so long as we kept it at physical passion, not taking things to a more emotional place, it shouldn't be a problem to move on after all was said and done. I'd already torpedoed myself by screwing the guy, something I would kick myself in the ass for later. But knowing I wasn't in danger of slipping into some horrible depression after a bad breakup made it easy to enjoy things. He snatched my hand once the group had parted ways, and we walked along the beach back to our villa. Gorgeous night, eh? Lucky for us, the storm moved in a different direction, I said. But I'm sure if the clouds were gone and we could see the stars, it would be even prettier than it is now. Did you spend a lot of evenings staring at the stars when you lived here? He asked. Not really. We occasionally went night surfing, which was probably the only time I was out to admire the stars. I'm not necessarily a huge stargazer. I chuckled. You went night surfing? He said, gently gripping my hand tighter. That's impressive. I'm an impressive person, I teased. But yeah, to see the stars out here on a pitch-black night makes you feel closer to God, you know? I guess it would, he answered. I suppose a guy like me could use a dose of closeness to God. His words were a little too sincere for my liking. I couldn't allow this conversation to go deep, because that would lead to confiding in each other. We weren't doing that. You're fine, I said, downplaying things. If you ask my mother, she'd tell you that no matter where you are in life, you can find closeness to whatever spirituality you choose. The universe is always watching out. So is karma, for that matter. I believe that, he said, and the tone of his voice made me look up at him, trying to gauge his whole new personality. I'm a firm believer in karma being a bitch, too. He chuckled, and I relaxed some with his light-hearted humor. "Oh, look at you," I said teasingly, "talking about things like karma. It's almost as if you had a couple of spiritual yoga sessions with my mother."
"Well, not that, but I had my morning coffee with her while you were pointedly avoiding me,"
he said, stopping and guiding me to turn and face him.
"Listen, I want to tell you I am truly sorry if I've ever offended you with any—"
"It's all good," I interrupted him, nervous about how this man was talking and moving the conversation in another direction. "Seriously, I'm over it."
"Well, I'm sorry anyway. Here, sit with me."
And I couldn't resist to follow his lead. I wanted to blame drinking with friends for my inability to keep this man moving toward the villa, but my buzz wore off after I pigged out on fish tacos all night, so that was no excuse. Honestly, I liked the way things were organically progressing. I was inclined to enjoy his company now that we were on a better level of friendship, and seeing that he was more agreeable drew me into this moment like a moth to a flame. I could manage this. I had plenty of male friends, and that's how I intended to treat this man. But I wouldn't be going all in without maintaining some control. "What are we doing?" I asked.
"We're enjoying the beautiful ocean at night,"
he said, wrapping his arm around me and pulling me closer. "As nice as this feels," I teased, "you and I shouldn't be acting like a couple, especially when no one is around."
"Are you scared?"
he said playfully. "No, I'm just not stupid," I answered, feeling great about keeping things where I wanted them.
"I get it,"
he said, pulling back his arm from where he'd drawn me in with a half hug.
"But I have to say, we could definitely be a power couple, you know that?"
"Cute. I can see it all now." I returned my attention to where the night sky illuminated the white foam waves as they glowed on the shoreline. The vineyard girl takes the place of Sebastian's late wife, who came from wealth and power, proving that anyone can snatch an influential man like Sebastian Aster and make him look good.
"Funny you say that. I never would have imagined it months ago, but now—"
He glanced at me.
"I could see that."
"Well, it doesn't take money and a powerful family to make a woman strong," I said, knowing that to be true.
"You're right about that. I believed my wife was strong, but now I see she had weak spots, too."
"How so?"
"Well, after she was in the accident and was on her way to the hospital, she called my office, wanting to speak to me. From what the paramedics said, she knew she wasn't going to make it, so it was kind of her dying wish to have that conversation with me,"
he said in a lower voice.
"You know, never in a million years would I have imagined that she had a softer side, one that would make her request something like that. I would have assumed she'd be busy yelling at the first responders and doctors for not saving her life properly."
"Holy shit," I said, surprised by his admissions. "Well, I think a lot of people soften up a little when they're frightened, especially when they're dying. I'm going to have to give her a pass on this one occasion of literally being scared to death."
"I try to make light of it, thinking it may help me shed this haunting guilt, but nothing works. I practically threw my assistant out of the room for daring to interrupt my meeting."
He ran a strong hand through his hair before continuing.
"She was trying her hardest to shout over me, but I wouldn't hear it. I'm surprised she didn't break her nose on the door as I slammed it shut in her face."
His posture grew heavy, like a ton of shame was hanging on his shoulders at the memory of what he'd done.
I can't remember those details very clearly because it's all a blur. But my recurring nightmare doesn't skip a beat, as you may remember from the late-night shouting," he said sheepishly, referring to the nightmare I woke him from. "Melissa wanted to speak to me, but work and money were too important for me to give a shit about her needs, even her dying needs." I suddenly felt a thickness hanging in the air between us. I couldn't put a finger on it, but I could sense he was facing off with some demons of grief. This was the shit he'd been internally battling, the thing that had made him a complete son of a bitch when I first met him. It was the stuff I knew he'd never addressed, and it was apparent no one else had attempted to help. His parents' idea of an intervention was shipping him off to the winery to get his mind off things, as if grief was ever so easy to process. How fucking sad. Well, if there was someone who could help the man purge all this shit and get it out of his system to move forward and be happy again, it was me. He just had to stay open and let me in. However, from what I'd learned about Sebastian Aster, he would soon shut down, ending the conversation. I can't imagine the toll that's taken. But now I understand why you've come across as the biggest asshole on the planet since I met you. I nudged him with my elbow, trying my hardest to approach this in the lightest way I knew how. So, with that said, you're forgiven for being a dick when I first met you. I appreciate that. He subtly laughed. About Melissa's final moments, you must try your best to let go of the guilt. It's not like you knew what was happening. Still, if I were a better husband, a stronger man, I would have acted like the respectable individual and husband I believed myself to be, and taken my wife's call over trying to close a business deal. That's where you're fucking with yourself. You cannot do that, I said, looking at him. You have to allow yourself to move forward. Forgive yourself and let this shit go. He looked at me, crossed his legs, and clasped his hands together, laying them in his lap. You make it sound so easy, given you aren't the one suffering from this guilt. I'm not trying to make it sound easy. I know it's not, and don't be mean to me, I said, not okay with him being a defensive asshole. Sorry about that. Perhaps we can talk about something lighter, he said dismissively, firing me up to stop him from bowing out so easily. Changing the subject merely pushes things to the back burner, where you'll never unpack and deal with it, I said. Don't you think you owe it to yourself and your daughter to forgive yourself for all that happened? Again, easier said than done. I was not raised to be easy on myself when I fuck up. Just because you were raised that way doesn't mean you can't change the learned behavior, I said. Regardless, you didn't fuck it up purposefully. There's a difference between punishing yourself for fucking it up on purpose versus not knowing. I should have known, though. That's the problem. Well, you didn't, so give yourself a break. Seriously, this shit will put you in an early grave if you don't. Unexpectedly, he smiled at me. You know, for the last year I've been living in that grave with my wife. I stayed there because that's where I felt the least amount of sadness and pain. And up until recently, I wanted to stay there and rot away. That's morbid as fuck. And I'm glad to hear you say up until recently, I replied. I get it. Tragic deaths must be a form of punishment on Earth, and I will never understand why the universe allows us to go through them. Nevertheless, even though we face things we aren't prepared for, we are doing it for a reason. You just need to find out what that reason is,
And you never will find that answer until you start facing things and moving forward.
Well, I believe you have crossed my path for a good reason, Darcy Burke, he said. Recently, I've felt like I am back in the land of the living, and I know why. You've saved me somehow.
I chuckled at his overly serious declaration. It must have been the dead grasshoppers I fed you. I smiled and rubbed his arm in a friendly way, a far cry from how I was clenching onto this same bicep while gasping for air in total pleasure last night.
It must have been the grasshoppers,
he agreed, holding his sincere gaze.
I swear, I've never met anyone like you before. You're filled with life and a confidence I've never encountered in a woman.
Well, maybe I'll understand why after we go to that auction and see the women in your circles paying to date the rich men.
Oh, you will probably have your jaw on the floor, and I'll have the happiest smile in the fucking room.
Because you're not going to have to date them, I chuckled, happy the conversation moved to a lighter place.
No, because I'm going to have your beautiful ass on my arm. I honestly think I'll be the proudest fucker in that room,
he said, reaching his arm around me.
You are a rare gem, and I would have never seen that had we not gone down this silly road of fake dating.
Yeah, well, don't get all worked up, because you and I both know that this shit is over and done with after that auction, I said, trying to remind him where this road was doomed to end.
It doesn't have to be, you know.
Yes, it does, I said, a bit more nervous because I liked what he'd said and wanted to believe that he felt that way. I could quickly agree that it would be nice to be with this man, especially because I felt like I was finally meeting the genuine side of him. Although I was very sad that he was stuck in his grief, I could tell that underneath all that cold rigidness he was a caring man. Amazingly, there was a heart and soul behind the soulless man I came to meet when he arrived at the vineyard.
I don't want to end things, he said. I want to see where this can go.
Before or after your parents murder you?
My parents have no say in who I date. I know it seems that way, but they don't. I am very aware that my parents depend on me more than I depend on them.
And if you're wrong?
I'm never wrong.
His serious expression faded into humor.
Well, perhaps I was wrong in my judgment of my wife's final phone call, but other than that, I am always right. And even if I am wrong, you've brought me back to life, and that means more to me than all the money my family name could ever yield.
You're being dead serious? I questioned, recalling the conversation with Nat and her insistence that I be open if he broached this topic.
I would never joke about this. As I told you, I will not hurt you,
he said with a smile. And so? I didn't even know where to take this anymore.
And so, when this is all over, what do you think about seeing where things can go truthfully between us? No lies, no fake dating, just you and me.
And your daughter? I had to bring her into this because I needed to see if his endorphins were on some insane high and he wasn't thinking. I would be a fool to mindlessly fall for this without talking about the most important factor.
If you want to meet Charlotte, I will arrange for her to be flown to the estate. She is still young, only 2 years old. She's not impressed with much at this age, so I assure you she will only hurt your feelings if you expect her to be overly affectionate.
Well, I'd say she gets that from you, but I've come to find that's not true. He chuckled, then reached for my hand.
She has her mother's personality, so she's not easily impressed. I love her with all my heart, but I've been so detached from my family since she was born. I've always put work first, and when her mother died, I became a shell of myself. As a result of my inaction, she isn't very close to me, and I'd like that to change.
Well, that should change quickly, I said. Your little girl should have a dad who's 100% present in her life.
I understand that, but that comes with time, he said. I can have her flown out to...
Why don't we take baby steps? I still need to meet your parents, and I'm not sure that will go over well.
Are you afraid they won't approve?
He laughed. No, I'm afraid that I won't approve, and you won't be worth the trouble, I said with a laugh and standing up. Let's get back to the villa. Your handsome ass wore me out last night, and I've hardly slept. So we're having a conversation we shouldn't be having because of sleep deprivation. He rose and enveloped me in his arms, pulling me tightly to his chest. He kissed the top of my forehead, and then I felt him resting his chin on my head.
I don't plan on sleeping when we get back to that villa,
he said with a bit of an edge to his voice that instantly made my sexual appetite buzz in response. No?
I plan on taking you further over the edge. Last night was me just getting back into the groove of things,
he said, pulling back and smiling down into my eyes. Well, let's see what you've got then, cowboy. I'd officially taken a leap of faith with this man, and I didn't know if that was good or bad. I was in a free fall off the side of a cliff, dropping down and feeling my stomach in my throat, hoping that when I landed, I wouldn't shatter into a million pieces.
Chapter 39. Sebastian. The trip to Mexico was more than I'd anticipated, and because it all seemed to be on track with me not having to go up on the auction block, with the bonus of enjoying Darcy in my life, I honestly couldn't be happier. I felt more alive than I had felt in a very long time. Casting away all pretenses, I don't think I'd ever felt this way, even when Melissa was still alive. It was easy to see now why Mark walked out on his wedding day, and why my youngest brother John walked away from our entire family structure and heritage after graduating high school to pursue his own life. What a liberating feeling to be organically happy. I think we should just buy a small place out here on the beach somewhere and never return, I told Darcy, running my index finger down the center of her back while we sat on the beach, watching Jake and Spencer surfing the waves as if they were training to compete in a surf competition. She rubbed the last of the sunblock on her shoulders and glanced over at me. I'm sure your parents would most definitely let that fly and move on without issue, she teased, and I heard Jim chuckle. You won't find it as amusing as you do right now, Mitchell, I said, looking over at where he was working on his laptop in a lounge chair. Avery was laying out next to him, most likely sound asleep under the umbrella that shaded them from the sun. When I refuse to return to the madness that I've been a slave to all my life, you'll have to explain to your wife why that winery went under after all. He smirked and glanced over at me. This shit is born and bred into you. You wouldn't last a month out here, living life like your future bride could. That's the damn truth, Darcy added with a laugh. You all sell me too short, I defended myself. I could easily shut it all off and fall off the map to keep this particular piece in my life. Keep telling yourself that, Jim said, and I heard Avery laughing. Just because you can't, I eyed his laptop, doesn't mean I can't. You don't see my laptop out here while I enjoy my lady in the hot Mexican sun, do you? No, but that's because you're in the beginning stages of young love, my friend, Jim said. Once the reality of life sinks in, that will change." "What the hell does that mean?" Avery's head popped up from where she'd been lying on her stomach. He pointed to his wife and looked at me in amusement. "You see? The reality of life." "Right. And your reality seems to have fucked you at the moment," I said, hearing Darcy and Avery both softly laugh. "Speaking of which," Avery said, turning and sitting up to recline in her lounge chair, "your reality will be fucked if Jim loses that winery." She glanced past me to where Darcy was sitting. "So, if your loving man wants to lose himself to the shores of Mexico, he can do so after the winery is up and running, and everything is smooth sailing from there." "You make a fair point," Darcy said. "If I stay in Mexico and start having babies, my parents will pack up and move overnight, abandoning everything with that place so they don't miss a second with their grandkids." I should have probably been terrified to hear her say such a thing, but I wasn't. I think the heat and the sun were starting to fuck with my brain. That, coupled with 3 nights of amazing and mind-blowing sex with this woman, had transformed my body chemistry, apparently. It's a good thing no one was taking me seriously, because even though all this sounded intriguing, I knew I'd sober up from it all sooner or later. "There you have it," Jim said. "My wife and yours have laid out your future for you. Welcome to reality." Meh. I shrugged it off, taking a sip of water. Reality is whatever I want it to be. "Ah," Darcy picked up on that immediately. "And what if your reality is different than mine? Then what?" "I would manage to convince you that my reality is more intriguing than yours," I answered. "Don't worry. My reality only includes your happiness, love." "But if your reality only includes my happiness, then that means you'll honor my reality." "Now we're on to something," Avery said with a laugh. "What are you going to do, big talker?" "You've said it yourself. Darcy's reality is what you'll do because her reality makes her happy." "Well, no," I said, concentrating. "Not necessarily." "Tell us then, big shot," Jim said, "because you're a man like I am, and we both love to have control. Now you say you know what's best for your woman's happiness, as I figured you would, only to find out that your ideas may not equal what Darcy wants." "Damn, this shit is complicated," I answered truthfully. "Don't you dare say it's because women are complicated," Darcy told Jim. "Well, I wouldn't say it that way," Jim countered. "But it is well known that women are more complex than men." He held up a hand in both directions to stop Darcy and his wife from retaliating. "Before you both unleash on me, it's not a bad thing." "I wasn't going to say it was," Darcy spoke before Avery. "I was," Avery answered her husband. "I know you were," Jim chuckled, then looked at me. "Anyway, the jet will be ready in 4 hours. Are you two flying commercial again, or will you fly back with the rest of us?" "I'm honestly not looking forward to our return," I said. This week had zipped by faster than my feelings had developed for Darcy, and I wasn't ready for reality. "I'll be damned," Darcy said with a laugh. "You really seem like you don't want to go back." "I don't," I said with a roll of my eyes. "I received a text from my brother John, who lives in L.A. "I know who he is," Darcy said with an amused chuckle. "We met on Jake's yacht, remember? I also know he's the brother who managed to get away with marrying a woman beneath his station. You, however, will be a completely different problem for the Aster family." "That is the truth," Jim said with a laugh. "Have you talked with your father about all of this yet? In person, that is. Not on the phone?" "I feel so sorry for you and your brothers," Avery said after I exhaled in frustration in response to Jim asking that question. "What do you think?" I said dryly. "I think you've got a world of shit to face when you return," Jim answered. "Well, I'm pretty sure they flew home this morning, so that leads me to believe that Darcy's parents ran them out of there." I looked at Darcy. "No offense, but my parents are unreasonable people, and your parents share a way of living that is worlds away from their comfort zone. I know how your parents and my parents are, Darcy said, more serious compared to the light-hearted conversation we'd been having. I'd be shocked to learn that your parents were still at the estate with mine after one night there. What did John text you anyway? There seems to be a reason you're afraid to return to the States. John told me that he could tell just through texting that I was finally living my life and happy. He said not to let anything fuck that up because I deserve it. I shrugged, remembering the text coming through, knowing that John was the only person besides Natalia who knew I was faking the relationship with Darcy. I think John was picking up that my texts were not like me at all, and that I was falling for Darcy. I'd texted him that I was aware I'd done all this to avoid our parents' bullshit, but I ended up seeing what a fantastic person Darcy was turning out to be. I also told him I was proud of him for choosing himself over the family, and that alone must have given away the changes I'd felt. He got that from texting you about how Mexico was with your fiancé? Jim questioned with an edge of humor in his voice. Well, I can't stop telling him how happy I am. Trust me, no one knows better than my baby brother that I don't talk like that. I looked over at Darcy. I couldn't fake that with John and get away with it if I tried. She smiled as Jake and Spencer walked out of the water with their boards. Well, John is correct. Hang on to your love and your happiness while you have it, because you will need it when you return, Jim said as he stood. Avery and Darcy began gathering their things to leave the beach, knowing we needed to be packed up and out of here soon. And I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but the business I was handling moments ago was your father. He's arranged a meeting with me in 2 days at the winery. As Darcy and Avery agreed that Ashley was right to stay in the room and pack, while we all lounged, surfed, and soaked up the last of Mexico's beautiful beaches, I felt my stomach tighten into a knot. Fuck. I should have known my parents wouldn't leave until after I returned. I was a crucial part of my family's business, and they needed to protect their investment. They didn't spend my whole life grooming me to be the perfect heir just to let me run off. My father needed to see if my relationship with Darcy was an excuse for me to get out of that auction like the rest of these men believed, until they saw that I'd genuinely fallen for the woman. Which I had, and that was something my father was about to see. How the fuck did I manage to back myself into this corner? It didn't matter whether my father was pissed and believed the fake relationship lie before I fell for Darcy, because I didn't care who it affected when we started this thing. Now, I wouldn't allow her to fall victim to their prejudice and bigotry. What I needed to do now was to screw my head on straight and prepare to match my parents' anger when they saw through me and realized I'd found happiness with this woman. I would protect her and my happiness at any cost. I had to keep focused on that, because when we drove up to the winery where they'd waited all week for me to return, hell would be waiting for me in the form of Sebastian III and Margot Aster.
Chapter 40. Darcy. Our flight home on the private jet was uneventful. Everyone was bummed to leave Mexico, but unlike the others, Sebastian and I pretty much had Mexico waiting for us with Inez and Antonio in my parents' home. Everything was eerily quiet once we returned to the winery because our parents weren't there when we arrived. We were surprised to learn they'd all gone to San Francisco, which I almost couldn't wrap my head around, but I'd get to the bottom of that later. I wanted to use whatever alone time we had left to our advantage, because I had no idea when it could come again. But regardless of my intention to be open and free, I couldn't help but be on guard with my feelings. In all honesty, I expected that it would merely take reuniting with his parents for Sebastian to remember that we could never be more than just fuck buddies. Something I never saw myself becoming with anyone. Once his parents reinforced their expectations and he remembered his duties to his family, It would break the spell he was under, and that would be the end of us. Nevertheless, I was still enjoying the last delicious moments of having this man ravish my body. I just wasn't going to get caught up in this whirlwind of a doomed affair brought on because Sebastian wasn't thinking straight. If he had been in his right mind and I was wrong about all of this, then there would be no problem. But I needed to prepare myself for both outcomes. He wasn't the only one who needed to face reality, though. Mexico was all fun in the sun, so naturally, I wasn't exactly in my most logical brain there either. Being back home with him and back to the grind would show me in the cold light of day if I even wanted more with the man. I just needed to keep perspective and not get swept away. "Fuck," Sebastian said, having just finished round 2 of earth-shattering sex. "I'm not sure I want to meet any of them for dinner." He kissed my chin and eased himself deeper inside of me. "I just want you," he chuckled, slowly pushing himself in and out of me. "Well," I ran the tip of my finger over the top of his nose. "As much as I'd love to stay just like this and never leave my room, you need to get your ass up and across the place to your newly remodeled bedrooms." "I can't," he said, cupping one of my breasts with his hand. "That's where my parents are staying." "Do you really believe that?" I asked with more annoyance than I wanted him to hear. "You think your parents have stayed here all week?" "No, they haven't," he affirmed. "Oh," I said, confused. "Jim filled me in on the flight home a little, since I haven't communicated with my father. Once my parents learned we were in Mexico, they went to San Francisco." "I can't understand why my parents went there, too. What the hell is going on?" I said, flustered and not in the mood for this bullshit. All the good vibes that filled the atmosphere of this winery were being slowly diminished by my shitty mood. I guess I found one reason for not having a real relationship with this man. All the nasty feelings I previously had about him were very present, but this time they were directed toward his parents. I hated when people brought out the worst in me, and now I was in some stupid, shitty mood ready to go up on defense against these people. They weren't only insulting my home, the winery, and my parents, but their sights were surely set on me. "I'm not sure why your parents are there," Sebastian said, still drunk and lazy in thought after enjoying himself moments ago. "Hey." He sat up and propped himself up on his elbow. "Are you okay?" I looked over at him, agitated that he seemed unfazed about things while I was suddenly stressed and pissed about everything. I didn't live like this and didn't want to start down this road. "I'm actually not," I said, annoyed with myself. "It isn't good that I'm worrying about shit the way I am." "No, it's not," he confirmed. "Everything will be fine. Just act like we're still fake dating and it'll make things easier. We'll get through it, and fuck it if my parents disapprove." "Fuck it if they don't approve, eh?" I said. "Yeah, who gives a shit? Fake the whole thing, just like we planned on doing before. We decided to see where this could go between you and me." "That's the problem," I answered, laying back into my pillows and pulling the sheets over my chest. "That whole faking it thing?" "Yeah," he said with a sympathetic smile and looking impossibly handsome. "Fake it and fuck it." "Cute," I said with an eye roll. "Well, I was just faking it with you." "Huh?" "That last orgasm, it was all fake," I said, surprised I'd just admitted that to myself and him. "Shit, am I already off my game, lost my charm and everything?" "No, it's what this stress is doing to me. I'm not like this normally, and I don't want to be like this now. I had to fake it because of me. I covered my face with both of my hands. And who admits that to the man they just had sex with? I growled into my hands, then pulled my shit together. I'm sorry, I'm just too in my head. I'm trying to plan for the eventual meetup with both our parents, and because of that, I'm not even able to enjoy 2 rounds of amazing sex with you. He smiled at me while I looked at him with eyes begging for mercy.
Stop worrying about it. You weren't worried before,
he said in a low, very controlled voice. You're right. I wasn't worried before. So why am I worried now? I softly laughed and poked him in the dark patch of hair that neatly covered the center of his chest. You're the one who should be worried, not me.
Exactly, and I'm not,
he said, amused. I turned on my side, feeling a bit better after admitting I had just faked an orgasm during sex with the most amazing man I'd ever slept with, and I propped my hand up to lean on it while I faced him. Most men would leave me here to die in shame for admitting that I faked it during sex.
Well, I'm not most men, gorgeous,
he said, reaching for my face and running his hand on my jawline.
I understand this can be stressful for you. I'm only sorry that it is, and I wish I could take it all away like you took the darkness of life away from me.
It's not your job to take it away. I smiled at him. It's my job to find a way to manage it. I just hate that I'm worked up. It's so unlike me.
The fear of my parents can make anyone act unlike themselves.
He smirked.
They have a way of doing that, you know?
Well, being afraid of people is unlike me, too, I confirmed.
I can attest to that. You always proved ready for combat when it came to me. I think that side of you might rear its head the moment my parents act up with you, so I look forward to seeing it.
He smiled. I don't, I said. I will never back down from someone insulting me, but that doesn't mean I like being nasty with people. He took my hand and brought it to his lips.
Oh, sweetheart.
He offered the back of my hand a kiss.
You are far from nasty when you're combative. In fact, I found you adorable. That might even be the trick to win over my parents.
I exhaled. You know, up until a week ago, you weren't so loose and carefree. I need that dick side of you to be front and center while they're here.
Oh, trust me. That side will return the moment I lock eyes with my father and my mother greets me with a kiss on my cheek.
Well, I guess we should get ready because I have no idea how it will go, I said. I moved to get up, and then my arm was snatched by a strong hand and gently pulled back to lie down. Sebastian covered my body with his, and his lips captured mine for a moment.
I know why you're behaving like this,
he said, his lips moving to my neck, turning me on.
You're simply falling in love with me. So anything,
he kissed the hollow of my throat,
and everything that might threaten you and me, a.k.a. my parents, will be enough to make you concerned.
He brought his eyes to meet mine and a hand down to massage my clit.
But the only way you're getting out of this room is after you've felt the same amount of pleasure I've felt.
His fingers slipped inside of me, and I arched my back and sucked in a quick breath at the unexpected gesture that fired up my insides. His mouth covered one of my breasts, sucking tenderly while his tongue rolled the hard tip of my nipple. I heard him groan after I softly moaned because of the pleasure this was suddenly sending through my entire being. I opened my legs further, allowing him full access to have me in whichever way he chose. Instead of entering me again, he brought his mouth down the center of my stomach, his tongue working to taste everything, up until it found the one sensitive spot that would make me climax. God, was he right? Was I falling for him and didn't even realize it? I had to be.
Chapter 41. Sebastian. To say that shit was about to hit the fan and explode all over this home's dining room once we all gathered for dinner in less than 10 minutes would probably be an understatement. "Aren't you going to trailblaze this shit and meet up with your parents before we start dinner?" Darcy asked, coming out of the bathroom and wearing a long, flowing red skirt with a white lace bandeau top. "God damn, you look gorgeous," I said, walking over to her and running my hand over her exposed, tanned stomach. My lips touched hers briefly before they worked their way to her jawline, prompting a soft moan that encouraged me to taste her delicious coconut, strawberry, and vanilla body spray freshly spritzed onto her neck. Her fingers came up, and she ran them through my hair before tenderly kissing my head. I relaxed into the gesture, absorbing the sweetness of the moment while my hands rested on her sides and my head against her chest. "I can stay like this forever," I admitted. "I hate that we have to go deal with this." "No more than I do," she said, pulling back and bringing my eyes to meet hers. "Of course, my parents are always a great time and easy to deal with. The only shit I'm expecting to get from them is about how they found out we were engaged from someone other than me. Other than that, things are all good on my side. I assure you that my parents will be on their best behavior," I informed her, smiling down into her sparkling blue eyes. She arched an eyebrow at me. "Unless you spoke to a psychic and they told you that, I wouldn't be too confident, buddy." She exhaled with a smile, but I could sense her nervousness. "As I said, just pretend that we're back to the fake relationship status, and you'll be fine," I coached her. "Easy for you to say. You're not me, dealing with feelings I do not want to have." "You don't want to have feelings for me?" I teased, but I was becoming concerned that she might start fighting this. "No," she said, and I could only laugh in response to her honesty. "I really don't. It's stressful enough trusting a man with my emotions, but it's worse knowing it's you who I've allowed myself to go down this road with." "Well, you don't have a thing to worry about with me. I've never felt this happy, and I don't plan on losing any of this." I bent to kiss her lightly on her nose. "More importantly, I don't plan on losing the woman who made my happiness possible. You." It was a well-known fact to me now, and I wouldn't let anything ruin what Darcy and I found in this unexpected craziness. I snatched her hand before we could have another moment to concern ourselves about what awaited us downstairs. I was more curious about what might be playing out between our parents than I was about their reactions to us. It amused me to think of what we were about to walk into after they'd spent the past few days together in San Francisco. "Signor Aster!" Antonio greeted us first, and his expression was lively. It was a good sign that the chef was still happy when my parents were in the home. However, maybe they just hadn't had the chance to meet him and ruin his self-esteem by insulting his food. That's when the smell of lamb filled my senses, and I couldn't resist asking about the menu for tonight. My mom's favorite food was being prepared, which was enough to make me roll my eyes. "Do I smell lamb?" I asked. "Signora Aster has requested it, and I am happy to accommodate," he said graciously. "Your father had lamb from Mont Saint-Michel flown in for the meal I've been honored to prepare this evening." My parents were too fucking much. They'd asked Antonio to recreate one of my mother's favorite dishes, prepared by Chef Alain Passard at Arpège, a 3-star Michelin restaurant in Paris. Antonio was referring to the lamb from the Mont Saint-Michel in Normandy, known for its rich flavor because the sheep grazed in the salt marshes. "Allow me to make a wild guess," I said, hearing Darcy rightfully sigh. "You'll be serving the leg, roasted to a perfect pink, with an oyster emulsion and perhaps a selection of Grand Cru vegetables and potato puree." It wasn't necessarily my mother's favorite meal, but I knew what was happening here. My mom was putting pressure on Antonio, the chef brought in from Mexico and revered amongst the Burke family. Margot would never accept such treatment of a staff member. The staff members were her servants, and she wouldn't dare fraternize with any of them. I was wholly put off by my mother's audacity to demand the chef prepare what she wanted, the way she wanted it, and with the ingredients she chose. And then I realized why Darcy had found me so rude when I arrived. I'd been no better than my mother. "Of course, senor," he answered with a smile, pots steaming in the background while Ines was pulling together the last of the meal. "Combining the lamb's natural flavors with the minerality of the oyster sauce makes for an exquisite meal. I do hope it meets everyone's expectations this evening." "Well, if it does not," I smiled at him. "Rest easy knowing that I'll be begging you to make some of your delicious mole to replace my mother's rudely requested meal." I felt Darcy laugh at my side, probably because she knew I finally understood how rude and entitled I'd been when I arrived. "Your family has also requested the French Syrah they had flown in to accompany the food." That's when I exhaled in utter annoyance. It's one thing to order a particular special tequila to unwind with, but it's entirely another thing to stay at a winery you own and still order special wine from the Rhone Valley to complement the lamb. "I am merely serving what was requested, senor," Antonio stated. "I'm not trying to shoot the messenger here, Antonio. I'm just pointing out that while I was a rude bastard upon my arrival, I can see I'm no match for my parents." "Would you expect anything less?" Darcy finally spoke up after Antonio nodded and quickly dismissed himself to plate the food. "Honestly, I sort of did," I admitted, guiding her toward the dining hall. "I thought my parents would be out of their element and thrown off once they arrived." "Well, don't forget they haven't been here the entire time. I don't think they had a proper introduction to my parents yet, and it's obvious my mom hasn't given your mom any spiritual yoga sessions." I forced a smile in response, but I was internally shaking my head. My parents believed they were above everyone else, and they never pulled shit like this unless their status felt threatened in some way. How my parents could meet Darcy's parents and feel threatened enough to order in from another fucking country was the question I needed an answer to. "Darling," my mother said, the first to greet us when we walked into the dining area, needing to remain in superior control of the evening. "You look well." I stepped to the side, avoiding her usual greeting of air kisses to each of my cheeks, and I turned to look at Darcy, forcing my mother to bring her attention to the stunning woman standing at my side. I smiled at the simplicity and beauty of Darcy. Her hair was shimmering in its relaxed golden blonde waves, softly flowing down the center of her back, while my mother's coiffed hair was as stiff and bleak as her personality. "Allow me to introduce you to Miss Darcy Burke," I said, bringing the back of Darcy's hand to my lips. I looked at my mother's fake smile, knowing the woman was holding her shit together the best way she knew how when her insides must have been raging like a hurricane. "As I know you are aware, she is the—" "A pleasure," my mother purposefully interrupted me, and stared intently at Darcy while clasping her hands together. "I've been made aware that you've stolen my handsome son's heart. Not just that," she looked at me with a cold and affectionate smile, "but that he intends to marry you," she finished by bringing her calculated expression back to Darcy. "Oh, great. You're all caught up then," Darcy said. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Aster." She looked toward the table where everyone was silently watching this weird exchange. "I look forward to meeting Sebastian's dad, too." "Forgive me," my mother said with a touch of snark. "I thought we might be properly introduced before I passed you off so abruptly." Why don't we join everyone who is staring at us while we rudely stand here and make introductions without them? I seethed to my mother, who was trying to start something I would not allow her to finish. As you both wish, she said, as if this was her home, not the Burke's. It was refreshing to see that Billy and Tina were wearing their usual casual wear, the same as their daughter, and that nothing had changed with them to impress my parents. That was probably why my mother ordered a fucking Michelin star meal to be cooked using salt marsh munching lambs and the tears of 17th century French monks. She was bothered by the fact that she couldn't intimidate this family. I smiled, loving everything that had bugged me about these people from before, from their natural way of wanting everyone to love each other, to their constant desire to be happy and get along with everyone. This would be an interesting dinner, to be sure. "My sweet girl," Tina said, breaking all sense of propriety my mother was trying to establish by being the first to greet the two of us. "You are glowing and radiant. And you will tell me about this engagement I only heard of because Ines and the kids have all those social media snapgrams and Insta-chats." I grinned, keeping my eyes on Darcy. I knew Tina was sending my mother's nerves on a downward and frantic spiral, and I was living for this moment. "We can talk about it later, Mom," Darcy chuckled. "And you, my handsome future son," Tina said to me, bringing her hands up to my face unexpectedly and kissing each cheek, a gesture that would have customarily irritated the shit out of me. However, knowing it was setting my parents down on their asses helped me to appreciate it that much more. "That you got the girl I love with all my heart to trust you with hers is the most wonderful news I've ever heard. You will tell me how all of this happened." "Tina, my love, you are always so full of sunshine. But please sit down and allow Darcy and Sebastian to join us at the table." Billy laughed, bringing my attention to my father's solemn gaze. It looked like he was intently studying the corpse at a funeral. "Lovely to see you, Mr. Burke," I acknowledged the friendly man while pulling out Darcy's chair for her to sit in, then carefully sitting at her side and bringing my attention to the last man in the room I cared to speak to. "Father, it is nice to see you looking well." "Likewise," he said, leaning back while Ines poured the wine for us. When Ines arrived at me, I covered the glass to reject it, sending the impression to my dad that I wasn't going to participate in this bullshit move he pulled, importing French wine to dinner at a goddamn California winery. "Is there a problem with the wine?" my father said, most likely chomping at the bit for a combative moment between him and me. He wanted me alive, right? He'd wanted to get his son back in the game and ready to take over the family business when he was worried I wouldn't have what it took after losing Melissa. Well, he was about to see that I was back, and he had the stunning gem at my side to thank for that. "Yes, indeed, there is," I answered. "Please inform us," my father said, and everyone seemed to disappear as we intently focused on each other. "What could be the problem with the perfect wine to complement this meal that your mother requested? The fact that you're sitting in a winery you invested in and making the presumption that its wines cannot enhance the flavors of the meal. Instead, you brought in a foreign wine." "It was your mother's choice," my dad answered coldly. "Happy wife, happy life," Billy said, all smiles and shockingly not insulted by what my parents were trying to pull on everyone at this table. "And if you know that," Tina said, leaning over to reach eye contact with me from where she sat to the right of Darcy, "this marriage will work out flawlessly. If you will not drink the wine I've chosen for this dining experience, what will you drink, my dear son?" my mother said in a tone I knew was condescending, but everyone else probably thought it sounded like she was concerned. I looked at Ines, who seemed to be waiting for my response. Saying I would stick to drinking water would make me seem like a little bitch, and I was not about to go down that road. "I prefer the 2017 Cabernet from our vineyard," I said with a smile. "Delicious choice," Billy added. Typically his personality would have been irritating, but I appreciated it right now. "Next time, You need to try that one. That was a good year for the estate, and one of our preferred Cabernets, Billy said, speaking to my father. But the man's eyes were like dead fish eyes, deep set in their dark irises and focused solely on me. Dinner is served, Antonio said, breaking the icy, dark, ominous cloud of my father's threatening gaze. The night and dinner were just getting started, and once we broke free of all the distractions at this dinner table, my father would have his talk with me. Little did he know that I was prepared for his bullshit. The young bull was about to take on the old bull of the family, and this time I was prepared to win that battle and get this power struggle that had gone on too long between my father and me out of the way.
Chapter 42. Darcy. My parents were in full swing of embarrassing themselves in every way possible in front of two of the most influential people in the world, and part of me found relief in that. I loved that my parents could be real, no matter who they were with. It was pure comedy that Sebastian's parents had shipped in food for Antonio to prepare to accommodate their stuck-up eating habits, since that's what Sebastian had done with his ridiculous, fancy tequila and remodeling the place so he could live amongst us comfortably. I found it intriguing that Sebastian was annoyed that his parents were exhibiting the same behaviors he had demonstrated.
"And for you, Señorita Darcy,"
Antonio said, setting my plate down minus the lamb because he knew I wouldn't eat it if he paid me to. "This food smells so delicious, Antonio," Mom said with delight. "I love that you can cook anything we bring into that kitchen and make it better than any other chef in the world." She smiled warmly while Antonio went to the other side of the table, where Sebastian's parents and my dad sat. The seating arrangements gave me a good laugh, too. I'm sure the Asters expected to have formal dining placements, with the two patriarchs seated at either end of the table. But my family didn't give a damn about formality or patriarchy, for that matter. Certainly, the Asters must have felt like they were sitting at a backyard barbecue with all of us facing each other at the center of the table. They were probably expecting the food to be served on paper plates. The energy exuding from Sebastian's dad, who sat directly across from Sebastian, was palpable and filled with a thickness of growing agitation and masculinity that my father, bless his naive heart, kept breaking with light-hearted jokes. "I see you've not taken the lamb. May I ask why?" Sebastian's mother questioned, her piercing eyes studying me. She sat as straight as an arrow, like she'd been planted on a stake. She looked as uncomfortable as hell, but seemed perfectly relaxed in her rigid posture. "I hate lamb," I said without fear or apology. "I've yet to taste a bite of lamb that doesn't remind me of a petting zoo." I shrugged while both my parents laughed at my honesty. "If I had known, I wouldn't have requested the meal," she said, as if I were visiting her house and her chef had wasted time preparing the food. "There's one thing you should know about me," I said, sipping their wine, which tasted like any other wine in my honest, non-wine enthusiast opinion. "I don't expect anyone to accommodate my needs, especially while eating. I'd rather everyone else enjoy the food, regardless of whether my taste buds like it." "That's a promising thing to know," his mother responded.
"Darcy is easy to please. That's what you'll love most about her being your wife,"
my dad said to include Sebastian, utterly oblivious that Margot was attempting to make me look like a piece of shit for not eating the special food she'd requested.
"If you are easy to please,"
Sebastian's father spoke as he looked directly at me, his eyes identical to good old El Diablo's before we had a similar exchange in this dining room.
Then why can't you be bothered to enjoy the lamb? Perhaps this would be the one dish you would enjoy."
I heard Sebastian stiffen beside me, and I smiled to reassure him this wasn't bothering me. It's exactly what I expected from his disapproving parents. "I don't want to insult Antonio," I said, "and I'm not gagging down something I do not like to please anyone. Antonio is an outstanding chef, and he doesn't deserve to see me looking disgusted by his food in front of my parents' important guests." "How very considerate of you, my dear," Margot said.
"You don't like lamb?"
Sebastian finally broke through his parents' bullshit with some humorous shock in his voice. "I hate lamb," I said, wrinkling my nose at him with a smile as all the tension in the room faded. "That's a far cry from grasshoppers in Mexico, eh?"
"Did Darcy have you try the chapulines, Sebastian?" my mother said with laughter.
"She did," Sebastian answered, his dark expression broken up by the light-hearted humor of our memories in Mexico.
"If that was on the menu tonight, I'd probably opt out, the way Darcy did with the lamb."
"No way," I answered with a laugh. "You enjoyed them, especially when you dipped them in the guacamole like chips."
"That's the only way Darcy would eat them,"
Billy laughed.
"Okay, enough about the food," my mom interrupted, waving her hands. "I want to know exactly when you two got engaged. Who asked who?"
"I'm curious to know as well," Margot said, focusing solely on Sebastian.
"No one really asked anyone."
Sebastian spoke before I could, since I was trying to think up a lie to cover for that lie.
"It just sort of happened." "It sort of happened?"
Mr. Aster practically seethed.
"Yes," Sebastian confirmed, smiling humorously at me. "One moment we were speaking about our sudden relationship, and the next moment Darcy asked if we should take things to another level."
"Interesting," his mother said flatly. "Yeah," I said to Sebastian. "I was only testing you, you know."
"And I matched your games, my love."
He smirked, then took another bite of his lamb. "Testing and games," Margot stated as if she were throwing up a bit in her mouth. "Entirely unlike you, Sebastian."
"A lot of things have been entirely unlike me over the past year, as you well know," Sebastian told her. "However, this version of me feels very alive and authentic." "Your authenticity has driven you to make thoughtless and spontaneous decisions," Mr. Aster said. "While I appreciate you living with the Burkes and getting somewhat back to your old self before Melissa passed away, I also feel this family has rubbed off on you in a way that has the potential to be very hurtful to those who care about you."
"How so?" I said, irritated this self-righteous fuck had so casually insulted my parents and me as if we weren't present. His gaze fell on me, and I returned it with as much disdain as I knew he felt for me.
"Simple. This entire business was failing when I invested in it. After numerous dinners with your father and learning his motivations when he purchased it, it was evident that it was done without a business plan or even an endgame. As such, it failed, taking someone who makes thoroughly thought-out decisions, such as me, to save it. Nothing survives that is not driven with purpose."
He glanced back and forth between his son and me.
"I assure you that if you've not taken the proper amount of time and care to plan your future, it will fail just the same. My son never does anything without carefully considering all angles before he makes decisions that affect himself and others' well-being. I can only assume he has done so in this regard as well." And I'm happier for it, Sebastian said, but I couldn't gauge his mood by the odd tone with which he'd just stated that. That's all that matters, my mother said. That's how love blossoms and grows, and I love that you two are just moving forward with your energies and accepting one another wholeheartedly. I concur, my dad said, his excitement matching my mom's, whose energy was opposite of Sebastian's parents' energy. Too many people waste away staying engaged for years or remaining miserable in marriages they planned and carefully considered. It's why there are so many divorces. I had to cover my smile. My parents and their far-out way of thinking about love and everything in between couldn't have been farther from the Aster's views. The funniest part was that while Sebastian and I were working our asses off to get everyone to believe this fake relationship, no one here was even questioning it. Who knew? Sebastian's parents were hard to get a good read on, and my parents were gullible as fuck, so I was just going with the flow at this point. Speaking of the vineyards, Sebastian said, his parents entirely focused on their food and no longer any of us. Why were you preoccupied with visiting San Francisco while I was away for the last week? If looks could light a person on fire, Sebastian would have burst into flames when his father abruptly set his knife and fork to each side of his plate and leveled his son with the darkest stare the man could probably muster. I could send the exact question your way, Sebastian, he started, because I am very curious as to why you chose to take a last-minute vacation to Mexico when your mother and I were due to arrive to find out more about what was going on with you and your new relationship and to go over the vineyard's business models. The vineyard was fine without me here, and having Jim Mitchell join us in Mexico allowed him and me to walk through the numbers while there. He and I have devised an excellent model we would like to see integrated moving forward, Sebastian said, looking toward my dad in a friendlier manner than the look he'd just given his father. Mr. Mitchell has informed your father of the newest models, and he is very pleased, Margot said, while her husband virtually seethed beneath the surface of his skin. That is why Mr. Mitchell will be flying here first thing tomorrow to go over the plans you derived on your vacation in Mexico. Then I'm unsure why I'm being questioned about visiting the country without my father's permission, Sebastian argued, his irritation bubbling on the surface. Because your mother doesn't join me on business trips, Sebastian's dad stated in a low, calculated voice. She merely came along to meet the woman who invited us here. His eyes fell on me. Only for you to change your minds and plans at the last moment. I felt a full internal cringe at the memory of when I called this pissed-off man and told him to come out and see for himself that his son was in a happy relationship, only to have Sebastian change the plans at the last minute. I said, still at a loss for words. Sebastian covered my clenched fist with his strong hand and smiled at me reassuringly. She had no idea that I'd planned to take her to Mexico to announce to our friends that we were engaged, Sebastian answered calmly, almost humorously. It was very last minute, and there was no room for debate. I insisted we go, and though Darcy was devastated not to be here to receive both of you, she was fine with going. I see you took enough care to invite your friends to announce your engagement. Perhaps you can inform your father and me when you had planned to announce this to both of us? You found out the same way they all did, obviously. John, Sebastian's father answered, You mean to tell me your brother called and informed them?
No, my mom finally spoke up, her cheerful voice cutting through all this insane back and forth. That's not how we found out anyway. Margot's lethal gaze went to my mom. Pray tell, how did you learn of the news?
Oh, we found out from social media just like the rest of the world,
my dad answered. At that moment, the only sound to be heard was the clang of Margot and Sebastian Aster's silverware dropping onto the table.
Social media?
Sebastian's dad growled, looking only at his son.
I see our family is a sudden joke to you now.
Sebastian instantly stood, and I knew it was because his dad was about to unleash the demon that had been thrashing inside him all throughout the dinner.
If you will please excuse my parents and me, I believe we must have a discussion before words are said at this table that cannot be taken back,
Sebastian said. His dad rose. The sharply dressed, silver-haired man who matched the same dominating height as Sebastian reached down for his wife's delicate hand, which she refused to give. I am not leaving this table, Margot snapped. I have not finished my meal.
Mother, we should take this conversation in another room to have the privacy that the situation calls for,
Sebastian said. And for what? She said menacingly. So that they are not insulted for believing the asinine notion that they might be married into our family?
Precisely,
Sebastian countered. This family was in one hell of a situation for a fantastic write-up in my gossip column magazine. Too bad the repercussions of writing about them would most likely land my ass in jail after they dug up something to destroy my life. I feel they should learn exactly what they are marrying into, Margot said.
Margot, let us retire to another room. Sebastian has done enough to cause embarrassment for the family for at least a decade with all the foolish decisions he's been making since sending him out here for business and not pleasure. I will see you later this evening, Sebastian said with a warm smile.
Yeah, I chuckled. Isn't that what your brother said to Mickey when they were dating before she didn't see him for a year? I whispered into his ear after he bent to hug me.
I'm not my brother, lover,
he said before he gave me a quick kiss on my neck. Then all three Asters were marching out of the room, leaving my parents and me staring at each other with wide eyes.
What in all creation is that boy up against with his parents?
My dad questioned. I don't think any of us want to know, I answered.
And you're okay with marrying into that, sweetheart?
My mom asked, somewhat annoyed.
Don't get me wrong, I see that your love has grown since the last time I saw the two of you, but it's going to take something a whole lot stronger than love to keep you wanting to remain with him and those people.
You're positively right about that, I answered, biting into the now cold vegetables on my plate. I swear, how can anyone live like that, ordering your child around as if they are your property?
You feel that way because we raised you the opposite,
my dad said, leaning back with his wine glass after finishing every last bite on his plate, not allowing the tense atmosphere to derail him from enjoying his dinner.
If you marry this young man, you must promise yourself that you will not conform to that strange family's controlling behavior.
Or the next thing you know, my mom added, sipping her wine, you'll be an alcoholic prescription drug abuser and probably snorting cocaine just to care for my precious grandchildren in all that chaos. Let's not be wildly outrageous, Mom, okay? I said, smiling at my parents and picking up my plate. Now I'm going to the kitchen to heat this up and finish eating there. If you both want to know how Mexico was, ditch that French wine and come get the real booze flowing with me, Antonio, and Inez." I laughed when my parents shot up from their seats, giggling and pretending to scramble to beat me inside. "I've missed you guys like crazy. Are the kids here, or are they still at summer camp?" I asked, not having seen Antonio and Inez's kids since school let out. "They won't be back until next week. They met some friends at camp who invited them to another camp at Big Bear," Mom said. "I'm sure they'll hate to have to come home one of these days, but when they do, they'll be surprised to learn what their favorite person has been up to." "I'm thankful they're not around any of this bullshit," I said, placing my plate in the microwave and heating it up. "I have a feeling that things won't be getting any better." I looked at Mom and Dad while I rummaged through the fridge, looking for some leftover carne asada or carnitas, any protein, because I was starving. Besides, I want to know why the hell you guys were up in San Francisco with those two and how all of that went. God only knew what was going on between our parents before we came home. But if Sebastian's parents had been anything like they were tonight, I would be fucking livid. My parents were very good-natured people and didn't deserve anything but kindness in return. Sebastian's parents, on the other hand, seemed to hand out death sentences to anyone who dared to speak to their children without their permission. So I could only imagine what they had in mind for someone who was attempting to marry one.
Chapter 43. Sebastian. I didn't stop walking until we reached the rooms I had remodeled. I was pretty impressed with the finished product, which must have happened while Darcy and I were in Mexico. The rotten, exposed wood ceiling beams had been restored instead of replaced, which I knew the Burkes would appreciate since keeping with the Spanish style and heritage of the home was so important to them. New terracotta floors had been laid, which was why this remodel had taken so long to complete. I'd sent off for the floors and had them specially designed for this wing in the hope that Tina would want to replace the remaining broken and cracked original floors throughout her home. I know now I'd seemed like a complete dick for insisting all this be done for my personal comfort. Still, I justified my actions by spending the money from one of my accounts used to donate to various charities. In that way, I turned it into an act of benevolence in my mind. Until I witnessed and experienced my parents' audacious behavior tonight, I didn't realize how rude and pretentious I'd been. No wonder Darcy hated me and referred to me as the devil. "I can see all your wasted money on this home," my mother said, scowling at the rooms. "I do not know how we plan to stay in this, Sebastian," she scolded my father. My father ignored her disgust with the rooms and looked directly at me. "The pressing question is not about surviving a short stay in this home with these ridiculous people, but that our son has chosen to unite us with his ludicrous thoughts of matrimony." I rolled my eyes at my parents' dramatics, shocked that my mother hadn't gone into hysterics at the thought of staying on this property. "You believe this is all a game?" my mother nearly questioned with a shriek. "Because, my dear boy, I assure you, this is far from that." "Do not speak at me like a child," I snapped. "I'm a grown man who can make decisions independently." "Dear God," my father growled. "I had to endure this bullshit with both of your brothers. I refuse to deal with it with you." "Which do you prefer, Father?" I retorted. "Would you rather I end up in the early grave I found myself in while grieving? There will be no more using Melissa's death as an excuse to avoid your familial duties. That was over a year ago, and it is no excuse to do—" He paused, flustered, then pointed back toward the newly refurbished original wooden door of the bedroom. "It's no excuse to do anything you've been doing with that woman. This is absurd, childish behavior, and you know it. No, what is childish is sending me out here to build up a vineyard, which makes no sense for you to have bought in the first place," I snapped. and then expected me to hold on to our family values when you're not even doing that yourself after making this investment with James Mitchell. Are you insulting your beloved fiancé's home? My mother said with a smirk. I already did that when I first arrived, and you are both doing a fine job of picking up where I left off, I returned. All I'm trying to say is that the rules only apply to me and not you. I looked back at my dad. How can you fall out of line and purchase this, yet I cannot date or marry whomever I please? Because you know your marital aspirations are far more important than a mediocre investment with Mr. Mitchell that was made to build a rapport. I only sent you here to get you back on track with your life, not to find the first available woman and propose marriage to her. And the bachelor auction? Why is a childish event suddenly on your agenda? Wouldn't placing your son on a stage to be sold to the highest bidder make the biggest mockery of us all? I was unaware of this, my mother said with horror, looking at my dad. It was nothing, and Sebastian was not going to be auctioned off for a date. It was merely an event I approved of because it was a fantastic idea to replenish the funds you've wasted on remodeling this wasteful place and space, my father said, answering my mother and then looking at me. How lovely to know that now, I exhaled. Did you honestly believe I would allow my flesh and blood to partake in such a foolish event? My dad seethed, which was something he hadn't stopped doing since he arrived. I had no idea what you were thinking, I returned. The fact that you sent me out here was enough to make me believe anything. Well, you weren't going up on anything. Your presence alone at that event would have drawn in every wealthy person in the country. Now please, tell me this is all the joke I believe it to be, and that this arrangement you've made with that woman is merely to avoid embarrassment, my dad said. It was, I answered him, knowing the easy way out was to assure him that I had no feelings for Darcy, and I did all this to get out of that bachelor auction. In other words, tell him the original truth. However, I suddenly felt a sense of loyalty to her and my feelings for her. The engagement is a farce, but my feelings for her are another story. I believe I've fallen in love with the woman while attempting to be in a fake relationship to avoid this ridiculous auction. What in God's name has happened to you? My father questioned, looking at me like he discovered I was a changeling. He looked at my mom with half a glimmer of relief. At least he's not engaged. For now, my mother said, her eyes narrowing at me. You will leave this place tomorrow after your father meets with Mr. Mitchell, and then you will return home to your daughter, your life, and your responsibilities in New York. She looked at my father. I will notify the family that we will stay elsewhere tonight. There is no reason for them to— You and Dad are more than welcome to leave at once, I said, irritated as hell that my parents dared to speak to me like this. I will remain here. I will also have my daughter and her nanny flown out to join me while I search for housing and explore the possibilities of living here as we continue to invest in West Coast ventures. I will not be controlled by you or Dad. I looked between the two of them. Like you have tried to control both my brothers unsuccessfully. You are both extremely foolish if you believe that I do not have a voice in this family, and that you are able to speak on my behalf as if I were still an immature teenager. You have lost your damn mind, my father said. I think I've found it, I chuckled, and all in the process of losing it. Funny how that works. How do you plan on taking over for your father by establishing roots in California? My mother mocked. They both truly believed I'd lost it, and I was okay with that. I was standing my fucking ground, because I was tired of them treating my brothers and me this way. The same way my father runs our businesses all over the globe from New York. So you believe you have it all figured out, my dad stated coldly. You plan to pack up and move your mother's only grandchild to California and start a new life out here? It's better than the alternative, isn't it? The alternative being you walking around the house like a depressed zombie? My dad tried to insult me, but failed. He was probably confused because I wasn't crumbling under the pressure of him and my mother. Precisely that, I said. Now, you can either be on board with the decisions I make for Charlotte and me and the business deals I manage under our corporate umbrella, Or you can choose to sever our family ties. At this rate, from how all 3 of your sons have chosen not to comply with your wishes for our lives, you will have no one left to bequeath your family legacy and wealth to. I would just as soon have our fortune given away after we die. Dear God, I fear the day it all ends like this. My mother chose to take the hysterical route now. You may fear the day, but I don't give a shit anymore. Both of you have a decision to make. I would hope our ancestral wealth would mean less to you than losing yet another son and your only grandchild. However, that is not up to me to decide or to live with. It is up to you two. I will leave you to determine your course of action. I turned to leave, but stopped before I reached the door. Oh, and if I hear that either one of you has spoken to Darcy outside of my presence... I arched my brow at my mother, remembering the damage she'd done to John's wife, Mickey, while they were still dating. You will never see me or Charlotte again. You are best to find your place in my life. That place is to support whatever decisions I make, not attempt to make them for me. I will see you at the meeting tomorrow with James Mitchell, my father said. Very well. This wasn't over. I was no fool, and neither were my parents. They were merely giving me time to cool off after seeing that I didn't cower to them. But I certainly hoped they didn't think giving me time or space would change my mind. I knew my worth and place in this family. They needed me more than I needed them. They also weren't stupid and probably thought that my feelings for Darcy would fizzle out sooner rather than later. Either way, right or wrong, I was thankful my father didn't press me any further. In fact, shouldn't they have been grateful that I'd returned to the land of the living? All I currently cared about was getting back to Darcy. Taking a walk through the vineyards and up the hillside to watch the sunset sounded like a marvelous idea. Hey, gorgeous, I said, seeing that Darcy had found privacy by the pool. Care to take a walk? I'm really not in the mood, she said, curled up with a light blanket on the overstuffed sofa that faced the illuminated pool waterfall. What's wrong? I questioned, knowing her mood was off. Your parents are assholes, she said without hesitation. You already knew that. I chuckled as I sat beside her. She sighed. I'm honestly not sure I want to go through all this. I became concerned, but not overly stressed because I understood her fears. Listen, I said, rubbing her arm, and smiled when she relaxed and looked at me with eyes that needed reassurance. I've already spoken to them, and they threw their fits. I also informed them that there is no need to worry about the engagement, as that part was a farce. Did you tell them about us fake dating, too? I nodded. I did, but I also made them aware that the idea of fake dating led me to develop stronger feelings for you. Feelings that I never expected to develop. She exhaled. Sebastian, I know you love that this seems to be going somewhere between you and me, but can we both call it what it was and leave everything back in Mexico? I'd love to do that. I grinned and ran my hand over her thigh. But I can't just turn off my feelings for you. Or I probably would. It would surely make my life a hell of a lot easier. It would make my life easier, too. She finally broke her sad countenance and softly laughed. I just don't want to feel... She paused, then sat up. I don't want to get hurt. She looked intently into my eyes. I have been perfectly fine, living single without any attachments. I've been happy and very fulfilled. I'm terrified I'm going to lose all of that and have your parents torment me on top of it. As I said, even before things got serious, I ran my hand over her soft cheek. I'm not going to hurt you. You say that now, and you've said that before, yes, she affirmed. But we haven't done much on the relationship front. We've just been screwing each other's brains out. And hell, maybe missing out on sex for so long has just made you want to... It's my turn to start interrupting you, I said, chuckling. "Again, I will not hurt you, and I'm not entering a relationship because I only want sex. Regarding my parents, I've made it clear that they are to stay out of my personal life, and are forbidden to speak to you if I'm not around to protect you from them." What a fucking task. Do you realize how insane it is that your parents need to be monitored so as not to hurt me? She exhaled and shook her head. Did they tell you why they invited my parents to San Francisco? That discussion didn't come up when I spoke with them moments ago, so no. Well, they decided to educate my parents on how they're completely out of their league running a winery, and they offered my parents $15 million to sign everything over to them and leave their home. I rolled my eyes at the predictable nature of my parents. They were trying to exact some kind of petty revenge on the parents of the woman who their son had fallen blindly in love with. My parents could blow their nose with $15 million. It wasn't even a drop in the bucket for us, but they knew most people wouldn't be able to turn away from that amount of money. You roll your eyes, Darcy said, but that's not something I want in my life. If they act like this with my parents, can you imagine them with me if shit got real? Instead of asking the what-if questions, because we can do that all day long when it comes to my parents, let's stick to facts. Did your parents accept their offer? God, no, she said. I told you when we first met that my parents and I don't put a price tag on our happiness. No amount of money can bring real joy. My parents have proven that by rejecting your parents' bullshit offer, because my mom and dad find an immense amount of happiness living here and growing grapes. Then there is nothing to worry about, I said. I must tell you that I could have never understood that sentiment until I developed feelings for you, I said, smiling at her. Since I met you, I've learned this new and very foreign way of living in a happier moment not fueled by money. It is a very liberating feeling to appreciate life in this way. She softly laughed and shook her head. I had no idea feeding you bugs and fungus would turn you into a man who sees the true value of life. And yet here we are. I smiled and brought her into my arms to hold her. I've never felt like this before, I said, kissing the top of her head where she leaned against my chest. I can't explain how much I love it. You are a rare treasure I don't plan on allowing out of my life until I'm dead. I felt her laughing in my arms, and was thankful we were managing to get through this little hiccup of a problem together. Are you proposing marriage now, Sebastian Aster? The way you say my name like that sends a tiny shiver of disgust throughout my entire body. Because it's your father's name? Precisely, I answered. If only I were named after an orphaned monkey, I wouldn't have to feel this way. She pulled out of my arms and nudged me playfully in my chest. You really see this going somewhere between you and me? I hope it does, I said. I am not lying when I say I have a whole new chance to live a more rewarding and fulfilling life. I never felt this happy before, and even while I was married. I'm thankful for that. But you know placing your happiness in someone else is dangerous, correct? I couldn't help but sigh and kiss her soft, full lips. Yes, I understand, Martina Berg, I teased. I swear, you have a psychological answer to everything I say. Well, you need to know that, she said, more serious. If you only have feelings for me because I make you happy, what happens when I can't make you happy anymore? I don't think that's possible, I answered. I do. Your parents can easily snap me, and then I'll be a moody bitch at every turn, she countered with an arched eyebrow. Then what are you gonna do? You don't need to worry about that, I said. I know you are not responsible for my happiness, and I would never put that burden on you or anyone. I'm just grateful that you have brought me back to life. That's all. She sat quietly, and I could tell she was still scared and hesitant. Do not allow my parents' opinions, words, or actions to dictate your feelings for me or having a relationship. I am not them, and after our conversation, They know I am my own person, and my personal life and values are determined by me, not them. Well, let's just play it by ear, she said. We still have an auction to attend, and you still have your business meeting with your father and Jim tomorrow. I would not be surprised if my parents are on their jet and gone before daybreak tomorrow, I told her. That's how they operate? They don't get their way, so they run home to cry and they're... She stopped. See? It's already happening. This is turning me into the worst version of myself, insulting people I don't even know. Oh, you know them well enough, I teased. And yes, they're going home because they didn't get their way. They will eventually learn to leave their sons alone, or they will both be very lonely. Somehow, I think this will worsen before it gets better. Isn't that how relationships grow and flourish? By arguing and fighting over stupid, senseless bullshit? Yes, you get through it and find in the end that the senseless bullshit isn't worth the time or energy. Look at you, she smiled at me, educating me on shit I already know. I kissed her forehead and took her hand, bringing her to stand with me. Let's go take that walk. Work will consume me soon enough, and I think I'd like to move the meeting from here to Jim's office. That will give you a break from my parents' bullshit, and it'll save Jim a trip. It'll also give you time and space to prepare for that ridiculous auction in 2 weeks. Now that your mother knows all about it, she said, stepping out of my embrace, she's probably got a plan to fly out a charming debutante ex-girlfriend from Manhattan to steal you away from the wretched floozy who stole her son from his high position in society. Well, try as she may, I said with a smile. No amount of money will steal me away from the happiness I found with you. I'm sorry, but I believe you'll be stuck with me for life. We'll see about that, smart guy.
Chapter 44. Darcy. The last 2 weeks with Sebastian had blown my mind. Everything was moving along smoothly, and I finally even admitted to myself that I was actually in a relationship with the man, about a week ago, after a delicious dinner of tamales, beans, and rice. That might sound like a corny detail, but it was the perfect storm of having a belly full of Antonio's food and a magical night of dancing under the stars to make me perfectly content and open to every possibility. Every day I found more and more things that I truly adored about Sebastian, like his shy grin that was constantly present whenever we got caught up in small talk about my life, or the way his dark, intimidating eyes would light up with humor. Let me not forget to mention that adorable, bashful smirk he would flash that made him look impossibly handsome and irresistible. That smirk always led to him getting laid, and I think he was catching on to it. The winery seemed to be faring well. Sebastian spent long days working with the crew and the patrons, and sometimes he'd work well past dinner on numbers, reports, and spreadsheets. Yesterday, I left him to continue dealing with work until the final hour before he needed to shower, change into his tuxedo, and then take the helicopter to Los Angeles, where the Billionaires' bachelor's auction was set to take place. As soon as Margot learned about the auction, she took over the planning. Obviously, she had some control issues, so once she and her party-planning entourage assumed the task, they took off with it. Considering the people expected to attend, I always knew this would have to be an opulent affair, but Margot exceeded my expectations. Our black leather invitations were embossed with 20-karat gold, requesting our presence at 7:30 in the evening at the Ray Dolby Ballroom, where the official after-party of the Academy Awards always took place. Margot didn't take any half measures. That was evident. "Are you ready, honey?" Natalia asked, walking back into the room where I was clasping my silver bracelet to match my black strapless gown. And here I thought Spencer had booked the nicest suite for us when we stayed in our hotels. She chuckled, walking up to me and readjusting the curls in my hair to cascade over my right shoulder. You have a view of the LA skyline and Hollywood Hills. I'm trying to imagine a better room at this hotel, given it's where the event is being held and his parents are staying in it too. I turned and chuckled. Perhaps they decided to give their son the nicest room in the place so he could fuck his future bride all night long? She laughed, then sighed. Seriously, though, you seem very happy. You know, I really am. Sebastian and I have enjoyed our time at the winery, and seeing this more youthful, pleasant side of him is very attractive to me. And the fact that he set his parents on their asses when they first tried to interfere, she said. Listen, I don't like to talk behind anyone's back without them knowing about it, so when we were at Jake and Ash's place a week ago and Jim informed us about what Sebastian had told him, we, of course, started gossiping about you two. I laughed and shook my head. Your honesty is what I love about you. Indeed, she said with a sultry and teasing expression. Anyway, we all agreed that we were rather impressed with how Sebastian stood up to his parents. Something tells me that their revenge for that will most likely come out tonight, I said, rolling my eyes. How? She said with annoyance. Are they going to shove one of those rich princesses in his face and insist that she's carrying his child? I looked at her as if she were crazy. Where do you come up with this shit? I live this shit. Are you kidding me? These events bring out the lunatics with more money than God. Where are the rest of the girls? Who's coming tonight? Everyone has dropped everything to be here for this shit show, she said with a giggle. And I wouldn't miss it for the world, but not because of you and Sebastian. It's one of the nicest events we've been to in quite some time, and I needed an excuse to be as fancy as possible. I heard a knock on my door and made my way to open it. I assumed the girls were arriving because it was nearly time to get things moving and grooving, and I wasn't wrong. Hey! Sebastian's sister-in-law, Mickey, greeted me. She was something of a comrade in arms in the Sebastian III and Margot Aster department, since they'd made her life a living hell for a while. No one could understand my situation more than Mickey, so I was grateful to have her here. It's great to finally see you without the chaos of the yacht party pulling us all away from each other. Saying Mickey was gorgeous was the understatement of the year. She was tall and statuesque, like a Roman goddess carved from marble. I instinctively hugged her, struggling not to get makeup on her stunning champagne gown, which highlighted her athletically toned physique and popped her green eyes like two perfectly set gemstones. And you don't think this auction won't pull us all in different directions? I laughed, feeling an edge of nerves threatening to ruin my once calm demeanor. This auction will be nothing but the elites trying to outdo each other, Mickey said with an eye roll. Besides, we have Nat with all of us, and she'll keep the assholes away. Speak for yourself, Nat said, hugging Mickey. How are you, sweetie? She looked Mickey up and down as she stepped back. You're glowing, so you must be pregnant, or maybe the fucking is just as amazing as Cinderella's over here? Dear God, Nat, I heard Avery say, arriving behind Mickey in the hallway with Ashley and another woman I hadn't met before. This is Brienne, Avery said, pointing to the unknown brunette as we entered the room. She's married to Jim's best buddy Alex, and she is responsible for everyone's friendship with Natalia. She chuckled. Very nice to meet you, Brienne said with a bright, dimpled smile. I've heard a lot about you, and I must say you're going to have an astounding column to write about the Asters when this is all said and done.
Oh, you know about that?
Yes, but I only know because those men gossip more than a senior citizen sewing circle once they start drinking, she said with a smile, taking a flute of champagne that Nat had poured for all of us to toast with. They can't help themselves with the rumors.
And what's the rumor? I asked with a laugh.
That Sebastian's going to fuck himself if he fucks you over, Ashley said with a laugh. Well, he seems on the right track so far, Nat interrupted. Sebastian booked his queen into this suite even though his parents are attending this event.
I suppose it says he's not playing games, I said, clinking my glass against the others as we brought it in for a toast. Here's to not playing games, Avery said, raising her glass. Now, let's show these snooty East Coast bitches how it's done. We all paused at how silly that sounded and watched as Nat sighed and rolled her eyes.
This isn't the 7th game of the World Series, Nat said dryly. How many drinks have you already had, Mrs. Mitchell? She teased.
I had a well-deserved shot or two before coming up here, she said with a laugh. I guess we should have joined you, I said. Ladies, you all look radiant. Here's hoping I survive the night I created while drunk on the yacht. And the night my darling mother-in-law turned something simple into an insane shit show, as if this were the event of the year, Mickey said. We all gulped down the entire contents of the glass, knowing we had no idea what would become of the night that awaited us. One thing was certain, though. These ladies attended these events all the time, mingling with the upper elites, and they'd always survived just fine. I attended them by invitation only, so as not to be mistaken for belonging to this social circle. Tonight, it would all be different, though. Tonight, I would be attending this as the new girlfriend, or fiancée, of Sebastian Aster. I had no idea how this would play out, but hopefully, Sebastian and I would find our way to the other side, and I hoped we could laugh about it later.
Chapter 45. Sebastian. I arrived at the venue just as the damn thing was starting. I wished I could have been here to escort Darcy, but I'd already scheduled meetings with wine enthusiasts who'd flown in from Italy to promote our wine overseas. The deal had finally been landed, and after texting Jim and my father to notify them that our wines would be sold in a few five-star restaurants across Italy, I was ready for a stiff drink. What I wanted more than anything was to get this night over with so Darcy and I could enjoy the penthouse suite I'd reserved for us. The last thing I expected was to walk into the ballroom where this event was being hosted and be met by a swarm of people who consumed so much of my time that I hadn't even seen Darcy yet. The night was wearing on my nerves already, and we were only 40 minutes into it. "We are having the gentlemen sit over here," the event planner said after I spotted Darcy in a lively conversation with the Mitchell wives across the room. She looked fucking stunning even from over here. Her black strapless gown made her tan skin and honey-colored hair nearly glow. "Excuse me?" I said with humor. "My fiancée is across the room. Wherever she is seated for dinner, I plan to be beside her." "Sorry, Mr. Aster, but there seems to be a mix-up," the young woman stated with a humorous expression. "Your mother, Mrs. Aster, has made these specific arrangements, and I will not get fired for ruining her plans." I stared at the woman with shock and confusion. "Well, one thing is certain," I answered her. "There is most definitely a mix-up. You're trying to seat me with eligible bachelors, and as I just said, my fiancée, Miss Burke, is over there." "Darling!" My mother's voice cut through this confusing conversation like a samurai sword as she approached. "You look well," she said after looking me up and down and pretending to pick a piece of lint off my jacket. "I am well." "What are you doing here?" I questioned, knowing an event like this would typically make my mother's skin crawl. "Have you forgotten I am the one who has taken on all of the planning?" If I'd forgotten, the venue and every ounce of gold and black decor filling the room with the extravagances only you could and would pull off would have instantly reminded me. "Well then, you know very well why I am here." "No, I don't," I responded, my frustration rising. "You have planned events just as extravagant as this and not been in attendance for no other reason than the event was beneath you. Much like this one," I said, sliding my hands into my trouser pockets and meeting my mother's stern gaze with one of my own. "Why the hell are you here?" Her smile was wicked, which made me even more pissed. "An event where my son is the grand prize could never be beneath me. Don't you agree?" "Unless Mark is getting auctioned off as an eligible bachelor, I am not sure to whom you are referring." "I'm not speaking of Mark. Because you are merely dating Miss Burke, not married, you are eligible to raise money for the cause." I scoffed and rolled my eyes in response. "I'm not just dating Miss Burke. I'm engaged to her, and I'm quite certain every available woman in this room is acutely aware of that fact after seeing the ring on her finger. Nice try, Mother, but your childish games will not work on me." "Pity you think so," she said without blinking. "The cover charge for this event was $500,000 per invitee, and the venue has been completely sold out. These women know exactly what they are paying for." I felt my anger pulsating throughout my entire being. "And what exactly are they paying for?" "The opportunity to bid for an evening out with you while you are still available," she smirked. "You know as well as I do that you are available, regardless of your dating status." "Have you lost your damn mind?" I snarled at her. "No," she returned unflinchingly. "It is you who has lost yours. I am merely working to help you get it back." "You will regret this repulsive idea," I said. My mother had officially stooped to levels far lower than I expected in her attempt to prevent Darcy and me from becoming more than what we were. "Save your threats for idle business deals for that silly winery your father should have never invested in." "You are a spoiled, condescending woman," I snapped, "doing anything and everything to have your way with your family." I stopped myself and smiled, knowing my angry reaction was precisely what she wanted. Her goal was to humiliate me and make Darcy jealous or upset, pitting us against one another as we broke under the pressure. It was a very childish motive, proving to me how threatened my mother felt by my relationship with Darcy. "I hope you're smiling like this when you see how much money you've raised tonight." "No." I exhaled away my frustration over my mother's embarrassing behavior. "I'm smiling because I know how much this will amuse Darcy. You see, it was my charming girlfriend's idea to raise the money by me, being the prized hog to be auctioned off at this benefit, and it wasn't to just solely raise money for the winery." "Oh?" my mother pressed. "This is interesting. I thought she came up with the idea to impress you with her savvy business ideas, even though she's only a silly gossip columnist, writing about wealthy people she will never know anything about." "Wrong again," I said, stepping back from my mother. "You see, she loves shit like this, putting me in uncomfortable positions just to get a rise out of me. She enjoys pulling me out of my comfort zone and proving that life is about more than just the boring shit you and my father exposed me to." "Oh, I see. She has caused you to make the foolish mistake of wasting your time by dating someone you know you can never marry." "Something like that," I said, my eyes narrowing at her. "Regardless, I know you aren't done with your games yet." I studied her stern expression. "After that comment, I expect you've set aside a certain amount of money for the charade as well. You and Dad see me as the most important investment in our family, one that cannot be lost in marriage to a woman you disapprove of. I can almost guarantee that whoever wins a date with me tonight will have been offered a generous sum to steal me away from Darcy." "I believe you will get along very well with—" I said, interrupting my mother. "Don't ruin the surprise, Mother. I would rather see who wins the date to find out who you and Father wish to see me paired with. Now, If you'll excuse me, I must tell Darcy about your plans. Her laugh is one of the things I love most about her, and your plan will put her in stitches. I wouldn't miss that for anything." "As you wish." My mother stepped to the side, still cocky and confident in her decision. I crossed the room, pointedly ignoring all the people trying to stop me to have a word. "Hey, handsome," Darcy said, her smile as radiant and beautiful as she was. "I've missed you." "No more than I have." I kissed her lips, then gently pulled her to the side. "Listen, there's been a small change in plans." "What's going on?" she said. "My mother is what's going on," I said with a roll of my eyes. "She's taken it upon herself to change the criterion for who's being auctioned off tonight." "What do you mean? Why are you acting like—" She paused, and I nodded when I saw she understood. "No way," she said, covering the smile I expected her to have in response. "Yes way," I said, not as humored by the situation as Darcy. "After everything you did to get out of this, too," Darcy responded, completely losing it in laughter and shaking her head. "Oh, God, I'm so sorry for laughing, but I can't believe the irony. I know this isn't funny to you, but I can't help it." "You can't help it?" I couldn't resist laughing with her. Darcy's amusement was delightful, and I wasn't lying when I told my mother how much I loved to watch her laugh. Her eyes were pooling with tears. "Shit, man. Everything you've done to avoid this damn auction block, and your mother found a way to put you up there anyway? Now that you see what my mother is capable of, do you understand why I was El Diablo the asshole when we first met?" "I absolutely do, but I don't understand your mother's lack of sanity," Darcy answered, pulling herself back together. "What the hell is wrong with her?" "She's completely lost her goddamn mind," I answered. "The cover for this fucking event was priced at 500 grand because I would be auctioned off for a date." Darcy lost her shit again, and as frustrating as it was that the woman was showing no sympathy for my inconvenience, it was amusing at the same time. "You're not upset about this at all?" I questioned. I was surprised, because my late wife would have burned the place to the ground if this had happened to her. "No," she said. "I feel sorry for you, but I don't know what I feel worse about. You being auctioned off after busting your ass to avoid it, or that your mother is batshit crazy." "Feel sorry for me on both accounts," I said with a smile. "And you might want to feel sorry for yourself later tonight after I tear up your cute little ass in bed. You look ravishing." She arched a flirty eyebrow at me. "You mean this old thing?" she teased, posing sexily in her floor-length gown and giving a quick twirl. "Oh, and I'm going to hold you to that threat." "Oh, it's not a threat. It's a promise," I informed her. "We'll have to wait and see, I guess," she bantered. "I'm curious about how much money my man will pull in. This is the perfect time to find out what you're worth, you know?" "Now that you put it that way, I feel like a piece of meat," I said. I was suddenly and unexpectedly in Darcy's embrace, and she brought her lips to my ear. "If you bring in more than $1 million," she whispered, her warm breath igniting my dick with excitement, "I might let you get some backdoor action, if you know what I mean." She erupted into laughter, and it was clear she didn't have a serious bone in her body tonight. I stepped back and eyed her with a smile. "I'll hold you to it, since I'm already getting fucked in the ass by this stupid event. The best part about this night is knowing I don't have to pay $500,000 to fuck you." "You're enjoying this far too much," I said. "Baby, you've got to laugh about this, or your mother will get her way." "Don't let it piss you off," Darcy said, brushing her hair over her shoulder. "Just have fun, and when we get to our room after this is all over, we'll have even more fun." "You're amazing. You know that?" "I know," she smiled. "Now, Go bring in that cash like your mother expects. You really do look gorgeous tonight, I said, biting my lip as I contemplated taking her into the bathroom for a quickie. And you look very handsome. I'll miss sitting by you at dinner, too, she said with a cute pout. Now hurry up. I want this done because I feel like I haven't seen you in a week. We have too much time lost to make up for, lover. You're not lying about that, I smiled. It's still not too late to move to Mexico where no one can find us, you know. And miss all the fun your family has to offer? Hell no, she smiled. I'll see you later. With that, Darcy and I parted ways, and I prepared for the entire night to irritate the shit out of me. The best part was that Darcy was unfazed by my mother's antics, which made me feel the same. I was curious about who my parents had paid off to win a date with me tonight, though, and there was only one way to find out.
Chapter 46. Darcy. I shook my head at the gall of Sebastian's mother as I approached Avery, Ashley, Nat, Brienne, and Mickey, who were standing and chatting with drinks. "Everything good on the lovers' front?" Avery questioned, sipping her martini with a grin. "Margot Aster is a piece of work," I answered, taking the cosmopolitan Nat handed me after plucking it off a passing waiter's tray. "You're just now figuring that out?" Mickey smirked. "The fact that John and Sebastian's parents are trying to stake their claim on the West Coast by going into business with Jim should be enough to tell everyone that they're pieces of work." "Have you gotten past your differences with them?" I asked, curious about where a future with Sebastian could go if we became more serious. I was also interested as a friend, because I knew that Margot and Sebastian III nearly cost Mickey and John their relationship. And Mickey seemed like a genuinely great person. The thought of these two grown-ass billionaires going around and wreaking havoc on unsuspecting young women seemed ludicrous. "As best as anyone can where those two are concerned," Mickey laughed. "We just live our lives quietly out here and aren't exactly waiting by the mailbox for invites to Margot's Christmas galas." "Poor Darcy. Girl, you are signing up for a completely different lifestyle by going after Margot's golden son," Avery added with a hint of pity. "But from what Jim and I discussed, Sebastian is holding the line to keep them off your back. That says a lot." "It does," Mickey said. "With John and me, it was more difficult because it came from out of nowhere and they manipulated him in the most disgusting ways to keep him away from me. I'm proud of Sebastian's efforts to keep his personal decisions out of their hands, so to speak." "Well, it's not stopping Margot from trying other methods," I said. "It's funny because Sebastian made every effort not to be part of this auction, but his mother created a loophole and is making it happen anyway." I exhaled, seeing everyone waiting for the punchline. "She charged $500,000 a ticket to be a part of this event." "I was shocked when I saw that," Brienne said. "When Jim and Alex were talking about how it had sold out, mostly to East Coasters, we all assumed that was because Margot was hosting it at this venue." I shook my head and sipped my cocktail. "I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's your guy who drew them in?" Nat questioned. I nodded. She used the caveat that since Sebastian isn't married, he's still very single, so he's the prized billionaire to be auctioned off for a date tonight. That prompted a laugh from everyone, and I chewed on my bottom lip, contemplating whether I should just tell everyone the truth about how this had all happened between Sebastian and me. They didn't need to know we started fake dating, but it would certainly help with the humor of how Sebastian wound up on that stage tonight. "What aren't you telling us?" Avery asked, seeing I was half in and half out of this conversation. "It's just the irony of it all, I think," I said, And then we were interrupted by the announcement for everyone to take their seats. "If you're not at our table," Nat said with curiosity, "then where are you sitting? I see that your man is at a table with a bunch of men. They're over there looking like cows in a corral." I glanced down at the program I'd been given when I arrived and saw that I was seated at one of the front tables. "Table 4, I said, seeing that it was in the front and center of the room, probably where all the bachelorettes who would be bidding were. "Over there with Alice Biddle and Lizzie Phipps?" Avery whispered in annoyance. "You know them?" I asked. I was shocked that I didn't, since all I did was research these people for my column. "I don't know them, but I know of them." She sighed and looked around the room. "There's no way in hell I'm going to let you do this." "I can hold my own in a group of stuck-up chicks," I said. "I'm not afraid of a few insults from women my age who like staring down their noses at me." "You go sit," Ashley said. "We'll figure something out. Margot Aster does not run this side of the country, so she's not getting away with pulling stupid shit like this." "It's bullshit, no matter how you slice it," Avery said, then smiled. "Don't worry, we'll figure it out." The ladies and I parted ways, and I walked up to table 4, where Margot had placed me in a front row seat to watch my boyfriend get auctioned off for a date with one of the women next to me. It would have been nice to see some ugly features on these beautiful women, like a big nose or something, but their plastic surgery game was strong, and I couldn't even hate on it because they looked incredible. "Aren't we lucky?" a woman said with a sassy tone. "We get to sit with the journalist who's fucking Sebastian." She let out a fake laugh, pretending to be nice, but her undertone was so fucking pretentious. "I'm Julia Kilmore," she said, looking at me as I took the seat to her left. "This is Alice Biddle, Lizzie Phipps." She pointed to the 2 women across the table. Alice had sharp facial features accentuated by pitch-black hair that was pulled into a severe bun at the base of her head, and Lizzie had high cheekbones, oversized lips, and soft brown hair with voluminous curls that hung to her waist through the aid of extensions, no doubt. I smiled at the 2 women who Avery seemed to know of and take issue with. "And over here is Charlotte Bronstone," Julia said with a soft laugh, pointing to a petite, pixie-looking woman with a short bob of platinum hair, which was pinned stylishly behind one ear. "Sebastian's daughter is named after her. She and Melissa are best friends, you see." I cringed when Julia referred to Sebastian's late wife as if she were still alive. I expected this to be awkward, but that wasn't on my bingo card. "And this is Olivia Crossley," Julia said, pointing over at a blonde whose blue-eyed stare was so severe you'd think I'd run over her dog and stolen her Birkin bag on the same day. "Very nice to meet all of you," I said, knowing this group of vipers were hand-picked by Margot to torment me. "I'd like to know something," Charlotte spoke. "Why do you believe you and Sebastian can have a relationship?" "Pardon me?" I answered, wholly appalled that a stranger had the nerve to ask such a question. "You heard what she said," Lizzie said. "Yes, I heard her, but the question is so ridiculous that I don't know how to answer it." "I guess everyone is right when they say you California girls aren't very deep thinkers," Olivia insulted me. "One thing is clear to me," I said with irritation, "and that is that you women are only out here with us light thinkers because you're so desperate to find a man that you'll spend an ungodly amount of money at a silly event like this to get one." "Oh, honey," Julia said, "are you feeling insecure? We don't mean to make you feel unimportant." "You couldn't possibly," I responded. "I'm more curious why I'm seated at a table with people willing to spend crazy money to have a few hours with a man." "So the problem is that you don't have the money to win your date?" Charlotte said. I was astonished that people behaved this way in real life. How rude could someone possibly be to say all those inflammatory things like a bunch of mean girls in high school? "No, I don't," I stated. "But even if I did, I'd never use it to buy a date. I'm only here to watch everyone blow their cash on my boyfriend." "Boyfriend, is it?" Julia said. "I thought you were engaged." "You shouldn't believe everything you see on social media." I smiled at her. "Then why do you wear that cheap ring on your finger?" Alice asked. I glanced down at the ring that Sebastian had put thought into when he went out and bought the thing when we arrived in Mexico. "Ah, this," I said, smiling at the memory of the beginning of our fake relationship. "It's all sort of a joke, really. Just like your relationship with Sebastian," Charlotte snapped with utter annoyance. "Why don't you cut the shit and all your snotty defensive remarks? Sebastian is not yours or anyone else's, and he will only be auctioned off to one of us. We will save him from the indignity of believing he could have a relationship with anyone that Melissa would disapprove of. He is not ready to be in a relationship because he has not fully grieved her loss. None of us have. He is ours, sweetheart, not yours. You have no idea who he is." "What the fuck?" I said my thoughts of disbelief out loud. "Sebastian is his own person, and I think he can decide for himself what he wants."
"Ladies," I heard Jake Mitchell say from behind me. "Forgive the interruption," he said as I turned and saw his enormous grin. He was as gorgeous as the day was long, that was for fucking sure, and I was relieved to see him. "But if I want to get laid tonight, you and I need to switch seats, love." "Switch seats?" I asked. "Get your ass up, girl," he said, pulling out my chair. "My apologies." He looked around the table. "But Sebastian has convinced my wife to tell me that if I don't rescue you from this table, you and he will be on the next flight to Mexico, never to be found again."
"And you're going to sit here?" I asked, laughing and shaking my head.
"Those are my orders," he said, winking. He knew exactly which buttons to push if he wanted to annoy someone, so these ladies were in for it.
"This is preposterous," Olivia snapped. "Margot will not have it."
"Margot has no say in this," Jake said while lending me a hand to get up from the chair. "Everyone is at table 22. He pointed me toward my friends. "Go join Ashley and enjoy the rest of my scotch. I plan on outbidding all these fools." He glanced around at the women. "I have always wanted a piece of Sebastian Aster, and girl, I'm going to make him work for the money I'm about to pay for him tonight."
"You're bidding on Sebastian?" I said with a laugh.
"Clever. Hey, the invite didn't say women only, and I've always wanted to."
"Sebastian is not gay," Lizzie stated seriously.
"Well, he's never gone on a date with me either."
Jake sat in my chair, motioned for a waiter, and then clasped his hands onto the table.
"After tonight and after me, girl, he's going to wish I was full-time gay."
I walked away from the table, relieved that Jake was filling in to rescue me. Instead of being furious about the situation I'd been placed in with those horrible women, I was delighted knowing Jake was about to torment them all night. Chapter 47. Darcy. I sat in Jake's seat next to Ashley and couldn't resist laughing with everyone at the table. Jim and Avery sat to the right of Ashley and me, and Spencer and Natalia sat to our left, beside Jim's friend Alex and his wife Brienne. I looked curiously at the 2 empty chairs where John and Mickey should have sat. "Where's Mickey and John?" "John was called into the hospital for an emergency in labor and delivery," Ashley said. "So Mickey went home after cocktail hour to relieve the nanny so she could put the baby to bed. I'm pretty sure she was thrilled to get out of a Margot Aster production." Nat laughed. "I don't blame that girl one bit. Is that why you called Colin?" Nat asked, directing her question toward Jim.
"Someone had to help Jake take the heat off Sebastian."
Jim shrugged with amusement. "Wait, you did what?" I asked in confusion, looking at the culprit.
"My baby brother was feeling empathetic toward Sebastian's predicament, so we called Colin and asked him to drop by after his 24-hour shift so he could help Jake run interference."
He smirked and sipped his bourbon.
"With Colin being sleep-deprived, then forced for good reason to show up at this affair tonight, God only knows what will take place when they auction off Sebastian."
"Margot—"
"Don't worry about that woman," Jim assured me. "Her nonsense is merely being met with more nonsense."
"Sebastian texted Jacob," Ashley said, bringing my attention to her, "and asked him to bid on him tonight, and that he'd cover the cost, no matter how high."
"Fortunately," Spencer interjected, "Sebastian knows enough about Jake and Colin to know those 2 love to play the butt-buddy games at any given time. Considering all the homoerotic bullshit those 2 are always pulling, it makes me wonder if they're actually playing games anymore,"
Alex joked, bringing my attention to where he sat in amusement next to his wife. I didn't know much about Alex Grayson, except that he used to be Jim's VP at Mitchell & Associates but had since acquired Brooks and Stone Architects, and that he looked eerily like a young Johnny Depp, and I'm not talking about the Edward Scissorhands version. "Well, if tonight doesn't prove that the wealthy are weirdos, then I don't know what will," I chuckled.
"Plenty of shit can prove that. Just be glad they don't start the human sacrifices until after midnight,"
Avery said with a wink, cutting into the quail that was just placed before her.
"I'm shocked you're allowing your brother to do this, Jim. God only knows the damage Jake could do to the Mitchell family name."
"That's my man," Ashley laughed. Jim smiled over at his wife as he swallowed a bite of beef tenderloin and washed it down with a sip of water.
"If I concerned myself with what anyone in this crowd thinks about my family name or what my brother could do to damage it, I would have had a heart attack long ago, sweetheart." "That is true," Spencer said. "The havoc that Jake and Colin wreaked before they were married will live in infamy. When Jim took over Mitchell & Associates, I thought he'd never gain respect amongst his peers because of those 2 and their endless shenanigans." "Thankfully, I did," Jim nodded toward Alex. "But that's only because Alex and I were a force to be reckoned with against all those old mules."
He looked at Spencer and grinned.
"Now that you've stepped into Alex's place as my resident bulldog, I have nothing to worry about, and everything to gain from whatever might transpire this evening." "You're goddamn right," Spencer said with a cocky laugh. "You know what they say, there's no such thing as bad publicity."
"I don't know if this will be bad or good," I whispered to Ashley. "With my adorable husband and his best friend getting turned loose on this particular event, she said, shaking her head. It's going to be all bad, Nat said, laughing in advance about what she knew would be an embarrassing situation for Margot Aster. And, as Spencer said, Avery cut into her vegetables with an arched eyebrow and a grin. Even bad publicity is good. She looked at Jim. I'm guessing the company shares should be going up then? Don't worry, Darcy, Jim answered. My brother and Colin are aware that I am in business with Sebastian's family, so there won't be any scandals tonight. Not in their hands, anyway. I can't speak for the rest of the lunatics. Thanks, Jim, I said, happy that Jim was focused on the reality that my parents' business was the reason this shindig was happening. I was starting to think that the winery would be forgotten in all this extravagant chaos. I would never risk your family's business for any reason. Jim smiled reassuringly. The guys are just in place so that no unnecessary drama unfolds for you and your man. And allow me to make myself very clear. It was Sebastian's idea to have Jakey come to the rescue, not mine. Just to outbid the women? Ashley asked. That was the request, but you know Jacob. Jim shrugged. He has a mind of his own, especially at events like these. Any chance he gets to poke fun at these people, he takes. Jim chuckled. And tonight? I questioned, knowing Jacob Mitchell was a wild party child before meeting Ashley. Jake and Colin were the rebellious ones of their group, and the main reason they and their friend group were dubbed the Billionaires Club from all the women they loved and left in the dust. I would venture to guess that they still enjoyed stretching their legs a bit when the leashes were taken off, and tonight might be one of those nights. Tonight, he was tasked to go up against Colin and bid on your man, outbidding every single and married woman who should want to date him. Isn't that just wasting money? I asked. Jim chuckled. If money were an issue to Sebastian Aster, he would be fucked. The stage was massive, and Margot walked out to the slender golden podium placed in the center like she was Meryl Streep, getting ready to announce the nominees for the Best Actor award. She wore a floor-length golden chiffon gown, and her hair was swept up into a damn impressive coif that must have been held together by witchcraft because it didn't seem possible that it hadn't moved an inch, and yet it didn't look plastered with hairspray. The men were brought out in a line like contestants for a beauty pageant, and Sebastian's expression would have amused me greatly if I didn't know how miserable he was. Even so, it was still pretty funny. As Margot prattled on about the men, I quickly realized that she loved the sound of her own voice, and the amount of fake, obligatory laughter at her stupid remarks about each bachelor made me want to gag. I hated when shitty people were encouraged by other shitty people. And now for our final candidate, Sebastian Aster IV, Margot said, her voice more chipper than when she started. She smirked over at Sebastian, who stared on in disgust. I think you all know very well who he is. She walked over to stand closer to him, since he wouldn't take a step in her direction. Come, darling, she giggled into the microphone, and I glanced around at everyone's mystified expressions. Is it me, or is this woman on... It's not you, Nat said. Margot has drowned at a couple of milligrams of benzos in a vat of Pinot Grigio, if you ask me. She's making herself look ridiculous. Now we all know why Mickey couldn't wait to get out of here, I said. Like Mick told us, Avery said. John won't have anything to do with his family's bullshit. This would be the family bullshit he's referring to. He and Mick have their own family now, and I'm happy they don't sacrifice their time for people who don't respect that. It takes a lot for Mickey to come to one of these things, especially when their daughter is at home with the nanny, Ashley said. Kind of makes the rest of us look like horrible parents, Brienne stated. Oh, no you don't, Brie, Nat scoffed at her best friend. Everyone values their time differently. Just because we have nannies at home with our children doesn't mean we're any less amazing parents than John and Mick. He was an amazing husband. Margot's shriek caused Nat to pause, and we all returned our attention to the monologue performed on stage, complete with crocodile tears. My husband, who is unable to attend tonight, is so proud of him, the man he has become, and what he's done to keep our family name wholesome and strong. I understand there are many false impressions that he isn't single, but I am here to correct this fake news. This benefit is being held to set those rumors straight. He is neither engaged, nor has he entered any relationship with Darcel Burke. That fucking bitch, I thought in horror. I knew I should be outraged about her talking shit about our relationship, but my real beef was with that damn family for getting off on calling me Dar-fucking-Cell every time they were afforded the opportunity. Darcel? I heard Avery say. Don't ask, I said, my tone lethal. I think it's a lovely name, Ashley said. I think it's bullshit, I snapped. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but it's just that bitch just announced to every piranha in this room that Sebastian isn't in a relationship with you? Brienne asked. What? No, I said. I could give a fuck less about whether they think he's available or not. It's that fucking name that my mom gave me when she was too high to think. Forget the name, honey, Nat added. Your man has just been announced as available. Now, Margot continued, all of you know very well why my son's bidding will start at a reasonable $1 million offer. I will now hand over the reins to our auctioneer and open the bidding. Good luck to you all. I rolled my eyes while the auctioneer took off, and the paddles started rising and brought my attention to Sebastian, standing awkwardly at the podium and glaring at his mom as she walked regally down the stage steps. $5 million going once, going $20 million on that handsome ass, Jake finally said, entering the game. I immediately glanced at Margot, seeing her nearly choke on her champagne. Celebrate later, bitch, I said in a low voice, watching the horror cross her face that a man had just bid on her son, and there was nothing she could do about it. I saw Charlotte raise her paddle when the auctioneer upped the bid by another $1 million. I swear you all have way too much money to waste, I said, looking at my amused friends. When Charlotte looked at Jake as if she had him beaten, Colin stood up from the table next to theirs. I've got $22 million on this sexy man's ass. He looked over at Jake as if this were down to him and his best friend only. $25 million, bitch, Jake countered, standing. Now the spectacle had been made. I watched Charlotte look toward Margot Aster's stern and extremely lethal gaze before Margot gave a quick nod of approval. $40 million, Charlotte said through gritted teeth, glaring at Colin and Jake as if her gaze would shut them down. $43 million, gorgeous, Jake taunted. $60 million for the prized stallion that I'm ready to ride into the sunset, Colin said, interrupting the showdown between Jake and Charlotte. Charlotte looked back at Margot, got the nod of approval again, and turned back with a snobby grin to both men. 100 million. 105. Jake paused and looked at Colin. What the fuck is your limit, sweetheart? If I told you, it wouldn't be an auction, would it? Colin answered. Don't worry about me, partner. You know I'll go all night if you want to play hardball, he said, looking at Jake with a silly expression. Charlotte, sit down, Margot said, practically rushing the stage. Do you men think this is a joke? She stared down at Jake and Colin with the fury of all the Nordic gods. Far from that, madam, but it's easy to see that you do, Jake answered. Just because you don't want your son to date the stunning woman in the back doesn't mean he can't date me or my other boyfriend, does it? He's not your type, she seethed, and the only sound in the room was the soft laughter coming from the table where I sat. Not my type? Jake scoffed. Sure he is. He's just as pampered and cute as I ever was. And we both have something in common with our mothers. Jake's voice grew serious when he said that, and that's when Jim stood up. That's enough of the auction and of the games. Jim interrupted Jake from giving Margot a considerable insult, given that Jake and Jim's mom was a horrible person. The room grew quiet as Jim excused himself from the table, and his long strides swiftly ushered him onto the stage. We watched as Margot glared at Jim, but she could say nothing. Her husband was in business with Jim, and keeping the peace between the two powerful families was essential. This evening has been eventful, to say the very least, Jim snickered, taking his place at the podium and dousing the fires that had been ignited. The bidding is closed for Sebastian, although if I allow Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Brooks to continue bidding on Miss Burke's boyfriend, I'm afraid I might lose the amazing winery my adorable wife insisted I invest in. I smiled but had no idea what the hell was happening. Darcy, please join me on the stage, Jim said, and now I could kill this guy. I stood and made my way to the front of the room and up the stairs, imagining how embarrassed those actresses must have been when they tripped over their dresses on the way to receive their awards. Once I was on stage, Sebastian came over to stand at my side and Jim continued his speech. I am truly honored and extremely grateful to have all of you in attendance tonight. Mitchell & Associates has never hosted an event like this, and I must admit that it has been quite a treat for me to experience. Mrs. Aster, he looked at Margot, who was glaring over at the three of us. It is an honor to have you in our presence tonight. I want to thank you for being such a good sport tonight, for pretending that you would dare auction off your own son merely to raise money for the winery. He looked out at the audience. I truly hope that none of you feel you've wasted your money at this event, as it was all done from Mrs. Aster's beautiful mind with one goal, to benefit the winery from your charitable offerings. As with all these galas, it's not only the donations that make it worthwhile. He glanced back at Margot. It's the friendships and new relationships we form from being in the same room together. I am privileged to have joined all of you tonight. Now, I'm sure Sebastian here must be relieved to go home tonight with the woman he loves, but I hope the rest of the bachelors enjoy their dates. I am amused and grateful to have joined you all tonight in the amazing venue that only Margot Aster could have put together for us. He smiled at Margot's deadly gaze. Cheers to you, Mrs. Aster. Burke Wines is indebted to you for this boost. Thank you, everyone. We exited the stage, and I clenched Sebastian's hand when he snatched mine to hold it. God only knew what his mother would do to us now. The night was filled with plot twists that no one saw coming. It was a game of chess well played, won by the only people smiling in the room, Jim, his friends, and Sebastian. But I wasn't so quick to celebrate. I stayed quiet, waiting for Margot to pull the fire alarm, because something told me this show wasn't over yet.
Chapter 48. Sebastian. To say I was embarrassed and feeling like the biggest idiot on the planet would have been an understatement. Because of my mother's rage and manipulative bullshit, she got her moment to attempt to get back at me for putting her and my father in their place. Even though I was grateful for Jake and Colin's assistance, I was still agitated that I looked like the world's biggest clown up on that stage, which was the reason I tried to avoid all this shit in the first place. I have nothing to say to you, I told my mother. I held tightly onto Darcy's hand, trying to leave this damn venue and seriously considering disappearing to Mexico for the rest of my life. "Do you think this is a game, son?" she barked, cornering me before I could narrowly escape the room. "What kind of—" "Again, I have nothing to say to you," I responded, and then her eyes fell on Darcy. "You and those childish men are responsible for my son's embarrassment at an event that he should have—" "You're wrong," I interrupted her attack on Darcy. I had nothing left to say to the woman, but I wouldn't stand here and let her direct her fury at Darcy. If I didn't stop this now, it would happen behind my back later, and I wouldn't allow that. This stupid event only turned into a circus because you thought throwing me on that stage was okay. This event was not my idea." She kept her eyes focused on Darcy. "It was yours." Darcy squeezed my hand to stop me from speaking on her behalf. "It was," Darcy said, "and while it raised more money for the winery than I could have ever imagined, I never would have expected you to use your own son to accomplish that. That's what all of this is, isn't it? The Asters taking their name and using it for profit? Sadly, in this case, it was brought about by the exploitation of your son at your hands. I find that more disrespectful than auctioning off wealthy bachelors to women who would gladly pay to date them for a charity fundraiser." "Watch your tongue when you speak to me," my mother snarled. "She's correct, and you know it," I said. "Your decision to expose my personal life to everyone in that room tonight is unbefitting a woman of your influence and status. In fact, I find it more abhorrent than you find my relationship with Darcy." "How can you possibly defend this woman?" she snapped. "I am in a relationship with her. Why wouldn't I?" I said with disgust. "Unfortunately, your days of cherry-picking potential partners for your children are over. We have our own lives, and you and Father have yours. Times have changed, and I would appreciate it if we kept our relationship strictly based on our mutual business." "That is your wish?" my mother said threateningly. "My wish? No. I would have never wished for it to come to this, but I have been given no alternative," I said. "Now, Darcy and I are leaving. My only hope is that your nonsense tonight has not tarnished our family name and turned us into a laughing stock." "I have no idea how this has been turned on me." She glared at Darcy while saying that. "I would imagine it was because you humiliated your son," Darcy said. "The sad part is that I initially came up with the idea to auction him off at this event because I couldn't stand him. I wanted to knock his ego down a peg and put his arrogant ass in its place. You, however, did it to get him away from me, and in doing so, you insulted him, yourself, and pretty much your entire family. It's sad, because I did it angrily, knowing it would insult him, and his mother, who loves him, did it to stake a weird claim on him." My mother looked at me. "Do not think I put you on that stage for any reason other than to keep you surrounded by women who appreciate who you are. My motive was not to insult you, my dear." "That may not have been your motive, Mother, but it has turned into a circus that proved your selfish possessiveness of your family is an embarrassment to all of us. When word reaches Dad, he'll be most displeased by how people have interpreted this night." The man your father went into business with has a crude homosexual brother, and you expect me— That's enough, I snapped. Good night, Margot. I moved briskly from the room, thinking about planning a meeting with Jim in the morning to discuss the fallout from this event. Are you okay? Darcy asked as soon as we entered the privacy of the elevator. I wanted to yell in anger at what had happened since I walked into that ballroom, but instead I found that I was doing a fantastic job of keeping my wrath buried inside. What a goddamn joke. And I was the punchline. My mother should be so fucking proud of herself for hosting her first grand-scale event on the West Coast and giving everyone who'd had a stupid interest in our mysterious family a reason to go home confused about why they ever cared at all. I wouldn't be surprised if Jim backed out of his business dealings with my family after tonight's events, I finally said. What a fucking stunt. Are you kidding? Darcy said with a laugh. Jim and those guys love shoving shit like this right back at people who act like your mother did. He knows it was bullshit, she said, prompting me to look at her and find refuge in her stunning blue eyes for the first time tonight since being pulled away from her. It's not only how my mother behaved, I said. It's just who my fucking family is. Jim had already dealt with these antics when John suddenly resigned from his position at the hospital. He left Jim and all his colleagues and patients inconvenienced when my family pressured him to vacate his job. This is nothing like that, Darcy said while the elevator doors opened, admitting us to the floor of rooms I'd reserved for privacy, which I didn't realize I would need until now. Sadly, it is. What's worse is that I was a part of John resigning and moving back to our family home. I behaved no better than my mother did tonight. I rolled my eyes at that truth as we walked into the room, and I shrugged off my jacket and loosened my bow tie. Don't do this to yourself. Everyone at my table enjoyed the entertainment, she said, walking into the bathroom and disappearing behind the door. I ran a hand through my hair, becoming more irritated that I'd let everything get to me so badly. Jake and Colin were itching to get under everyone's skin, and they did. Those two are a lot of fun, and if Jim wasn't— I pushed the bathroom door open and saw Darcy standing in front of the mirrors that lined the walls in front of the shower. The toilet was in its own closet on the other side of the bathroom, making the massive spa tub and glass shower look like a room in a day spa. Darcy smiled at me through the mirrors as I leaned against the open doorway and crossed my arms. She brought her delicate fingers up to remove her left earring, and then loosened the pins that held up half her blonde curls in the impressive style she had done her hair in. If Jim wasn't what, gorgeous? My mind had officially dumped all the chaos from the night and was allowing my dick to lead on all fronts. Darcy smirked, most likely knowing my expression would have her in my arms within the next few seconds. If Jim was going to back out of any dealings with your family, she turned and leaned against the marble counter. He would have stopped it before his brother and Colin got too carried away. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever known, I said in a low voice, stalking toward the only thing I wanted now. I brought my hand to her face, her cheek easily resting against my palm. I am done with this night, but I'm not done with you, I said, turning her to face the mirror. All I want is you. She moaned softly as I used one hand to unzip the back of her dress and the other to guide the dress down to the floor. I cupped one of her full breasts with my hand, using the back of my fingers to graze down over her taut stomach. Once she stepped out of her dress, I stopped her from leaning back against my chest and ran my hand over her bare ass, her thong being the only material left that kept her from being fully exposed to me. My eyes locked with her seductive ones, watching every expression and movement on her perfect face as I gently pulled her thong down to gain access to her perfectly shaved pussy. You want this, gorgeous? I questioned, brushing my fingers over her clit and watching her lick her bottom lip while pushing her ass back into me in response. Fuck yeah, you do, I said with a greedy smile. My lips went to her shoulder, and my fingers went to work, massaging in firm circles around her most sensitive swelling point, which I wanted to take with my mouth and tongue. I resisted my craving and instead dipped my fingers into her dripping wet pussy, warm and more than inviting for my cock, which Darcy kept grinding her ass against. My eyes never drifted from watching her through the mirror while I worked with her pussy to gain pleasure from her responses to the ecstasy she was feeling. She moaned as her clit continued to swell, making my dick dripping wet with the desire to feed its aching need to be inside her tight pussy. "Oh, Seb," she said, her head rocking back onto my shoulder as her pleasure began waking up more desire in her. "I love it when you call me that, gorgeous." My lips and teeth grazed her neck, then her earlobe. She moaned in response and chewed on her bottom lip. She was the sexiest woman I'd honestly ever known. Getting her off like this as I watched through the mirror was an absolute turn-on. I loved that I finally had a genuine woman who enjoyed fucking in every way we chose, and who wasn't shy about allowing me to see how much pleasure she took from it, too. It all served to heighten my sensual appetite, and I couldn't resist the urge to be inside of her. I used my knee to part her legs in front of me and gently pressed my hand on her back, bending her forward and allowing me to free my dick as my pants fell to the ground. I pulled my cock into my hands and slid the tip up between her legs and along her warm, slick opening. "I need you inside me," she breathlessly begged. Her eyes were pleading with mine as she braced herself by planting her palms on the mirror in front of her. I pushed deep into her, bringing her hair into one fist as my other hand cupped her breast. "Play with yourself, baby. I want to see you." I stopped, nearly coming the moment her hand went to her clit, and immediately after, she reached to her entrance and ran her fingers under my cock where I was unable to fit myself fully inside of her. "Fuck yes," I panted, her hands reaching to caress my balls. "Holy fuck, you're perfect," I said, sliding in and out of her, allowing her fingers to add additional sensations to what I was experiencing buried in her tight, wet pussy. "Keep rubbing your clit, gorgeous," I said breathlessly, smiling in response and knowing that she literally had me by the balls. Just before I allowed myself to succumb to the ecstasy I was feeling, I managed to prevent myself from coming and move her hand up to her clit. "Seb," she said playfully, smiling and breathless. "Nice try," I played back with her. "I want to watch you come while I fuck you." I arched an eyebrow at her. "And while you're coming," I said, still thrusting in and out of her, "you're going to call me Seb over and over while begging for more." Her fingers took over, rubbing her clit to get her back into the fervent moment that I was experiencing. I watched her eyes gloss over while her mouth dropped open, panting in perfect rhythm to my deep thrusts. "I want all of you inside me," she whined, drunk on pleasure. "I don't want to hurt you, baby," I said, my lips capturing hers when her head turned to the side to kiss me and beg for more of me. "You won't," she pleaded. My tongue slid into her mouth, watching me fuck this flawless beauty deeper like she wanted out of the corner of my eye. Her lips broke from mine, and her moans were louder the deeper I pushed into her. My fingers rolled and pinched her hard nipples while her ass moved in circles, pressing back into me. "Fuck," I warned, feeling my release was coming with or without her this time. That's when she groaned out in pleasure and nearly screamed as her pussy clenched down onto my dick as it shot cum deep into her perfect body. We both cursed and fucked harder while riding out this pleasure. Our lips found each other's in a zealous kiss, lighting everything inside me on fire and sending me into a wild frenzy, needing and wanting more. We weren't just going to fuck here in front of this mirror all night. I was going to take this perfect woman to bed and go to great efforts to hear her call out my name in pleasure for the rest of the night. This was precisely how I wanted to end this night, even though the benefit went sideways in more ways than one. At least this part, the part I did have control over, was going perfectly my way. And it wouldn't stop after one orgasm either.
Chapter 49. Darcy. I guess all it took for me and Sebastian to have the best sex ever was for Jake and Colin to play a bidding game on the poor guy. Now, here I was, stepping out of the shower, fully satiated by this man, in every sense of the word. Just when I thought he was lying and he wasn't going to fuck me until sunrise, he caught me in his arms as I was drying off, threw me over his shoulder, and marched me back to the bedroom. I couldn't help laughing at the wild beast that had awoken in him, giving me more and more reason to wholly accept how deeply in love with Sebastian I'd fallen. He had eased all of my fears for good after ending the conversation with his mother tonight, focusing solely on me without wavering. I'd convinced myself going into the event that tonight was the night I'd lose Sebastian to his old self, especially with the endless reminders of his previous life sitting in the room and ready to bid on him. Fortunately, my assumptions were entirely wrong, and I was so grateful for it. Just as Sebastian laid me on the bed and I flipped him over to his back, wanting to take his glorious cock into my mouth again, his phone began vibrating non-stop. We tried to ignore it. Sebastian's hand gripped the back of my head, steadying me as I filled my mouth with his cock, but the phone was relentless.
"Ignore it, it'll stop,"
he said, breathless as my tongue worked circles under his tip. I was distracted when I peeked up and saw him cover his head with one of the pillows, growling in frustration, not pleasure this time, as I did everything in my power to stay focused and not laugh.
"Oh, for fuck's sake,"
Sebastian said, chucking the pillow across the room and staring up at the ceiling.
"If that's my mom, I swear to Christ."
Buzz, 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 buzz. I pulled up and smiled at his helpless and pitiful expression. "I don't think it's your mom. She doesn't seem the type to beg for forgiveness." I looked at the phone. "Just find out who it is. It could be an emergency."
"True,"
he said, sitting up and taking my face into his hand.
"You and I aren't done."
"I hope not," I played back. I twisted and slid off the bed, searching for my hotel robe and a comb for my wet, tangly hair.
"Hey, Jim,"
I heard Sebastian say as I misted detangling spray into my hair.
"No, we're okay and everything is fine. Seriously, I'll deal with her and all that other bullshit tomorrow. Why don't we meet in the morning and talk about it?" "Okay, sounds good. See you then. Bye."
When I thought that was the end of the calls, I heard him sigh in annoyance again.
"Hey, Jake. What's up?"
he said.
"No, we're good. You don't have—"
Knock, knock, knock. I covered my smile, grabbed the other robe, and walked out to where Sebastian sat defeated on the bed. I tossed the robe to him. "Don't be too upset. These guys bailed your ass out tonight." He smiled at me.
"This is why I don't ask for favors,"
he said, getting off the bed and walking to his luggage.
I don't appreciate being indebted to anyone and having to do shit like this to show my gratitude.
He kissed me on the nose.
There's a package for you next to my luggage. I'm sure you'll find the gift handy for entertaining in our room tonight.
Lingerie? I questioned with a laugh as he pulled on a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt.
If only I'd thought of that. I really could have made our guests regret intruding on us tonight.
He winked, kissed me on the nose, and disappeared from the room, walking toward where everyone must have been waiting on the other side of the door to get the details of what went down tonight. I walked over to Sebastian's luggage and saw a large black box placed neatly in the closet, with a large silk gold ribbon tied neatly around it, forming a perfect bow in the middle. I'd never been fortunate enough to receive a fancy treat like this before, and suddenly I felt like quite the princess. So, in perfect Cinderella-type fashion, I gently tugged the ribbon to unravel it and slowly opened the box to find the most beautiful silky set of La Perla pajamas perfectly folded and tucked inside. I pulled out the top, amazed by how luxurious the buttery smooth silk felt in my hands. It was a long-sleeved button-down shirt with a notched collar, featuring delicate mother-of-pearl buttons and refined piping along the edges, cuffs, and pocket. The matching pants were tailored with an elastic waistband, offering a relaxed yet flattering fit with matching pearl-toned piping along the hem. I smirked, loving every ounce of this and knowing that this gift would have made me roll my eyes a week ago. It wasn't the expensive brand that made my heart leap in my chest. It was that Sebastian had surprised me with such a gift at all. The last thing I expected to be gifted from the guy was a pajama set, which made it so much sweeter for some reason. I wasn't used to being spoiled like this. I didn't care if they were thrift shop pajamas or the world's most expensive set. It was touching that he'd thought of me, and that made me feel special. At the bottom of the box, I found a matching black lace bra and underwear set and a card.
For my beautiful Darcy, you've made my heart so happy over these last few weeks. I hope you'll enjoy relaxing in this attire while I feed you chocolate-covered strawberries all day in our room.
What an adorable, romantic man, I said softly, eating up this moment and changing quickly into my lounge set to join the laughing group of guests in the living area of this massive suite.
"There she is,"
Natalia said with a laugh as I entered the room. She sat between Spencer and Jake, and I was relieved there weren't more people.
"Don't you dare tell me you two were up here getting pajamas on for bed when we intruded on you."
"What does it look like to you?" I questioned with a beaming smile.
"Like you've had a couple of glorious rounds to make up for the shit show that happened down in that ballroom tonight,"
Natalia said, arching an eyebrow at me.
"I'm sorry we interrupted, honey."
She eyed me, then smiled at Sebastian.
"I am too," Sebastian played back. "Just when I thought I'd get your man's sexy ass in my bed tonight, too," Jake chuckled. "Seriously, though," he brought his attention back to Sebastian. "John is going to shit himself when he sees the video Ashley took. If that bullshit gets out on social media..." "Colin and Jake are immature children in situations such as these," Spencer interrupted Sebastian. "But you have nothing to fear. Ashley is nothing if not discreet."
"I don't plan on even texting that. John can get his ass over here and see it for himself on Ash's phone before we delete it."
"My father is going to lose his shit when my mother bitches to him about her plans backfiring," Sebastian said. "It's about time, too. She's been off the leash for too long regarding her sons."
"Are you worried about your father?" I asked Sebastian.
He'll get over it, no matter how pissed or embarrassed he is, Sebastian said. Unfortunately, your dumbass texted Jakey, of all people, to get you out of the bidding war you feared, Spencer chuckled. If you would have texted me, it could have been shut down quicker than your mother started all of it. Jake scoffed. And miss out on the entertainment only Colin and I have the balls to provide in a room filled with those people? He laughed, then looked at Sebastian. I'm glad you texted me the SOS, my man. He chuckled, then stood. If you'll excuse me, I've got to get down to the lovely wife. We should probably let these two enjoy their pajama party. Spencer stood and shook Sebastian's hand. I'm happy you survived that bullshit. He grinned at me. I'm happy you survived it, too. I can't imagine the column you'd write about all of us if it went awry. Is that why you're here? I chuckled, hugging Natalia as she reached me. We're stupid, but we're not that stupid, Jake chuckled. All right, kids, my job is done. I'm going home to rest. I've got an open heart surgery first thing in the morning, so I need to be fresh. You better have these pajamas off as soon as we leave, and you, Nat said, pointing at Sebastian, get my number from my husband. I look forward to the commission I'm going to make on your handsome ass when I find the home of your dreams for you out here, as far away from your parents as you possibly can get. I look forward to that, Sebastian chuckled, but it was evident he had other things on his mind. We said goodnight, and his eyes darkened when he turned to smile at me, confirming that the pajamas were wasted money, because I wouldn't be wearing them the entire time we were in this room.
Chapter 50. Sebastian. The whole bachelor event and all the ridiculous fallout that came with it was finally in the past. I hadn't spoken to my mother in the 3 months since the event, and I felt it was best to keep it that way. I'd love to say that during these past 3 months, Darcy and I had grown and flourished in our relationship, but I'd been damn busy with the winery, wanting that part of my life buttoned up and running so I could finally leave for New York and go over the business with my father. I hadn't been entirely out of contact with my father, as that would have been extremely difficult with my position in our various corporations. Still, we kept things strictly professional, which was the extent of our interaction. No personal comments were exchanged between my father and me, and that was how I wanted it to stay. It was the only way I knew how to keep things in my control and functioning like my family needed. I would not allow my parents to intervene in my personal life, and I was glad they understood that, or at least hadn't challenged me again. Their meddling would be the downfall of our family legacy, something my ancestors had sacrificed and died to achieve for centuries. The bottom line was this. My parents couldn't afford for me to abandon my life as an Aster. My younger brothers Mark and John were a completely different story. They had not been groomed as I was to take over when my father could no longer run things. We all knew that, and that was the power I held. "Are you excited to have Charlotte fly out?" Darcy asked, curled into my side. I ran my hand over her bare shoulder, appreciating the short time she and I had been able to spend together. While I'd been busy at the vineyard, Darcy had taken numerous trips to Los Angeles, meeting with her editor and that damn fool who ran the magazine. Darcy's write-up about me was adorable, to say the very least. She kept it all very basic but charming, telling the story of how we were two enemies who had become lovers. Her endearing way of keeping things away from my dark and tragic past, and keeping her article focused on how our relationship came to be, was the kindest thing she could offer in writing about my life. That was what everyone wanted to know about anyway. The woman who stole my cold, dark heart, as Darcy had put in one of her paragraphs. It was light-hearted, humorous, and a perfect way to keep the gossip from buzzing about the bachelor auction that became a comedy show starring my mother and me. "I'm excited," I answered. "However, I feel like a horrible piece of shit when I think about the fact that I haven't really missed her." Darcy leaned up to lay over on my chest, running her fingers down the center of it while her breasts pushed softly against my warm skin. What a monstrous thing to admit. I'm ashamed that I've been no better a father than my own. Charlotte deserves better than me. I'm not listening to this, Darcy said with irritation. Stop talking down about yourself. No situation is too big to remedy. I sat up and pulled a pillow behind me to rest against the headboard of our bed in the remodeled room that Darcy once hated and now loved. You can butter me up and speak in inspirational quotes all day long, I informed her, but it's a plain fact. I was raised differently than you, and that's why I have virtually no relationship with my daughter. She's the ultimate blessing in my life, to be sure. I just don't know where to begin to form any kind of a bond with her. Darcy frowned. Well, take the time that she's here to figure that out. What do I do, though? I questioned, entirely lost about which direction to go. Do I take her on a winery tour? Or perhaps have Antonio make my 2-year-old fried grasshoppers to sample? I have no idea. Her nanny will be here, and I believe she has planned things to— Stop right there, buddy, Darcy interrupted, as she'd been so fond of doing since our first meeting. I was distracted after she sat up and exposed her full breasts, and she batted my hands away playfully when I attempted to run my hand over them. This is your time to bond with her. You take her on whatever fun little excursions the nanny might have planned, and make some cute memories with her. Like what? I don't know. Maybe the L.A. Zoo? She said with a laugh. Has she ever been to Disneyland? Good God, I said in utter annoyance. I'm quite confident you know me well enough to answer those questions. Can you imagine me visiting a filthy, hot zoo to stare at animals that have been placed in confinement? Even worse, do I seem the type to place myself in confinement by visiting an overcrowded theme park? Darcy rolled her eyes at me. It's not about you, handsome, she smiled. It's about watching your daughter's reaction to those things. When it comes to visiting places like that, it very much becomes about me, lover, I said. I will not be pushed and shoved at theme parks or forced to watch animals in captivity. Darcy started laughing, and I could only roll my eyes in return. Of all the places I thought you'd hate, I didn't think a zoo would be on the list. Why not? I answered her. I may be part of the minority here, but I'm not a fan of them. Well, many people agree with you, my mother being one of them. However, I would have never guessed you'd care about animals in confinement. She laughed again, shaking her head. While I understand where you're coming from, some of those animals cannot survive in the wild. They're living happy, full lives in the zoo because they were rescued, not stolen from some safari trip and thrown into a tiny cage. It is unnatural for any animal to be confined, no matter the reason, I said, feeling as though I'd lived my entire life like one of those animals in a zoo. I'd been confined when all I wanted was the freedom and life I had with Darcy now. But at least they're alive, Darcy countered. You realize at least they're alive is far and away the worst argument for imprisonment I've ever heard, right? Thank God you aren't a prison warden. Jesus Christ, I teased. Okay, that's not how I meant it. But you've definitely made a fair point, she laughed. I'm just surprised at your lack of sympathy for wild animals, considering you were named after an orphaned monkey, I joked. Hey, that orphaned monkey is most likely dead, Darcy shot back humorlessly. If he were in the L.A. Zoo, he'd be swinging happily from vine to vine, alive and well. Perhaps even getting an overabundance of treats from little girls like your daughter and living his best life. Instead, he was orphaned, named by humans, and probably thrown back in the jungle to fend for himself. You really believe Darcel is dead? I questioned as seriously as I could. With a name like that? Yes, she sighed dramatically. I know that poor bastard is dead. Well, you share his name and are doing rather well for yourself, if I do say so myself, I chuckled. Perhaps Darcel is swinging from tree to tree in the rainforest somewhere. Maybe he met a beautiful lady monkey, had children, and ate his fair share of bananas while living free as a bird. Take Charlotte to the zoo, Darcy pressed. I think you both will love it. You can't help but bond when you share the great delight of seeing those animals, even if you feel sorry for them. We're not going to the zoo, I said, more frustrated with Darcy for pressing an issue I disagreed with than I realized. She's 2 years old. She won't remember it. It doesn't matter, Darcy pressed. It's something fun for both of you. She'll see pictures when she's older, and she'll be— No, I said in an abrupt attempt to shut this all down. I will decide on something else. I got up and out of bed, my mood taking a bizarre turn. Something was setting me off, but I couldn't place it. All I knew was that I was feeling pressure to do something I didn't want to do, and somehow I was to blame for not going along with it. I knew Darcy wasn't trying to be bitchy about any of this, but I didn't like her continual insistence to force an idea on me that I disagreed with. "Where are you going?" Darcy asked with a laugh. "Taking a shower," I said dismissively. Once in the shower, I turned on the hot water, which was piping hot thanks to the new electric water heater I'd had installed. I leaned my head forward and let the rainfall showerhead clear my mind. This was how my mood would shift whenever Melissa would order me around and treat me like I were a fucking idiot when she disagreed with the way I wanted to do things. I hated this fucking feeling. I hoped a hot shower would wash this shit off me, and I would settle down. The more I thought of how Melissa used to make me feel, the more pissed off I became. Adding to my irritation was my goddamn appointment with Natalia this afternoon to see another fucking house that I probably wouldn't like, much like the 500 others I'd already seen and turned down. "Are you okay?" Darcy questioned, brushing her teeth at the sink. "Fine," I said in a clipped tone, annoyed she'd followed me in here when all I wanted was some space. "Listen, I'm sorry. I think I'm just a bit overwhelmed. I felt like such a dick for putting her on the receiving end of my bullshit." "It's okay," she said in a muffled tone while scrubbing her teeth. She spit the foamy toothpaste in the sink, rinsed her mouth, and grabbed a towel to dry it. "I was just trying to offer some ideas. I've made a note to myself that theme parks and zoos are places I never expect to go with you." I was grateful I hadn't upset her, but I did need some space. I cared too much for Darcy to hurt her, and I was terrified that a nasty mood like what had crept over me would push her away. I was terrified I might do something to fuck up all this perfection and beauty I'd found. And as much as I was deadest against that happening, I also didn't trust myself. "I think I'll go look at that house alone with Nat today," I said. I was already dreading having to view another home, so my shitty mood would only be enhanced, and Darcy would have to deal with that too. "That's cool," Darcy said. "What about Charlotte? When does she get here?" My anxiety seemed to spike when Darcy asked me the question. Fuck. What was wrong with me? "Don't worry over her," I said, not knowing how to shut down Darcy's concern about my daughter. "I'm not worried about anything," Darcy said, and now I could sense her frustration rising with my fucked-up mood. "Thank you," I said, just wanting the conversation over with before it escalated into anything further. That afternoon, I was out with Natalia, viewing a home that was nice but still didn't meet my expectations for where I saw myself if I had to live in California. "You and Darcy could have some amazing nights out here in this infinity pool. This terrace and the views of downtown are the best we've seen," she said. I liked Natalia. The woman knew her shit when it came to real estate. I also enjoyed her candid personality and found it a bit humorous that a man like Spencer, who was as much of an aggressive dick in business as me, would be her perfect match. She was wild and set in her ways while being a stellar businesswoman who held the real estate world in her hands. I appreciated her finding these homes for me, but as talented as she was, I was surprised she still hadn't found a house with everything I wanted. "It's all fine and good," I said. "However, I'm not feeling this at all." "It's a $40 million home that offers everything but a zip code in Martha's Vineyard, Sebastian. I'm not sure what else would work at this point," she said, understandably irritated with me. "Perhaps that's what is needed," I said with a laugh, looking out at the skyline filled with smog, haze, and tall gray skyscrapers. I reached my hand out to attempt to paint a vision for her. A large mural of the Atlantic Ocean, filled with fishing boats and sailboats to set the vibe I need. "You're a pompous prick, you know that?" she said with her usual dry sarcasm. "You know very well that you're not going to find what you want in Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, or any fucking hills that your rich ass wants to live in," she said. "Why don't we go toward the coast? There are amazing homes in Malibu, Laguna, Santa Monica, and even La Jolla if you're willing to move as far south as San Diego." The whole point of considering a home in this location was to allow Darcy to come home to me every night, instead of once every couple of weekends or so like she's been doing with her parents. "Are you planning on marriage?" Nat used the opportunity to pry. "No, not yet anyway, but I would love her to live with me and my daughter," I answered. She and I both decided that moving in together would work while we continued to explore the idea of wanting to deepen the— "Hold the hell on," Nat interrupted me, and it was not a great day for that move, if I was being honest. "Explore the idea of wanting to deepen your relationship?" "Yes, people do that all the time. I'm not jumping straight into marriage, and neither is Darcy. She agrees with everything I'm telling you." "I understand that," Nat said. "But you can't explore shit if you're doing everything for Darcy and not considering yourself. That's resentment waiting to happen on your end, pal." "I don't feel that way. I enjoy spoiling that woman. It makes me very happy." "Spoiling your lover with trinkets, roses, and gifts is one thing," she said. "It's not something you have to live in. You must consider yourself." "Well, I am." "How? You just told me you're house hunting in Los Angeles to offer Darcy an easy commute from her job." "Yes, and if it were up to me, she'd quit and work for a publication she loved. Or not work at all. I don't give a shit. But she wants this, and I want her to be happy." "And Darcy wants to live in Los Angeles?" Nat questioned, crossing her arms. "As I said, it's closer to her job, and I'll see her more often." "Until you're overseas, working there for months on end," Nat said, suddenly seeming like a parent coaching my decisions about managing a relationship. "What are you trying to say? Darcy and I have agreed that this is the best place for where we are in our relationship right now." "I'm saying that you're shopping a $40 million price range for a home in a city that you really don't want to live in. Darcy may or may not want to live here also. You two need to discuss where you both will be happiest. You're doing this to accommodate a job that I know Darcy is on the brink of quitting. Let's say she quits and then gets a job in Napa Valley or perhaps San Diego. If that happens, you both are stuck here. You will resent her and the home you spent a fortune on because you chose it to accommodate that job she hated. And then you'll start living on the road and away from home because the location pisses you off." "Makes sense," I said, feeling more weight and confusion on my shoulders now. "But I can't just force her to live in Martha's Vineyard, can I?" "Don't be an asshole," she said, rolling her eyes at my only other perceived option. I grinned. "Well, unless you have any other ideas." "I do. It's called Darcy, and you need to talk about this more. Settle on where you both want to live, and learn a crucial lesson while exploring each other in this relationship." "And that is?" "Compromise and communication," she said with a smile. "Once you two lovebirds figure that out, you won't be wasting my precious time." She put her hand on her hip and pointed her finger at me teasingly. "You know, I should be furious with you, goddammit. You nearly made me question my ability to find my client the perfect property, which has never happened. Now I know the only reason you haven't fallen in love with any of the outrageously impeccable properties I've shown you is that you don't even know if you want to be here. So, like I said, communicate. When you're ready and confident, finding the perfect place won't take a minute. How funny those two words, compromise and communication, were nowhere in my vocabulary when I was married to Melissa, and they were definitely not values I was raised to exercise. I was in altogether foreign territory, which was highly uncomfortable. My nerves tightened, not knowing how to deal with any of this. Everything just felt like more work than it should have been, and the thought of walking away from yet another home that didn't impress me and flying back to Napa Valley to see my daughter for the first time in months was very daunting. I was overwhelmed, and my frustration was rising to the point that I hoped Darcy wouldn't be there. That way, I wouldn't get stuck detailing why I didn't like this home either, or even worse, letting her know I wasn't sure if I could be happy living out here.
Chapter 51. Darcy. I'd just finished one of my mom's spiritual yoga classes, and I loved how it made my body feel. I was more relaxed than I had been for the last couple of weeks dealing with Sebastian's weird and unpredictable moods. "Thanks for filling the last spot, honey," my mom said as we rolled up the last yoga mats. When Gretchen called to cancel at the last second, "You don't have to thank me, Mom. You know I don't mind rounding out your sessions," I said, smiling at her. "Besides, I know you used Gretchen's absence as an excuse to get me into this session, if only to breathe the incense and be around the salt crystals to enhance my shitty mood." "Well, I had to do something, darling," she said, reaching for my face and pulling down my bottom eyelids so fast I didn't have time to bat her hand away. "The natural pinks of your inside lids are pale. You're deficient in iron and you're too skinny. I want to know what's going on between you and Sebastian." Mom only became stern when she thought I wasn't taking proper care of my health. And she was right. I'd all but lost my appetite with this man, and my reaction to the situation was frustrating at best. I seemed to be in a constant state of trying to figure out what was wrong with him. Had I done something to push Sebastian away? It was dumb, I know, but it stressed me out nonetheless. Things had been so wonderful, and not in a fake love-bombing way, just to butter me up and then control me or something. It wasn't that. I knew something was wrong and just wanted things back to normal. "Darcy," my mom snapped her fingers in front of my face, bringing my attention back to her. "What's going on?" I blinked a couple of times and exhaled. If I knew what was going on, I could tell you. He's just acting sort of off. Well, the winery's grand opening is taking place this weekend. Perhaps he's just stressed about that. I thought it was that, too. I also thought it was because his daughter wanted nothing to do with him or me while she was here and clung to the nanny instead. Then I thought he was homesick, maybe? Trust me, there are many things I've thought could be the issue, but he swears up and down that it's nothing and he's just busy. "I think it's the grand opening," Mom said. "But it also seems all that dark and negative energy started after Charlotte arrived. Don't get me started on my feelings about having a full-time nanny. A child's primary caregiver should always be a parent. I understand many people work and all that, but at the end of the day, the nanny shouldn't be more familiar to the child than their parent. She needs to spend some time with her father." She smiled at me. "And even you, my sweet girl." I'm more concerned that Charlotte doesn't want to be around her dad than I am about whether she likes me after a 5-second introduction, I said. "Besides, Sebastian and I aren't in a relationship solidly enough for her to get attached to me, especially right now when things are sort of off between us. She's young and she's already lost her mother. She doesn't need to attach to me only to have us break up."
"That's nonsense," my mother said. "I see how that man looks at you, and I feel the love coming from him every time he's in your presence. Even at dinner last night, he stared at you as if he couldn't wait to get you back in your room."
She chuckled and I rolled my eyes. "Well, if that's what you saw, then your spirit guides all misled you," I teased with a smile, because the man took a quick shower and was asleep before I finished brushing my teeth. Mom pursed her lips and patted my cheek.
"That sounds like a man who is exhausted from stress and worries about the grand reopening of this winery. Nothing to worry about in Lover's Cove." She winked. "Okay, well, I don't want you to worry about this. I'm going to have Antonio get to work on a dinner so scrumptious that it will put some meat back on those bones." She arched an eyebrow at me. "Baby, you already know nothing on this planet should cause you to worry so much that you lose your appetite, especially when Antonio lives with us."
"You're right, but let's not pretend I'm starving to death, okay? You know me better than that," I said, tempering my mother's dramatics. I might not have been chowing down as much as usual, but I certainly wasn't starving myself over a man. I didn't come to your yoga session to make you worry about me."
"Was there a specific reason why you came?"
"I just wanted to do something kind for you, so you won't think I'm just up and bailing on the reopening of the winery," I said. "I just need to get out of here for a while to get my head screwed back on straight."
"Avoiding, are we?" She arched a reproachful eyebrow.
"I'm not avoiding jack shit," I affirmed. "I've tried to take this head-on with Sebastian, and it's only pushing him further away. I think we need some time apart to decide if a relationship is what we both want."
"That's a responsible way of looking at things. You both did go a bit hard and fast in this relationship," Mom said.
"Come on now," I said, sighing. "I told you the truth about how this relationship came to be. We didn't fall for each other at first sight. We hated each other."
"I know. I read that cute article you wrote," she chuckled. "That's why I said it happened so fast. I've heard of people falling in love from eating grasshoppers like popcorn in Mexico, but love will take time to evolve with a man like Sebastian and his dark and tragic past."
I inhaled deeply. "This shouldn't be complicated," I nearly growled. Frustrated, I allowed myself to fall for him with the belief that all the obstacles in our way were removed. "But it is. He is. All this shit is. And you know what?" My voice kept rising in frustration, and if I wasn't careful, my mother would throw me into an hour-long meditation session to clear out any blockages. And I didn't need that shit right now, either. I needed to just get out of here.
"What, dear?" she said calmly. "I hate seeing you like this."
"I hate it too," I said in annoyance. "It's not who I am to feel this way. I didn't ask for this shit, to feel anything for the man. In fact, I was completely and unashamedly against this guy."
"That's what makes your love for one another so adorable," Mom said with a sigh that pissed me off even more.
"How the fuck is that adorable?" I argued. "It's what pisses me off about it, and him, and me for falling for him. I was perfectly happy and content in my life just how it was. Now look at me. I don't even have an appetite for Inés's empanadas. Sebastian should burn for that offense to me alone."
My mom covered a smile. "Honey."
"Don't honey me. I'm frustrated as hell. I hate feeling like this."
"Like what exactly? Sebastian is even in the market to find you two a place to live."
"I know. That's the confusing part." I sighed. "I'm with a man who is passionate about us one minute, and the next he seems a million miles away. None of it makes sense. One minute he wants to live together, the next I'm waiting for him to drop the hammer, break it off with me, and move home. My nerves will explode if I stay in this constant state of not knowing.
Then why don't you ask him?
Because that's the most frustrating part about this. I paused and closed my eyes, preparing to admit what I'd been avoiding. I'm afraid he'll just break it off.
Oh, dear, she said, concern thick in her voice. Darcy, you must never allow a man to have so much control over you. This is a form of codependency that makes me wonder if your father and I did something in your early childhood.
I'm not doing the childhood trauma song and dance right now, I said firmly. I'm not doing the abandoned by my dad I never met shit either. It might have everything to do with my reaction to Sebastian's bullshit, but that's why I need to get away from here. I can't see him daily, longing for the affection I once got from him so freely. I can't wonder when or if he's going to dump my ass over his damn trauma. I paused and raised a finger in the air, which I know he is riddled with, and yet I dared to trust him with my heart anyway. I just need to leave and clear my head. I need to.
It was painful to be around Sebastian these days. The man was utterly shut down, and I was very uncomfortable because it triggered something inside me that made me want to fix him, instead of running away like a well-adjusted woman would. I didn't like his faults, but I liked my own even less, and they were staring me in the face. Maybe I was more upset with myself than I was with him. I only had control over my actions and reactions, so I needed to use that power on myself and stop trying to use it on him. Where are you going to stay?
Where do I always stay when I work in Los Angeles? I said with annoyance.
Well, I hope Juniper puts you in a decent hotel.
Don't worry about my boss or my job. He could pitch a tent for me on Skid Row and I'd still have better company than I've been dealing with here.
Just go find your smile again, sweetheart, my mom said with a quick pat on my cheek.
I will.
And thank you, Mom,
I said, and then worked to get my ass out of the place before Sebastian returned from the winery and started asking questions. Part of me wondered if I was being childish, but I seriously didn't care. My nerves were shot to shit, and there was nothing to miss between Sebastian and me since all this started weeks ago when he was irritated by my recommendation of going to the zoo, or whatever the hell set him off that morning. Things had only gotten more strained and bizarre between us since then, and I wasn't in the mood to deal with it anymore. Maybe Mom was right, and the winery was his problem. It didn't matter anymore. I wanted a change of scenery and vibe, and this wasn't the place for that. I knew my parents would have their own stressors once the weekend was here and the reopening events kicked off. Everyone planned to be present for it, including Mommy and Daddy Aster, so all the more reason for me to go. I still needed to text Avery and Natalia and let them know I was out of here, because those two were looking forward to the hot air balloon rides planned for the attendees, one of many cool activities. I hated to bow out like this, but I had to do this for myself. Our lack of communication appeared to be the real issue here, and I ultimately didn't know how to deal with it. I was zipping up my suitcase when Sebastian walked into the room, and I almost jumped into the wall in surprise. I hadn't expected anyone here at 2 p.m, much less Sebastian, who'd been working from 6 a.m. until nearly midnight every night since his daughter left.
"You're leaving again?"
he asked with a hint of concern. I turned and smiled warmly, the opposite of how I felt inside. "I have a last-minute assignment," I lied. God, what is happening here, Darcy? Are we lying to everyone now? That's the perfect way to deal with this.
I would imagine that since your boss and your friends will be here for the reopening of the winery, he wouldn't ask you to leave and work on a last-minute assignment, Sebastian stated with justified confusion.
That's the thing, I smiled, wanting to punch myself for being so elusive. He needs me there so he can be here. Why am I still fucking lying? Oh, that's right. I'm the world's biggest chicken shit, and I'm afraid my once perfect boyfriend is going to break up with me. So, lying is obviously the best remedy for all these problems, right?
That's ridiculous, he argued. I know it's not my place to tell you what to do with your life and career, but when will enough be enough with this job?
What does that mean? I argued.
What I said, he answered. This job is far beneath what you and I both know you're capable of. Yet you still work for the man. He needs you more than you need him.
Maybe he does, I answered. But that doesn't mean I won't lose my job if I insist on staying here and he... Sebastian grinned for the first time in weeks.
Did you just hear yourself? He chuckled. He does need you more than you need him. Yet you still think that you could lose your job if you don't give in to his...
Sebastian, stop, I said, flustered. You're right. I know this doesn't make sense. Hell, nothing makes sense to me right now. I have no idea what is happening with you lately, and I just want to get out of here for a while.
Nothing is going on with me, he said with a frown. I'm merely trying to accomplish what I set out to do when I came to the winery. Everything seems to be moving along smoothly, but you're saying something isn't sitting right with you?
No, something isn't sitting right with me, I said. That's why I need to get out of here.
Your mother mentioned that you're not eating well, which concerned me, he said.
I sighed and closed my eyes. You know, unless I swear that woman to silence, she is incapable of keeping things to herself, I said in irritation. I'm honestly fine. My mother is being dramatic.
Says every woman about to lose her shit on the man who's unknowingly pissed her off for reasons he has no idea about, Sebastian answered with concern. Listen. He crossed the room and closed the gap between us. I know I haven't been attentive lately, but I have been extremely busy.
It's not just that, I answered him, knowing this was part of the communication lacking between us. I just feel like something isn't sitting right with you regarding us. Maybe it's just me being paranoid, which is completely unlike me, but something feels very off.
It's most likely my busy schedule,
he answered. His expression darkened to the point that it made me feel stupid for talking about the elephant in the room.
I'm sure you're not used to having a man in your life who struggles to put work behind his personal life.
That's the thing, I said. I'm not used to having a man in my life at all. That's why this is driving me nuts.
I'm unsure how to help.
You don't need to help, I said, annoyed and wishing he did know how to help. I just need a break.
Do you know when you'll be back?
He asked. Not really, I said. I just need some clarity.
I'll miss having you here,
he said with a pang of sadness. But since I was an emotionally insecure mess, I couldn't decipher why. You'll be busy anyway. I forced a smile. Maybe when the grand reopening is all said and done, we can... Well, I don't know, maybe we can get back to the way we were before?
I would love that,
he said, concerned, and probably as confused as I was. My number one concern was that I'd fallen way too hard and way too fast with him, and it was biting me in the ass because I had no idea how to deal with any of it. My last so-called relationships ended in disaster. There was no communication with any of my exes, and whenever I tried to bring up issues with them, there was a lot of gaslighting, telling me I was overreacting or being insecure for no reason. I hated having my feelings dismissed or misinterpreted when my gut told me something was wrong. It happened just now with Sebastian, making me regret ever opening up to him from the get-go. I didn't like being told why I was feeling how I was feeling, especially from someone who was making excuses for their behavior. It made me question my sanity because I knew the things that were bothering me, and Sebastian's workaholism wasn't the issue. I didn't know what the bigger problem was at this point, Sebastian's distance or my reaction to it. All I knew was I couldn't figure that out from here.
Chapter 52. Sebastian. The reopening of the winery was a success, just as I knew it would be. The lavish decor and items brought in were the perfect fit to draw people from all over the country. Fortunately, the names Aster and Mitchell on the event helped bring in wealthier crowds, and the restaurants in Italy that I'd landed an exclusive deal to sell Burke wines were enthused we'd consider the idea. All in all, everything was running smoothly, and I felt like I was back to my old self again. It felt great to be feeling alive again, something I owed to Darcy. I hated that I'd made her feel as unappreciated as I had. In fact, that behavior was the shit my late wife would have busted me for. It terrified me to think Darcy might be the same way, because isn't that what all women did when their man made them angry or neglected them? I'm not saying Darcy would weaponize sex and withhold that from me to teach me a lesson in manners, but I wasn't an idiot, and I knew she was pissed off at me right now. It stressed me out to think about this, but like they say, liquor is a lubricant for feelings and emotions, and I was on my third glass of tequila, so all my thoughts were present and spinning in my mind. "Penny for your thoughts, big brother," John said, breaking away from the group of friends and walking over to join me where I sat at the pool, staring into it while I sank deeper into my thoughts. "You'd waste the penny, John," I shrugged. "My thoughts are how glad I am that this event went over well." "Successful as I knew it would be, of course," John said, sitting across from me. "It's good to have you back in the swing of things. I thought we lost you there for a minute." I rolled my eyes at him. "Now you're just saying shit to sound like our dad." I took another sip. "That old man was nervous as hell for the last year, wondering if I'd ever get back in the swing of things again. Your cocky ass may say I sound like Dad, but you've never looked more like him, sitting out here alone and miserable like you are." "I'm not talking about it," I said, knowing where John was leading this discussion. "Talking about what?" "You know," I said sternly. "If Darcy wants to go to L.A. during the grand reopening of her family's winery, then so be it. I may be dating her, but I will never control her or her actions." "Oh?" John feigned surprise. "Is that where she is? I assumed she was sick in bed with morning sickness or some crazy shit like that." "Pregnant?" I scoffed at how ridiculous my youngest brother was behaving. "Well, at the rate of speed you landed that relationship, I would assume you knocked her up, too." "You're a dick, you know that?" "I'm your little brother." He smirked and sipped his wine. "I'm supposed to be a dick when it comes to pep-talking my oldest brother's dumb decisions." "You think dating Darcy is dumb?" I asked, pissed off at his interference and shocked that John, of all people, would say such a thing. "No, but the way you're handling your relationship with her is," he said. "Are you sure you're even ready for a relationship? You and I haven't been able to talk much about what's happened between Darcy and me, have we? Why else would I think she was on her way to becoming one of mine or my wife's next patients?" He grinned. "And I'm just going off the bits and pieces I hear about you from everyone else when it comes my way. Being an OBGYN doesn't free up much time to visit when my brother comes to town, or goes to Mexico, you know? I suppose not, I said, softening up some. I'm sorry I haven't made any attempts to visit you or Mickey at your home. Don't apologize. I know how you are, he answered. Which brings me to my question. Does Darcy know how you are? What? That I'm fucking busy trying to relaunch an entire winery? I think she's seen that with her own eyes, I answered. Right. I also know that if Melissa said she wasn't coming to the reopening, you wouldn't have been here tonight either, he said. Yet, here you are. Here I am, I said. Where else would I be? Listen, Seb, he said, leaning forward and resting his elbows on his knees. I'm not trying to make comparisons between Melissa and Darcy, but I wonder if you are sure that Darcy wants to be with someone like you. Don't take offense to that, because I know you know what I'm trying to say. You're an extremely busy man, and Melissa was groomed to take on a powerful guy like you. Even so, she treated you poorly and acted like she didn't understand why her husband had little time for her when she wanted it. So you're trying to say that there isn't a female on the planet, not even the groomed ones, who would want to be married to a workaholic asshole like me? Not really, he answered. You're CEO of numerous businesses under the family umbrella, and it leaves very little time for personal shit. Any woman needs to be aware that you're not a 9-to-5 businessman. Tomorrow you could be on the next flight to Milan for a month, and then to Egypt from there. It's just the nature of the beast in your profession, station in life, and job. If Darcy doesn't want a man who is forever gone, you need to address that. It already appears that she's having difficulty with you and the job. Fuck, I said, rubbing my forehead. I don't want to lose her. Then don't, John said. But shoving your problems in the closet and closing the door isn't going to help you and Darcy progress. I don't even know how to approach the subject with her. Of course you don't, John chuckled. No one ever accused you of being a sap who loved to discuss his feelings. And in this case, put everything on the table, John said. The woman has developed enough feelings for you that she ran off angrily, so I'm sure she'd be willing to sit down and discuss the hard facts of being in a relationship with an asshole such as yourself. I wouldn't even know where to start, I said. It's just easier if she and I go with the flow. Not in your case, John said. She's a gorgeous woman, and if you neglect her, another man will slide in and snatch her up. You need to take action and grab this by the balls. Have the real discussions now so you can decide if this is what you both want. And if I don't listen to my youngest brother, Dr. Phil, educating me on relationships, someone's going to get hurt. But from her recent actions and the look on your face, I'd say maybe both of you will. I hate this shit, I said. I finally found something special, and I feel like I'm going to lose it. The hardest talks always make the best outcomes for everyone involved. I frowned. What the fuck does that mean? I have no idea, he chuckled. I'm half drunk and trying to coach your dumbass on how to save the relationship you're successfully fucking up. Well, half drunk or not, you make some good points that I need to consider. It's just a lot, you know? Getting out of that dark place, then Charlotte coming and wanting nothing to do with me, our parents' constant bullshit, and then my fear of letting Darcy down. It's just easier to throw yourself into work to allow it to distract you, John interjected. Pretty much, I said. How else would I have made this event such a success, meeting all my deadlines much earlier than anticipated? Just try and find a bit of balance. If Darcy is anything like her parents, you've got it made. But you've got to be open and honest and communicate with her, or you can forget about it. True. All right, I said, standing and needing the subject to change. I'm going to head to bed. Are you flying back with everyone tonight or staying? Nah, he smiled. I'm taking off. I've only got today and tomorrow off before work calls. You know the drill. How do you and Mickey make that work? Do you ever see her? We both communicated. He winked. That, and we worked together a lot of the time. If we didn't, we'd be doomed. Also, we fuck like rabbits, so there's that. Nice. I rolled my eyes. I'll join you in the group before I go to bed. I haven't even extended my gratitude for everyone showing up tonight. Darcy and I hit a snag in this relationship, but it wasn't because I didn't love her. In fact, I think the realization of how strong my feelings were and the rapid speed at which they were growing only added to all this conflict I was experiencing. I'd never been fearful of anything, so discovering how much finding true love terrified me was disorienting. I was so scared of fucking it up and losing the best thing that had ever happened to me that it was making me freeze. When I picked up the phone to call Darcy before I went to sleep, I got a call from my father. "Hey," I answered, half drunk and tired as shit, ready to end the damn night already. "Congratulations on the successful relaunch of Burke Wines," my dad said. "Thank you. It was very successful. A shame you could not make it. Many people were expecting you." "My inability to attend was unexpected," he answered. "Unfortunately, I'm dealing with the Marsh acquisitions, and it's inhibited me from moving forward with anything else. I'm needed in Ibiza tomorrow, so I am calling you." "I'm not dealing with Marsh Media," I said, knowing old man Marsh was the biggest dick this side of my father. "You and Forrest wanted that, so you play in the sandbox with him." I heard my father chuckling softly on the other end of the phone like he did in the old days when I was his favorite pawn to move around the chessboard. "You do sound like my son again, and for that, I am grateful," he said, and for the first time since finding out about my feelings for Darcy, my father sounded genuine. "You have Darcy Burke to thank for that," I said, intentionally pushing his buttons. "You never seem to miss an opportunity to remind your mother or me of that fact," he said. "Why did you call, Dad? We just wrapped everything up on the reopening, and I'm half drunk and in need of rest. Do you think you can sleep on the jet?" "Huh?" I said, kicking off my shoes and trying to relax at my desk chair. "I need you in Ibiza for a merger that must happen tomorrow," he said. "Can't I do a video conference for that?" I asked in annoyance, unhappy with the reminder that my work was never done. "I haven't seen Darcy in nearly a month. I imagine you and her have discussed this part of your life, correct?" "I plan on doing that with her," I answered. "Well, no better time than the present for her to experience the full scope of who you really are," my dad said, echoing what John had said earlier. "I understand that, but I think—" I closed my eyes, feeling overwhelmed by reality. "Email me the itinerary, and I'll be on the jet when it arrives. It landed an hour ago at the private airport your mother and I flew in and out of while we were there," he answered. "So nice to know you've still got faith that I'll ask how high when you say jump." "I have faith in you, Sebastian," he answered. "I'll have everything emailed to you by the time you board the jet. Get rest on the flight. You'll need to be polished and ready to go by the time the meeting begins." I hung up with my dad and stared at Darcy's name on my phone for about 5 minutes before biting the bullet and calling her. After numerous rings, the phone went to voicemail. I figured it was wise to hang up since she was most likely busy or asleep, and the last thing I wanted was to tell her in a voicemail that I was leaving literally tonight for business in another country. I would have to talk to her when I returned. When I flew overseas for business, it wasn't abnormal for me to be gone for a month. I felt the odd sensation of fear creeping up on me. If Darcy had a problem with how I worked here at her parents' home, I wasn't sure how she would deal with my life and job when I had to leave like this for business. All I knew was that we needed to have a serious talk about things, and leaving the country for an extended period wasn't the best way to make that happen. I just wished more than anything that things could be less complicated.
Chapter 53. Darcy. I walked out of my new office space, which was given to me after Juniper noticed I'd been here every day for the past 2 weeks. He liked to say it was a promotion since his business was booming in the billionaire gossip world after we published my article about Sebastian. However, when people were typically promoted, they received monetary compensation and the corner office. Not only did I not get a pay raise, but I also didn't get an office with windows, because Juniper was too cheap to invest his influx of cash into a new building. In frivolous multi-millionaire fashion, Juniper took all the money he made from his magazine, something that seemed more like a time-wasting hobby than a passion project, and blew it on vacation homes, toys, and sports cars. God forbid he put it back into the business and reward the people who made him successful. Of course, I had no room to tell anyone how to spend their money. If I didn't like it, I could leave. And that option weighed more heavily on my mind every day. Since things seemed to have fallen off between Sebastian and me, I'd resigned myself to the fact that he and I were pretty much over. And that reality was heartbreaking. I wasn't one to cry or seek attention for my drama, though. Instead, I processed things differently and kept it all inside. Therefore, anything that reminded me of Sebastian felt weirdly traumatic. Writing about the lives of billionaires was now a depressing, constant reminder of what I had with Sebastian for all of 3.5 minutes. I wanted to avoid things that reminded me of our sample relationship, because I would never move on from him if I didn't. So, sadly, in the art of avoiding my pain about the disastrous and confusing demise of our relationship, I steered clear of anything that might bring him to mind. It was immature and childish, but it was the only way I knew to cope with it. I hadn't been back to the winery since I heard he left the day after the grand reopening, and though I wanted to see how well it was doing, I couldn't go back until I was emotionally ready. Mexico was off the books for a vacation if I planned on ever taking one. And, of course, writing at the magazine now was just torture. I need you to attend a dinner with the Mitchells tonight. You're still friends with them, correct? Max, my editor, questioned me. Yeah, why wouldn't I be? I said, annoyed. I needed a new fucking job. Well, since Sebastian went dark on you and bailed on your relationship, you've been hiding in this office. It's only been 2 weeks, so I wasn't sure if you were still friends with his friends. First of all, Max, I said with irritation, the Mitchells were my friends long before I got involved with Sebastian, and he didn't go dark on me. His actions made it clear that he was no longer interested in me, so keep your facts straight when you question me. He smirked, the fluorescent lighting of the room shining off the top of his balding head. Well, this is a gossip magazine, and you write the most sought-after gossip in it. So I was just trying to spin stories like you. Do you honestly think you're funny? I asked, my PMS bulldozing any semblance of patience I had left. Because you're not. I am the only one who writes the gossip in this so-called magazine. The rest of the articles are pretty decent. I have a question for you, I said, cutting him off before he could respond. Why do we even call this a magazine anyway? People read our shit with online subscriptions or by downloading the app. We don't even sell magazines. You're in a shit mood today, aren't you? I rubbed my forehead, diffused instantly by Max's confused and almost sad response. I am, and I'm sorry. I smiled. Why don't you get out of here? He said. You look pale and, quite frankly, awful. I stood up. I'll take that advice, I responded. Maybe I'll go to the beach or something. You really fell for that guy, didn't you? he asked. I did. I half smiled. It was stupid, I know. But, yeah.
How long has it been since you've heard from him?
He tried calling 2 weeks ago, the night before he took off out of nowhere on his private jet. He didn't leave a voicemail, so I can only assume he didn't want to dump me that way.
Maybe it's just a misunderstanding, and you're taking 2 weeks of no communication the wrong way.
While I appreciate you digging for answers to my problems, I'm going to have to stop you. I don't want to discuss it with you or anyone else.
Understandable, he answered. The Mitchells, though? Would you mind meeting with them at a short—
Avery already invited me. I smiled. I'll try to go. I haven't really wanted to be around anyone since Sebastian stopped talking to me because I don't want to talk about it. So if I go, hopefully the distraction of the new real estate tycoons that Jim is rubbing elbows with will keep everyone's attention off me.
Perfect, he said. Juniper has always been intrigued with the 3 Hawk brothers. He can't resist stories like theirs, climbing the social ladder overnight. People love those stories.
Yeah, everyone except the people who are already at the top of the ladder, I said, rolling my eyes at how right Sebastian was about Juniper and his weird obsession with these elites. He was like some pervy old voyeur. He couldn't get enough of peering into the lives of wealthy people. Juniper needs therapy or something. He's like some weirdo stalker who obsesses over this shit.
You're the one writing the column, darling, Max chuckled.
It pays the bills, I said. And now that I'm moving into that studio on Melrose, I'm certainly going to need to keep writing.
You shouldn't have rented there, he said. I told you to look at Orange County.
I told you I did. Orange County is just as expensive and it's out of my way. I got a great deal and a 3-month lease here, and I'm good with that.
One day you'll finally decide to move here permanently, he said as I grabbed my purse and laptop and started to leave.
Not likely, I smiled. Once I stop acting like a broken-hearted nerd, I'm going home to Napa Valley. No one could ever convince me to put down roots in the city. I'm a Napa girl at heart.
Enjoy yourself today, and stay away from this place for a few days. It'll do you some good.
I believe that. I winked, waved him off, and left the office. I tried not to think about it, but one question kept running through my mind. If Sebastian had strong feelings for me like he made me believe, how could he go 2 weeks without calling me? I called him back when I saw his missed call, but he didn't answer. I wasn't sure if he was calling to break things off or what, so I didn't leave a voicemail either. I had no idea what to think. I didn't know if I'd pushed him away or if he just ran away like a big coward who was afraid of relationships. All I knew was I didn't show weakness, even if I felt it. So it was time I put on my game face and go to Avery and Jim's house in Malibu tomorrow. They were hosting the Hawk brothers for a small dinner with a few close friends, which was exactly what I needed right now. To be at their beach house and enjoy the beauty of Malibu. That and meeting the fresh meat that Juniper wanted his next story on, the Hawk brothers. Being at Jim and Avery's place in Malibu was always a refreshing treat. I'd only been there a handful of times, but what was better than being in a gorgeous mansion on the beach? Jim and Avery, no matter how many people they hosted, were always so chill, making it a relaxing atmosphere no matter what.
So, while Jim and the guys are entertaining the guests, I want you to tell me how you're doing, Avery asked as Nat, Ashley, and Mickey went to the poolside bar to grab drinks for us. I chuckled, avoiding the question, and looked at the women in their cute cocktail dresses. You know, the more time I spend with you guys, the more I drink. I looked at her. I think all we do is drink. Avery arched an eyebrow at me. Avoiding the question with a weak-ass observation about how we enjoy socializing isn't going to get you out of answering it. I rubbed my face in my hands. I'm sorry, I said, shaking my head. Don't apologize, she said. It's understandable. What I don't understand is why you're avoiding everyone. We've all grown closer, and I know you've been in Los Angeles since the relaunch party at the winery. You haven't returned texts or calls, so I want to know if you're okay. I hadn't intentionally avoided their texts and calls. I'd just been so consumed by wanting to hear from one person in particular that the rest annoyed me because they weren't from him. I'm just trying to figure it out, but I don't want to talk about it because when I do, I get pissed and even more confused about things. Well, babe, after reading your article, she patted me on the knee. I have to say that you had us all fooled for a minute when you were fake dating. No shit, Nat said, the girls all sitting and joining us. Here's a dirty martini, sweetie. It's how I dealt with all my breakups, especially when new hot men were around. She sipped her drink, peering through the glass wall to where the men were congregated inside the house. Those Hawk brothers are fine as fuck, and you've got not one but 3 to choose from. Or, if you want to be like me, choose all of them. I heard that Colton is in a relationship, Ashley said, but their reputations precede them, much like our darling husbands before they met us and settled down. Not the relationship I want to jump into, I said, chuckling. I'm still dealing with the last billionaire who threw my ass away. I don't get that, Mickey said. John talked to Seb at the event, and he insists that Sebastian was very into pursuing a deeper relationship with you. John talked to him? I asked, wondering if something had transpired during the conversation that made Sebastian decide to take off. Yes, but only to try to coach him on how to not fuck a good thing up, Mickey said. Sebastian didn't argue at all. I think he's just busy with work. I felt my hopes die in that moment. From how Mickey talked, it didn't seem like she and John were worried about any of this. Not hearing from Sebastian for 2 weeks was tossed into the he's a busy working man category, so there was nothing to worry about. I wish it were that easy. All I have are black and white facts. Sebastian called that night but didn't leave a message. The next thing I knew, my mom told me he'd packed his things and left. I tried to call him back, but he didn't answer. I haven't heard back from him since. That doesn't sound like a man who's interested. Busy men can be that way, Nat said. Trust me. No, I don't accept that, I said, stopping this before we made excuses for this man's bad behavior. Are you trying to say it's okay that my boyfriend hasn't so much as texted me? I've heard nothing from him, not even that he was leaving. There is no excuse in the world for that blatant disregard of me and my feelings. The women didn't interrupt as I unleashed what I'd been holding inside. So what, should I wait around for him to finally find time in his busy schedule to call me and tell me everything is fine and I've been worried for no reason? That this is what I should expect from being in a relationship with Sebastian Aster? Fuck no. It's not a relationship. It's me sitting around and waiting for him not to be busy long enough to remember I exist, then come rattle my cage and act like I should be grateful for his acknowledgement. Nad exhaled. I'm sorry, honey. I was just trying to make it a bit easier. I know, but you can't make it easier, I said, smiling warmly at her. I don't want to hear any excuses on his behalf. We shouldn't have to work so hard to dream up reasons why he isn't calling me. Everyone has at least 5 spare minutes. He's not in a submarine, for fuck's sake. The fact is, our relationship started as quickly as it ended. Dude probably just needed to get laid and back to the land of the living again. I'm glad I could help.
Don't talk like that, Ashley said. We have all seen the way that man looked at you.
Oh, God, please don't, I said, practically begging. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to talk about it or him. If I'm looking at the facts, and after 2 weeks of nothing, I can assure you that the looks you all saw and the words he expressed to me were misinterpreted. If they were what they seemed, he would be concerned that we haven't communicated in any way. But he's not, so I will follow his lead.
Well, no one ever accused Sebastian Aster of having any manners. God damn it, it really pisses me off, Natalia said, annoyed. It's also probably why he didn't get laid by his wife for years. I half smiled, but didn't want to keep this conversation going. I would rather talk about flies on cow shit than sit around like teenage girls, making up hopeful scenarios about why Sebastian suddenly fell off the face of the earth. Fortunately, the men's voices grew louder as they wandered out to the terrace, and now it was time to meet this famed trio of billionaire brothers. One thing was certain. 3 tall, dark, and handsome men could pull my mind away from the one consuming it every waking hour these days.
Ladies, Jim said, with Spencer, Jake, and John trailing behind with the 3 hot stallions. Dinner will be done within the hour. For now, please allow me to make some introductions of our new business associates. He stepped to the side and pointed toward the first dark-haired man. This is Mr. Colton Hawke. Then he pointed to the man whose yellow amber eyes would bring any woman to their knees. Mr. Titus Hawke. He smirked toward the last smoking hot brother. And Mr. Wyatt Hawke, all of Hawke Enterprise. Jim nodded formally and stretched his arm out toward Avery. Gentlemen, this is my wife, Mrs. Avery Mitchell, my brother's wife, Mrs. Ashley Mitchell, and Spencer's wife, Natalia, whom you met when she insisted on becoming your realtor. He chuckled, continuing down the line. This is Dr. Mickey Aster, John's lovely wife, and lastly, the one who will make you 3 famous with her columns in Lifestyles magazine, Miss Darcy Burke. The pleasure is ours, ladies. Titus spoke first, and the other 2 exchanged greetings. If you'll excuse us, I believe a drink is in order now that we're finished discussing business for the day, Jim said, then led the men over to the bar.
Well, drop 10 points for going to Jim's house for a casual get-together, Nat said. I swear that man cannot lose the CEO air about him sometimes. Usually he's more himself at these little get-togethers. Avery laughed. Well, this is the first time having them in a more casual environment. So he's still in CEO Jim mode. He's got to keep the pecking order in check, of course. I laughed. I'm sure once the drinks start flowing, all of them will unwind. I exhaled, wanting to stay low-key and relax, but knowing I had to get the inside scoop on at least one of these guys. Even Jake seems uptight? Meh, Ashley responded. He's just like that when Jim brings him into these little business affairs. He doesn't know the men yet, but if they're cool, you'll see Jake open up and then we won't be able to shut him up. And if they're not, Nat said with a laugh, do we take that as our sign to leave? She looked at Avery. Sorry, honey, I don't mean to bail on your ass, but kissing business associate ass for a couple of drinks and lobster tails isn't my favorite thing unless I'm getting paid for it. You know this. Avery laughed. Unfortunately, you're just as screwed as me since your husband is the VP of the company, especially since Spence is the reason those 3 are considering being in business with Mitchell and Associates. What kind of business are they going to be doing together? I questioned, knowing this was a good and lazy start to my article. All I know about the Hawke brothers is that they are tycoons of some hotels and resorts. They started as Hawke Enterprise, and then their father died, Avery said.
It was a huge devastation to that family, so the sons didn't want to see their father's legacy fall apart. I believe Titus was attending Oxford when Herbert Hawke passed away, and he pressed on, sort of unwilling to let anything beat him down. The other two followed quickly in Titus's footsteps, and with stellar business decisions, they grew the company to double its net worth within a year. They haven't stopped there either, with each brother dabbling in different business ventures, such as tech and other innovative stuff, but the real money is in their resorts. And the name of these resorts? I questioned. I don't think I've ever heard of them. They're located in super elite vacation destinations. Those guys were extremely savvy in their business skills, soliciting only to the wealthy, making their destinations highly exclusive. I glanced over to the three men standing with the ladies' husbands. How the hell did they do that? I questioned and looked back at Avery. Why don't you ask one of them? She smiled at me. Why don't you just tell me? I softly laughed. I honestly don't know. You know how most of the wealthy are. If something is ridiculously expensive and difficult to obtain, they'll stop at nothing to have it. So they created hotels and resorts that the upper class felt the need to compete over? I said, curious. Bingo, Avery answered. They made them by exclusive invitation only. Then that got people buzzing about who wasn't invited, and everyone started talking about it. Of course, the hotels and resorts cater to their every desire, so some skilled planning went into that, but that's pretty much how it all started. So why does Jim want in on this? I questioned. It was them who solicited Jim through Spencer at some event. They want to explore the possibilities on the West Coast. Nat looked at me. And, like Sebastian Aster III was smart enough to know, Jim is a skilled, well-respected businessman on the West Coast. You don't come to his territory and compete with him. You work with the man. Oh, Nat, you're so kind, Avery said with a giggle. I'm half-drunk, starved, and dehydrated, she returned. I'm going to go slap Mr. Berman on his ass and ask him where our appetizers are. She looked at me. You're coming with me. With that, I was virtually towed into the Mitchells' kitchen, where Nat made immediate best friends with the cooks, buttering them up until they made us a small plate of food to nibble on before dinner. As much as I initially didn't want to come, I needed to be here. Obsessing about Sebastian all alone as I'd been doing was horrible for my mental health and kept me stuck in some weird loop, trying to troubleshoot everything to find out where it fell apart. It was painful and sad, and having no closure was the instigator of my angst. Being around my confident and happy friends would make me feel like myself again, and hopefully it would pull me out of my funk. Chapter 54. Darcy. The liquor was flowing, my belly was full, and the night was still young and beautiful. What a nice breath of fresh air.
As the notes fade gently, let your mind feel lighter, ready to re-enter the world of the story.
To feel normal again, taking a night off from feeling rejected, unsteady, and insecure. Darcy, is it?
My head snapped over to where Mr. Tall, Dark, and Golden Eyes stood, smirking at me with curiosity. "It is," I answered. Thankfully, I wasn't too tipsy. I had a good buzz, though, like the rest of us, mingling on the deck that overlooked the shores of Malibu.
May I have a quick moment of your time? I've heard some things about you.
"Titus, is it?" I said, and he nodded. I stood up from my deck chair, one of many placed in a circle around the fire pit, and addressed the group I'd been sitting with. "I'll be back in a sec, guys." "Take your time, sweetie," Nat said. "Well, Titus, no doubt you've heard I'm a gossip columnist who writes shit about all you billionaires. So yes, my boss wants to know more about you and your brothers," I said, clearing the air so he could get straight to the point.
Is that so? Interesting.
He smiled, and Lord have mercy, his golden irises nearly glowed.
I had not heard that, no.
I smiled, thankful I wasn't a melting pile of goo standing before this man. That was a good and bad thing. The good part was that I felt like my old self again, holding her own and unafraid of a ridiculously handsome man. And the bad part was that the last man I was able to do this with was the cause of all my grief. Sebastian had captured my heart, which was obvious now because even these temptingly gorgeous men couldn't get my eyes, mind, or heart off him. "Your eyes are stunning," I said, unable to stop the words. He offered a bashful smirk that made me miss Sebastian. His skin was a sun-kissed, warm olive tone, and his dark hair was thick and wavy. Now that he and I were eye to eye, my eyes roamed over his face, examining his high cheekbones and strong jawline, which gave his face a striking, chiseled appearance. But it was his eyes that truly captivated me. They were a deep golden color, shimmering with this bashful smile like molten amber. I tried to allow his smoldering stare to draw me in and away from Sebastian's handsome features, but even this Adonis couldn't do the trick. My heart had betrayed me and continued to sabotage me on all fronts. I was so fucked if I couldn't get over Sebastian Aster.
Well, I have Spanish roots to thank for these eyes. They seem to garner more attention than anything else about me.
He chuckled, his full lips highlighted by a carefully shaven mustache and beard.
My family is from Madrid. I assume you've heard of it.
I knit my eyebrows together. I mean, it's the capital of Spain, so yeah, I'm familiar. I laughed. Are there people in the world who don't know where Madrid is?
You'd be surprised.
He grinned.
I meant no offense, of course.
No worries. I've never been to Spain, but your fortunate genes make sense now, I said. It's not every day I compliment a man I do not know.
I've been told you are quite hard to impress,
he said with a very subtle Spanish accent. That's true, I laughed. Can I ask who told you this?
I was recently in Ibiza with a close acquaintance of yours, Sebastian Aster,
he said. His golden eyes probed into me, practically searching my soul for a response. Were you? I said, more curious about this little talk he wanted to have than I was mesmerized by his eyes.
Indeed.
He nodded. How is he? Might as well find out if the man is devastated or not.
He's the same arrogant bastard I've known since Oxford.
He cracked a small, menacing laugh. I wonder what you want to talk about? I said, confused.
Well, after hearing through the rumor mill that he was with Darcy Burke, a woman whose station was beneath his usual standard, I was intrigued. Then, when I was in Ibiza, the rumors shifted, and I can only assume they are true. You and he are no longer together?
No, I said, feeling a knot twisting in my stomach. I guess he's acting single?
Well, you don't seem to be acting like you're in a relationship with him.
What is that supposed to mean? I'm not running around flirting with anyone, and I only complimented your eyes.
Suddenly defensive.
He smiled as warmly as his tone was. God, this guy was a panty melter. I'm just going through a lot right now. It should come as no surprise to people in your elite circles that Sebastian and I couldn't work.
Well, the females who pine over him have a lot riding on your misfortune in love with Sebastian, so their opinions come from a different place than mine.
He looked at me sympathetically.
I formed baseless opinions of you before I met you in person tonight, and I must apologize for them. You seem incredibly lovely, and I understand why he fell for you. He may rival me in business, and I can honestly say there are times when I hate the man, but he and I can agree that you are a stunning, very attractive woman.
Thanks, I said, totally perplexed by this conversation. God only knew the look I must have had on my face.
I'd like to take you out sometime,
he said.
Perhaps I can help you move past that relationship and on to a better one.
Oh, God, I said, refraining from rolling my eyes. Okay, thanks for all the flattery, but I'm all used up by gorgeous, wealthy men who want to date me for my looks.
I like your style, Darcy, he said with a cheeky grin. Most women would jump at the chance to date me.
Well, I don't like your style, Titus, I answered bitchily. I didn't like these advances, especially when I was not even close to being over Sebastian. I'm not like other women who easily fall for men's charms.
That's what Seb said when he spoke about your relationship over drinks one night,
he said with a low laugh. Seb, I responded, knowing that Sebastian only let people close to him call him that. Are you two friends, and you're pretending like he's your enemy?
Of course, Seb is my friend, he answered, amused. We're only enemies when business is at hand. Other than that, I love the arrogant dick. I just wanted to thank you for helping him move out of that dark space he was in.
No problem, I answered.
He's in love with you, you know.
My heart raced in response, and everything that had been dark in my world since Sebastian left grew a bit lighter. Well, he has a shitty way of communicating that to me, I said.
Don't be so hard on yourself for allowing him in, he said. Seb is known for being a rock that women shatter themselves against.
There went all the hopes and dreams. Well, I'm glad to know the rock I shattered myself against loves me, at least. I laughed. And if you're here to ask me to date you, I'm going to have to pass.
You should do it,
I heard John say, walking up from behind Titus. I should do it? This was all bad. The friend and the brother of the man I loved were advising me to let Sebastian go and move on. If that didn't tell me everything I needed to know.
It would get his head out of the clouds and come after his woman,
Titus advised.
Just don't fall for this prick,
John teased, pointing his thumb at Titus.
He's known for loving and leaving the ladies.
Titus chuckled.
What can I say? I'm a lover, not a fighter,"
he said, his accent thicker than before.
"and I know how much the ladies love the love, even though they hate it when it leaves."
"All of you wealthy playboy bachelors are dirtbags, you know that?" I said, annoyed.
"There's hope for us, though," Titus said playfully. "If Johnny Boy here can be tamed, then we all can." "If word gets back to Seb that you went out with this chump," John said, "you'll have the Aster family jet landing at LAX at 0600 hours the next day."
"If there's one thing I don't do, it's play dirty games," I said. "He either wants me in his life or he doesn't."
"Oh, he wants you, beautiful," Titus said. "You are all he could talk about when I was with him. And something about eating bugs?"
"Seb was talking about his woman all night with you?" John asked with surprise. Titus laughed and took a sip of the beer he was holding.
"I wanted to call him out for being so lovesick, but he seemed a bit fragile. Really, I'm just grateful he doesn't look like death warmed over anymore. Melissa's death fucked him in the head for too long."
"Lovesick," John said with a hint of humor and mystery. Then he looked at me.
"Cheer up, Buttercup. Let me tell you something about my brother you don't know. He does not pine away for any woman. No way, no how, never in a million. The fact that he's acting like a little bitch in front of Titus, of all people, tells me that he's been working through some shit. Knowing him as I do, I'd say he's trying to fix himself so he can be the man you fell in love with."
"Look at you," I smiled at John, "playing relationship expert for your brother."
"And look at me, following John's lead and asking you to go on one date with me,"
Titus said. "Wouldn't that be cheating?" I answered.
"On whom?" John questioned. "Cheating on your ghost of a boyfriend who you're not sure you'll ever hear from again?"
"True," I answered.
"Trust me on this. Seb is in his own shaken-up world. He knows what he wants, since he was crying about it with Titus, and what he wants is you. Seems like my strong brother is a weakling when it comes to falling in love. I never imagined the day I'd see Seb pining over a woman," Titus said. "Let's light a fire under his ass, you and me. Besides, I need a feel for what you West Coast girls are into."
"I'm not the right girl to show you any of that," I chuckled. "I just sort of fly by the seat of my pants and don't follow the crowd."
"So you're my dream girl, too?"
Titus teased, his golden eyes so damn mesmerizing I couldn't help but smile in return. "I guess so," I said dryly. "Okay, fine. We'll get tacos from a food truck or something."
"I was thinking more of an elegant dinner,"
Titus responded, confused. I looked at John and smiled. His brother fell in love with a girl who fed him grasshoppers. Do you think I'm down for fancy restaurants? If we give him cause for concern so I can at least get a phone call from him, Sebastian must see you doing something he knows I would insist upon. Hopefully that'll be enough to make him jealous. If I go to the fancy restaurant on a date, he'll know I'm not into you."
"Wow, you're going for the throat,"
John said. "I miss him," I finally admitted, feeling a yearning to do anything to hear from him. Maybe I should just text him?
"A woman of your nature isn't desperate enough to chase a man, is she?"
Titus arched an eyebrow that was too sexy for my own good. "I've never chased a man."
"Well, good. Then don't text him. You let us do the work and we'll get that old dog hunting again. Sometimes all it takes is igniting that testosterone, and boom, they remember what's good for them."
I hope this doesn't backfire on me. I said.
Don't worry,
John said with sympathy in his voice.
I will ensure that doesn't happen. All I know is that my brother found something in you that he's terrified to lose. You both found something in each other, and it was unexpected. While you embraced it, Sebastian became a chicken shit and ran from it. Being the good brother that I am and knowing you're the best thing that's ever happened to him, his words, not mine, I want to help you both find your happiness again.
Okay, I said, looking at Titus. What a great friend you are to date me just to piss off your friend so he comes after me again.
What are friends for? He chuckled. Look at this. I'm only in Los Angeles for a month and already qualified to audition for a soap opera.
The drama runs thick out here, and the plot lines are strong, I said.
Hey, let's go tell everyone the plan, John said. I'm sure they'll enjoy Plan B, since Plan A, inviting Seb here tonight, failed.
He was invited and didn't come? I asked, pissed.
Nope, John said. That date with Titus doesn't sound so bad after all, does it?
Maybe it wasn't the greatest idea, but to hell with it. After all, what did I have to lose? Chapter 55. Darcy. After the holidays had passed and I'd still heard nothing from Sebastian, I knew it was finally time to let go and move forward with my life. Was it bullshit that it all fell apart because both of us were unwilling to make an effort to reach out to the other so we might figure out what the fuck happened between us? Absolutely. And if I were any other person hearing about what was going on between Sebastian and me, or rather what was not going on between Sebastian and me, I'd think I was a weak idiot for hiding away like this too. Regardless, I wasn't going to beat myself up about this anymore. The constant waking up and checking my phone, followed by trying not to think about him all day for the past 4 months, was enough to send my ass to the crazy farm. I rationalized my reluctance to reach out to Sebastian like this. He and I discussed things when I left for Los Angeles. He knew why I was going and wasn't in the dark. When he decided to leave, the only thing he did was dial my number. He didn't leave a message, send a text, a telegram, or even a goddamn raven to let me know he was going away. He must have seen that I attempted to call him back, and he still didn't bother to make another move. He just left without a word, leaving my mother to tell me he'd gone. That level of disregard and disrespect was too big a pill to swallow. And it stopped me from being the one to initiate contact because, ultimately, why should I chase after someone, begging them to want me? I'd love to say I'm confident enough to accept rejection, but I'm not. I don't think anyone is. However, because my feelings came from out of nowhere, and they were stronger than I'd ever experienced, I gained a new fear and insecurity that I didn't like. I also didn't like that I was obsessing over the man either. It wasn't good for my mental health, and I needed just to knock this shit off. I'd allowed the holidays to come and go, and I got nothing from the man. If that wasn't enough reason to believe he was done with our fling, I didn't know what was. Everyone's opinions about how I was handling things died down after the holidays. I believe it was because they all came to the same conclusion as me. Sebastian had no intention of furthering our relationship, and he was most likely chumming it up with his kind again.
I never thought you'd call,
I heard Titus say, answering the phone on the first ring. Well, I never planned on calling. I smirked. But here we are.
Here we are indeed,
he chuckled.
What's happening, Darcy? Are you finally going to let me take you out on that date? You certainly know how to keep a man waiting.
I planned on fine-tuning some details with you before I publish my last article for Lifestyles, I said.
You quit?
I'm going nowhere with that job. All it does is keep me involved with people like you. Quite frankly, it's too much sometimes.
Well, aren't you a rude little firecracker?
I'm not rude, I'm just being honest. I'm over it. I don't care to know what any of you people do in your downtime, whether you're buying the newest Bugatti off the line or having a multi-million-dollar super yacht named after your wives. None of it. I'm exhausted and bored of all the frivolous posturing.
So I guess I'm out for men you'll want to marry because I intended to name my super yacht after you,
he teased. Are you up for tacos on the beach?
If that puts a smile on your face and helps you to stomach being around people like me,
he softly laughed.
Then sure, I'd gladly join you for tacos on the beach.
By the beach, I said with a smile. On the beach could lead to other things, especially when a sunset may be involved.
Do you always think 29 steps ahead of a man trying to charm you?
I do, and I have to, I said in a challenging tone. There's no way in hell I will have another Sebastian Aster situation on my hands. I can't trust you rich guys for nothing. You go after whatever you want at any cost, apparently.
Well, have no fear. I merely plan to make sweet love to you, forcing all memories of Sebastian from your mind to help you heal and move on. I'm a very generous spirit in that way, you know.
I rolled my eyes at his flirty gesture. I'd seen Titus on another occasion after meeting him the first night. He and his brothers were wildly gorgeous, and they took that charisma and charm and waltzed into Southern California, instantly making a name for themselves with the ladies. Everyone seemed enamored by them, and I couldn't blame any of them for it. Titus seemed to have the most significant following of single women, and it was no wonder, given the shameless moves he was pulling on me right now. I liked the guys, though. They were fun, even if they were a little flirty and scandalous. They could be taken down a notch or two, but that wasn't any of my concern. I didn't care for them romantically, which made me safe. Anyone who caught feelings for any of them should have been scared, though, because I couldn't see anyone taming these boys.
How about 4 this afternoon around the Santa Monica Pier?
Titus asked. That place is busier than hell, I answered. I was thinking more along the lines of where Jim and Avery live, in Malibu. About 2 miles north of their place is a more secluded beach that's not so busy.
Are you embarrassed to be seen in public with me, Miss Burke?
He said, his voice filled with some humor and some concern. In a way, yeah, I said. I don't need the person who's going to take over my column to write about how I'm some gold digger who jumps into relationships with every top-eligible bachelor.
Isn't that what this is, though? I mean, not the gold digger part, but the relationship part.
If you believe I am doing this for a relationship, then we can just do this interview over the phone. I'm not interested in anything else. Sebastian has proved that trusting a man of your status is a foolish idea. Besides, you'd grow bored of me as quickly as your last girlfriend. I'm not doing that.
You tempt me. You know that?
Do you want tacos or not?
Santa Monica Pier. That way there is a large crowd of people and things won't get out of hand.
He teased.
Your romantic, private little beach might bring out the softer side of me. And trust me, you won't be able to resist it.
Right, I said. Okay, fine. I'll meet you at the pier.
I'll bring the food.
After that, we hung up, and I returned to my boxes to finish packing the small apartment I'd leased for a short time. I was happy to get this chapter of my life out of the way and start on my newest adventure. Mexico had been calling my name for months. So, I decided to take a leap of faith and go. A small travel company had hired me to bring their patrons on diving excursions, and I couldn't wait to embark on the adventure. I was damn good at selling billionaires on eating grasshoppers, so why wouldn't I be just as good at convincing people to go scuba diving on the shores of Mexico? Truthfully, I could have been hired to sell fruit from a street cart and still be raring to go. I needed this break and reset in my life, and I was happy to embrace all of it. The rent was cheap, the food was unbeatable, and most of all, the culture and way of life were what I needed to restore my soul. Saying goodbye to my parents and Antonio and his family would be challenging, but they were so busy and happy with the revamped winery that they wouldn't have much time to sit around and count the days until I returned. Since I planned to visit often, I knew they'd be happy for me to rediscover my happiness.
"So," Titus said, sitting beside me on a bench, "I hear you are leaving the country."
"My God, rumors travel fast," I said.
"Well, I've spent a lot of time with Jim and his brother, and Jim's wife seems pretty sad that you're leaving."
I looked at him, thankful this was a sincere, friendly conversation instead of a flirty one. I guess she would be. I mean, I finally moved down here, and we started spending a lot of time together. Now I'm suddenly moving away again, I said, taking a bite of a carnitas street taco and watching the beach volleyball game being played by a group of shirtless men in the sand in front of us.
"Sad as she may be, you must do what's best for you,"
he said kindly. That's how I've managed this whole decision. I've got to get out of this rut I've been stuck in. I looked at him and grinned. Writing about people living their lives to the fullest and working hard to achieve their dreams has inspired me to do the same.
"Oh?"
he said, swallowing a bite of food.
"Am I to assume you're embarking on a business adventure?"
"In a way, yes," I chuckled. "But not any business adventure I would write about like I do with you billionaires."
"So I shouldn't be expecting that my new hotel chain in Mexico will have competition from you?"
"Not yet," I returned.
"May I ask what you're going to do?"
"I'm working for a travel agency, doing their diving excursions. I'm considering holding surf workshops of my own for tourists visiting the Puerto Vallarta area. Between cruise ships coming in and beachgoers from around the world, I'm pretty sure I would do well."
"Why not try a more popular area with a lower living cost? Maybe somewhere like San Blas?"
San Blas would be perfect if I wanted to teach small-town locals how to surf. I need tourism, buddy. I smiled at him, really enjoying this authentic side of the man.
"Sayulita?"
"No," I snapped. "I won't be visiting that place again for quite a while."
"Ah, I see," he said. "Perhaps that is where Sebastian and you spent time together?"
"Yes, but I'm not talking about that or him. That destination is off the menu for a while."
"A shame. I'm developing there due to his recommendation. He was drunk when he told me about it, but after Jim and I researched the possibilities, I saw that it would be an excellent place to start our new project. We've chosen to create hotels that cater to those with hesitations about visiting Mexico, offering all the luxury amenities of our exclusive properties at a lower cost."
"Jim has that effect on people, you know," I said, smiling at him. ensuring that the wealthy use their money to help us less fortunate live a life just as luxurious, but at half the cost.
I like his style and manner of thinking. It's why I chose to venture down this path with him. I've only catered to the famous and wealthy, and I now want to cater to those who make them wealthy and famous.
And it's about time someone gives us little guys some credit. I chuckled.
You're a smart woman, Darcy. I see what he found in you.
Titus stood and reached for my hand.
Join me for a walk on the beach, and I'll gladly share some details I would tell no other, so your final piece of work for that publisher stands out above all others. It should definitely outshine the article you wrote about the man who broke your heart.
He winked.
If you're comfortable with it, of course.
Look at you being a gentleman, I teased. Sure, I'll walk with you. A walk on the beach sounds nice.
Okay, honey, my mom said. You promise to visit me and Dad every once in a blue moon.
I promise, I smiled.
And still nothing from Sebastian.
Mom,
hey, I'm not one to be okay with how childishly you two have behaved. You both should be ashamed of yourselves for thinking this is okay.
You're supposed to be on my side, Mom. I looked at her in frustration. After the way he skipped out, you'd think I wouldn't need to state my case all the time. Trust me, no one thinks this is okay.
You left too, my darling, Mom said with an eyebrow arch. She should not be chasing after a man, Tina, Inez said, making dough for tortillas. I don't care what anyone says. She is not chasing the man, Inez, my mom countered. She needs closure and answers.
Even a call or text over the holidays would have given me something, I said, thankful that Inez had taken a zero-tolerance policy on Sebastian, something I wished more people would do, not just me.
Absolutely rude, Inez said. Yes, that was awful of him, but what if he thinks the same thing about Darcy? Darcy is an independent woman, Inez said, arching an eyebrow at my mom. She is not required to chase after a man for answers to his confusing behavior, and more importantly, his rudeness and disrespect for leaving without an explanation. The man is in business, no? She questioned, looking at me.
Yes. Last he told me his family would be lost if he didn't take over for them.
This is why I say you are not to chase after him. Business deals do not chase the businessman. He chases them. He does everything in his power to work hard to secure that deal. This is the same for relationships. If a strong businessman like Senor Aster were to walk away from all his business ventures, he would be poor. If he were afraid to find out and afraid to question why a business deal was falling through, he would lose it. Same as your daughter. He has not invested any energy into discovering why this has fallen apart. He shows no interest or care, therefore it falls through, and the deal is lost.
I chuckled and sipped my freshly made margarita. Inez knows a thing or two. I looked at Mom and shrugged.
I just don't see it that way, my mom answered. I know that boy loves my daughter. I think his trauma got in the way. A fearful lover is a dangerous person to be in possession of your heart, she said, flattening the dough and looking at me. If the boy is too afraid to pick up the phone and check on you, you don't want him. This is not a difficult decision. Dear God, Inez, Mom said in frustration, don't you think you're being a little too hard on Sebastian? I think you're being a little too soft.
She eyed my mother with the determination of all her matriarchal ancestors.
If this man deserves your daughter, he will work for her, just like he works for his money.
And that's what I know to be true, I said, raising my glass to Inez. She smirked.
And you listen to me, señorita,
she said, focusing her ancient wisdom onto me now.
You will use this time to move forward with your life. No man is worth the sabotage you bring yourself with this hurt and pain. I know it is not easy because I have gone through it myself. There was a time when someone had to smack Antonio upside the head, and because of that, I have 3 beautiful children now, and a blessed place to call home. However, I never once lowered my expectations of what I deserved while he was off being an idiot.
She looked at me with reproach.
You need to take care of yourself, and all the good things you want in life will come to you.
Finally, my mom said with some exasperation in her voice. We can agree on something tonight, Inez.
You're merely too soft, Martina,
she teased my mom.
You must never advise your daughter to chase a man who shows no interest. The way that Sebastian has grown silent in all this makes him hardly a man at all. He's a bébé, and that's putting it nicely.
I may have been broken-hearted that Sebastian and I ended the way we did, but I was starting to be grateful for everything I had gained and lost because of the man. Until I found myself in a relationship with him, I hadn't seen that I was going nowhere in life. When I think about it, I was thrilled to write an article about Sebastian Aster, as if it was the pinnacle of success and the best thing I could achieve. It took our breakup for me to look at the work I did, writing gossip and nonsense about other people's lives and accomplishments, and realize I wasn't living a life of my own. Fortunately, by picking myself up and off the floor in all this mess, I learned that I'd been as stuck as Sebastian was in his grief. It took heartbreak to get my blood flowing again, and for me to make a plan for my future. For that, I would always be thankful to Sebastian.
Chapter 56. Sebastian. I walked out of the conference room, my head buzzing with a nagging headache, desperately needing a stiff drink. If the Lathrops could make us beg them for this deal, it still probably wouldn't have been enough to land it. Lathrop Castle was one of the oldest estates in Scotland, and they had run it into the ground. It needed major renovations to get the place up to code. All its plumbing needed to be updated, replacing every last pipe, and the shoddy electricity in the main castle and its surrounding outbuildings was downright hazardous. The Lathrop family had acquired the castle in the 17th century, and in my estimation, hadn't done much to keep it updated. I was surprised they had electricity at all, regardless of how dodgy it was. They'd been upside down in the estate for decades, and finally concluded that they needed to act. Since it wasn't a wise financial decision to employ the army necessary to restore and maintain the house for private use, the Lathrops chose to turn it into an exclusive hotel. Many owners of estates in disrepair sold their castles to the government for tourism, but this family was hell-bent on not doing that. Luckily, we had an option that allowed them to avoid that scenario. We planned to come in with our capital and renovate the place, giving it the facelift needed to bring it back to its original glory, with all the modern amenities, of course. Obviously, we needed to see profits from that in short order, and that's what our creative publicity team would handle by marketing it to wealthy tourists. Well, you sold everything but your balls to seal that deal, and yet they would rather cut them off, fry them, and eat them, I chuckled, nodding to the waitress who set my freshly poured bourbon before me. God, Sometimes I don't understand people. It's an emotional investment, Titus Hawk said as he sipped his scotch. I get it. Oh, you get it? I eyed him. You haven't had to deal with anyone coming to take over your father's hotel chain yet, tough guy. True, he smirked. But I know how I'd react if that day came, and that's why I understand their viewpoint. I don't give a fuck. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Quite honestly, you didn't need to be here to watch my ass get handed to me today either. Oh, hell yes I did, he chuckled. The fact that you and I are teamed up on this is amazing. I finally get to sit back and watch you do your thing, wise guy. Well, my thing isn't much of anything anymore. I'm exhausted as hell. I haven't stopped for months now. How's life on the personal front? Not talking about that, I said. They really did take your balls in that room, didn't they? He challenged with a grin. If you want to think that's why I'm not speaking of my personal affairs, go ahead, I answered. I met Darcy Burke, he said, and my heart dropped. Titus chuckled. By the looks of your clenched fist, I can only assume you're not over her. As I said, I'm not speaking about my personal life, Titus. The last time you and I were together, you looked great. You were high on life, and now you look worse than you did after Melissa passed away. I exhaled. Titus was like my brothers. He wouldn't let it go even if I knocked him out, and he woke up wondering what day it was. I just don't need a reminder of something else I fucked up on top of not being able to nail this deal down in the first shot like I usually do, I said. I'm happy you met her. She's an amazing, vivacious woman. So that's it? What do you mean? What else can I do but cut my losses and move on? By your tone, you've done anything but move on. There's no point in figuring out where I fucked it up with her, I said. How can I fix something I broke if I'm probably just going to break it again? She's better off without me. I locked eyes with his and took a gulp of bourbon. You and I both know that. Yes, I completely agree with that, he said, which pissed me off more. I wanted to ask how she was. I wanted to know if she'd moved on over these last months, and I wanted to know what she was doing. What did she think of the winery? I knew if I started to ask those questions and hearing about her life, I'd be a fucking mess, and unable to concentrate on anything. Being separate was for the best. Darcy would hate being in a relationship with me, a man who didn't have the proper time to devote to her, making her lonely and miserable. All I had to offer her was money, and Darcy had already made it clear that money didn't drive her happiness. I got in over my head believing that I could balance work and personal life when I was with Darcy. A lot of that was because I fell for her while taking some rando vacation, something I'd never done for myself. During that downtime, I was so relaxed that I lowered my guard and allowed myself to develop deep feelings, which I quickly learned I couldn't get away from. Darcy had returned my last call while I was in a meeting, and she didn't leave a message, so I knew she had to be pissed as hell with me. I'd already fucked up by having weird reservations about our relationship and burying myself into work at the winery. Then, the night before I left to go on this damn business tour, John spoke with me and sounded a lot like Titus did right now. His words were just a reminder of why it could never work with her. I didn't understand why I couldn't stay in the relationship without fucking things up. With Melissa, it wasn't long before she told me my work schedule was ruining her life, and she already knew what she was getting into with a man like me. Things would be worse for Darcy because she genuinely had no idea how this part of my life went. If she couldn't handle my busy schedule while working at the winery, she'd never be able to deal with the rest. I wouldn't neglect her either. She deserved better than me. She deserved a man who worked a regular job and could give her all of his time, not some asshole who was born and bred to work until the day he died. So, as a final mercy to her, knowing it was best to end things before they turned into something detrimental to her. I felt it was best not to call her back. I'd told her I wouldn't hurt her, and if things grew any more than they already had, that's exactly what would have happened. I knew it. My wife was raised to endure a man like me, but Darcy wasn't. This wasn't a life she'd want. I knew that. If I let you continue to sit in silence, I think you might blow a brain fuse with that look on your face, Titus said, cutting into his steak. I blinked a few times, brought my head out of the clouds, and saw the plate of food I'd ordered growing cold in front of me. You know what's ironic about what happened between me and Darcy? I said, my appetite waning. There's no telling, Titus answered, more concerned with his steak than my sad story. I promised I wouldn't hurt her, I said, taking a sip of water. Who? Titus said, pretending to be as stupid as he looked. Darcy, dipshit, I said with a smile. The funny part is that I wound up being the one who's hurt. How so? You seem to be the same bastard I've always known, he taunted. I thought that since I fell for the woman so quickly, it would fade just as fast. I figured I could easily get over her, but every damn day I haven't been in her presence or seen her name pop up on my phone has been fucking painful. They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder, Titus answered. I used to call bullshit on that, but perhaps it's true. You're lovesick, my good man, he answered, and too much of a coward to find out if she'll answer the phone when you call her after all this time. Before Darcy, I was never afraid to contact a woman I was interested in. Darcy is the only woman who has made me fear rejection. Titus set down his fork and knife, and his eyes studied mine. You're in love with her, he said. That's easy to see, and that's also why you fear her rejection. You were never in love with the others. I'd have to be in love with her if I'm willing to have this conversation with you, I chuckled. True, because I don't imagine I've ever seen you so weak and distraught, he smiled. And I know exactly why you've fallen for her. You do? I said, curious. Indeed. He raised an eyebrow at me. I invited her for a nice date 2 weeks ago, and everyone believed you'd thrown her out permanently like the other ones you grew bored of, before you settled down with Melissa. I felt my heart hammering in my chest. Jealousy was fueling rage, an emotional response I didn't think I had inside of me until this very moment, when I wanted to knock Titus Hawk completely out. Go on, I encouraged dryly. The dumbass went on. She insisted we eat tacos on the beach. He allowed his eyes to wander, which prompted my imagination to wander. I trust you saw a different side to her? As I said, I understand why you fell in love with her, he answered nonchalantly. I can also say I'm happy you're unwilling to work to keep her. Not like you're willing to land the Lathrop deal, anyway. What the hell do you mean by that? I snapped. You'll stop at nothing until that family has been charmed and fully persuaded to trust that working with you is the best thing for them. However, when it comes to Darcy, you'll let the first man who comes along sweep her off her feet and ride her off into the sunset so that you can continue to wallow in pity. Oh, fuck off, I snarled at his truth. You're a fucking prick. I've been called worse, and even then, it didn't hurt my feelings, he taunted. Is she interested in you? I had to ask, because this asshole had spun a web and caught me with his bullshit. Now I had to know if I even had a chance at getting Darcy back. She seemed rather taken by my eyes. He smirked. I rolled my eyes. Every woman on the planet has been taken by your eyes. Well, you know Darcy, he said, folding his hands in his lap and leaning back in his chair. What do you think? I know Darcy well enough to know she wouldn't let you fuck her because of your eye color, I said, my irritation running the show. I also know that if she made you eat tacos on the beach, She was testing to see how much of a stuck-up bastard you are and seeing how far you'd stoop to her level just to get a piece of ass. Is that what she did with you? No, that was not the case with me. She wanted nothing to do with me. In fact, I think she was just trying to teach my pompous ass a lesson about how to be happy, because I was such a miserable fuck. In reality, Titus said, his cocky tone changing to a more serious one, I have no idea what Darcy's game was. I tried to date her, but she wouldn't have it. She's a firecracker, that one. Regardless, you know me, and I'm unwilling to settle down any time soon. I don't see myself going in that direction for a very long time. Perhaps she saw that in me and knew I was a complete waste of her time, or perhaps you have hurt her deeply, and in the midst of your martyrdom bullshit, you haven't even considered that. I hadn't, I said, feeling the words weigh heavy on my chest. But I also know that being with a man like me— Oh, fuck off, Seb. You're as irritating as you are ugly, you know that? Titus shook his head, laughing. Why don't you let her decide that, huh? Let her choose whether you're worth the trouble of living the kind of life you live. Why are you making all these stupid, impulsive, broken-hearted, pathetic life decisions for her? Well, because I know she would hate all of this. You know that for a fact, eh? She said that money doesn't equate to happiness for her. It shouldn't equate to happiness for anyone, Titus answered. Just because you're a busy man with more money than Scrooge McDuck and are away from home all the time, doesn't mean she wouldn't want you. Love is love, friend, regardless of circumstances. He looked at me with a flash of pity. I swear to God, man, did your parents ever allow you boys to date and figure this shit out on your own? Or did they just shove the next intended bride-to-be who fit the bill in your face? I sound like a fucking idiot, I know, I said. You do. What you're doing, deciding for Darcy that she is better off without you, essentially taking away her choice, is as fucked up as your parents choosing your wife for you. Have the hard talk, buddy. You can't lose something you've already lost. You're right, I nodded, feeling terrified and anxious with a sprinkling of hopefulness. Tell me what you know. Titus said, shaking his head. No way. You get nothing from me. You're the one who went dark on her, expecting she would move on and live happily ever after. You can't get angry if you manifested that and made it all happen, but you won't know until you ask her yourself. Fair enough. I'll call her, I said, frustrated and scared out of my mind. Titus put his hand up. Don't make a call, man. Go have the conversation like a man, face to face, just like you would if you were trying to close a business deal. Fucking hell, I said. That's what your father will say if we can't figure out how to get this family on board. I expect we'll have these people signed by tomorrow, and you will be on a plane out of here soon after, unless you chicken out and change your mind. I've made her wait long enough. I'm going to her. About that, she's had a change of address. She lives in Mexico now, he said, tightening his lips and enjoying my discomfort a little too much. Mexico? You know, where the margaritas taste best? You are going to close this deal, and I'm going to call some friends and try to figure out where she is living, and precisely how badly I fucked this up to force her to move to Mexico. Your fuck-up didn't force her to move to Mexico, Titus said. She seems full of life, choosing happiness and herself over all else. She mentioned something about finally being clear-headed enough to start living the life she should have started long ago. What about the magazine? I was the subject of her final article, and then she quit, because she thinks that work has been a life-sucking waste of her time. She got a job doing diving excursions for a travel agency, and she is really enjoying the freedom it has allowed her. I'm glad you know more about her than I do, I said, mildly irritated. He grinned. Well, shouldn't I? I didn't hide behind business to avoid a beautiful woman when I found one. Sadly, your dumbass ruined her for me. Because of you, she's pigeonholed me into some billionaire bastard category, and she won't give me a chance. Thank God for that. At least I did one thing right, protecting her from the wolves I should have known would come once I left. With that, I took my suit coat from the back of my chair and left Titus to finish dinner alone. I needed to call Jim, hoping he might have an update about Darcy. Before I went to Mexico, there was one extremely important person I had to pick up on the way. These past few months, I'd not only been working hard in my business dealings, but I'd also been dedicated to seeing my daughter regularly. I even took her to Disneyland Paris when I had to work in France during Christmas. I wanted to send Darcy pictures of the biggest smiles I'd ever seen on Charlotte's face, because it was then that I finally understood what Darcy had meant about bonding through watching your child's joy. It was a life-altering moment that had changed me for the better, and I wished Darcy could have experienced it. Now was my chance to tell her and show her. I just had to hope and pray that I could get my jet to Mexico without anyone stopping me. I wanted Darcy now more than I ever had. After all these silent months, I knew that Darcy was my other half. And even if I showed up in Mexico and she refused me, I would find a way to make things right. Chapter 57. Sebastian. My jet landed in New York the next day, and I woke up to a text from Titus saying that he had closed the deal that morning. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the bastard's natural talent of charming everyone from women to family business owners. It must have been those goddamn eyes that everyone seemed mesmerized by each time the guy blinked. I was still taken aback that Titus had met Darcy and even more unpleasantly surprised that they'd had a date. But I was also happy about it. If it had not been for my conversation with Titus, I wouldn't have been landing in New York now. I had to do whatever it took to get Darcy back, primarily setting aside my preconceived notions that I knew what was best for her. Once in my car, I dialed Jim, because he was my best bet at getting information on Darcy's whereabouts. "Aster," he answered. "What can I do for you?" "Oh, are we back to business associates again, Mitchell?" "I'm not the one who decided that." "You are, remember?" he said, and I could hear the smile in his voice. "What's going on?" It was almost like he knew it was a matter of time before I came crawling back, begging for Darcy. "I'm curious if Darcy has been in contact with you. I need to speak with her." "Last I checked, she didn't change her number," Jim said. "Last I checked, I skipped town on the woman and have been out of contact since. I don't want to call her out of the blue. I owe her more than that to make things right." "I see," he said. "So, is it safe to assume that if I give you her location, you're going to ride up on your white horse and give her the storybook happy ending you think all women dream about? You know Darcy well enough to know that if I tried to pull a happily ever after stunt on her, she'd probably punch me in the throat and walk away." I heard him softly laugh, enjoying my uncomfortable situation. "You're prepared for her not to take you back, correct?" "What have I to lose if I've already lost her, man?" I said, feeling a pang in my heart at Jim's pragmatic response. "I'm glad your head is in the right place," he answered. "I don't say that because she's upset anymore, or perhaps heartbroken is the better word." He paused and exhaled. "It's just that she's worked hard to get where she is now. She's happy again." "Have you seen her lately?" "Avery and Darcy grew much closer after you disappeared," he said. "And since she's moved to Mexico, and I've invested with the Hawk brothers in a resort close to where she lives, it's become my family's new vacation destination." I half smiled, but I needed Jim to be straight and direct like always. This roundabout way of discussing things was annoying me. I just wanted answers. "So that means you've seen her?" I said, trying to keep the fluff he was bringing into my inquiries out of this. Yes, she's made a good life for herself in a short time living there. I only say this to warn you that it will take some effort and work on your part if you want her back. She's living for happiness, and it's easy to see that nothing tempts her, not even you, groveling for a second chance. I'm happy that she's happy, I said, concerned that my sudden appearance might ruin things for her. If you go at things from that angle, you might have a chance, Jim said. I've got an appointment walking in with Spence right now, so I need to jump off this call. But just keep what I said in mind. Maybe just go at things from a friendship standpoint, since that wasn't something either of you shared before you fell head over heels in such a short time, he advised. Give me an hour, and I'll text her job location to you. I'd advise booking a scuba excursion with her, if you get what I'm saying. So book a dive with her instead of showing up at her front door? Exactly. And give her a big tip for the time she's already wasted on your ass. He chuckled. Give me an hour, and I'll get the info over to you. It's a shame money doesn't tempt her, I joked. And you better come up with something that does, he joked. And then we ended the call. My driver was about 4 blocks from my penthouse in Manhattan. Since Jim would have Darcy's info to me within the hour, that gave me the perfect amount of time to get Charlotte packed while the pilots prepared the jet to leave for Mexico after I sent the itinerary. Darling, my mother said as I stepped off the elevator and into my foyer, my driver close behind with my luggage. Is everything okay? Everything is fine, I said with confusion. Why are you here? I had no idea it was a crime for me to visit my grandchild while you were away for work. Do not patronize me, Mother. You never come here to visit Charlotte, I said, stopping at the foot of the marble staircase and turning to face her. Charlotte is most likely asleep, hence the reason she didn't answer the door with you. So you are here to receive me because you must have known when my jet landed. Ah, she smiled, her eyebrow raised sharply at me. You're on to me. I have no time for games. I'm having the nanny pack for herself and Charlotte to come to Mexico with me once I get Darcy's location. And no, I'm not speaking with you about my plans once I reunite with her either. It's what I want to speak to you about, she said. I sighed. There is nothing you can possibly say that will change my situation for better or worse, I answered her. So you've wasted your time by showing up here. I realize that. However, I'm here because I want to tell you how proud I am of you, she said. Right, I answered with a frown, trying to figure out what manner of manipulation she was attempting with this unexpected move. In the last few months, I've watched you and Charlotte grow close, and in the beginning, I found myself quite jealous that you'd managed something your father and I never could. I remained quiet, curious about where my mother was going with this. I would have been a fool to think she didn't have something up her sleeve. You are a good father and an amazing man who I am proud to call my son, she said, and then went on. I don't even think Melissa could have managed what you've accomplished with Charlotte these past months. Your point, Mother, I said, losing patience and knowing I didn't need my mother's approval. I do not wish to speak ill of Melissa, she said. So don't, I answered. You know I've moved past her death. I said my final farewell at her grave, and I've made peace with our flawed marriage and her passing. I'm happy to see you've successfully grieved her untimely death, she said. Here is what I want to say. Even though your father and I have never cared for Darcy Burke, we are grateful she found her way into your heart. I heard the sincerity in my mother's voice, but kept my lips in a tight line, attempting to keep my jaw from dropping to the floor in shock. Son, she said softly, your father and I are bound by tradition and perhaps antiquated ways, but they are all we have ever known. Between you and John, and even Mark, she chuckled, shaking her head at the mention of my brother who ultimately had become a bartender on a beach somewhere in French Polynesia. You're breaking all those old rules, and though it has been extremely uncomfortable for your father and me, we want our sons to be happy. You've both worn yourselves out trying to mold us into robots, I see. Surprisingly, she smiled. One way of putting it, she answered. I've seen my granddaughter blossom in a short time, and after such a long, dreadful grieving period that you two have endured, her happiness brings me joy. Your happiness and ability to overcome insurmountable odds have given me great relief, and I know you made those strides because of the persuasion of the young woman who stole your heart. So, I'm thankful to her for that. With that said, she eyed me. Your father and I approve of your relationship with her. That's great to know now that it no longer exists, I said. And if I get her back, you should know that I would have pursued a future with her with or without your approval. You made that very clear when you and Darcy were a couple, she chuckled, and I was pleased with her honesty. Good. It is important that you know I'm not living for anyone but myself and Charlotte anymore, I answered. And since I fucked it all up with Darcy, it's going to take some work to get her back now. Nothing is worth having if it's given freely, she said. If Darcy didn't make you work for her affection, you probably wouldn't appreciate it. I understand what you're saying, but I already appreciate what I have with Darcy. I just had to lose it to understand. Well, I am deeply sorry that your father and I behaved childishly and harshly, trying to sabotage your happiness with the young woman, she said. You should go find her. I appreciate your apologies, I said, wanting to wrap this up. Although I was pleased to have their approval, knowing I didn't need it gave me a sense of satisfaction I couldn't explain. I need to talk to Callie and have her pack a bag for her and Charlotte to come to Mexico. Your father will arrange the bodyguards, my mother said. I know you don't worry for yourself, but you must keep your nanny and Charlotte's safety in mind while visiting. I understand your concern, I said, trying not to roll my eyes. But that won't be necessary. Nobody's life will be at risk. They'll just be on site, she said. Mom? I arched an eyebrow at her. Let me worry about those matters. I do not need you or Dad to get involved. I'm a grown-ass man. Allow me to remain that way. Very well, she said, holding her hands up in surrender. I nodded and swiveled on my heel, taking the steps 2 at a time to get upstairs and get everything situated with Charlotte and Callie. Are you ready? I asked Charlotte once we were boarded on the jet. Where are we going? She asked, her blue irises lit with excitement. Disneyland? Is it your birthday? I smirked at her. No, Daddy, she frowned. We can go when it's not my birthday, too. She pouted, and I exhaled in fake annoyance. We could go every day if we wanted to. I arched an eyebrow at her. But then it wouldn't be special, like when we went to Disney in Paris for your 3rd birthday. Fine, she said, pushing out her bottom lip. Can I go sit with Callie? I was grateful that Charlotte and I had become bonded more than my father had ever been with me or my brothers, but these struggles were tiresome. Callie had told me more than once that this was typical behavior for her age. She'd just finished up with her terrible 2s, but in my estimation, this 3-year-old back-talking pouty stage was more taxing. The manipulative shit always tugged on my heartstrings until my nanny caught on and informed me that I was being played by a toddler. Now it was clear as day when my daughter used her adorable poutiness to get her way with me. I didn't want Darcy to think I was an idiot of a father, so I needed to try my hardest not to fall for little Char's tactics and stay tight on my game. If I could put captains of industry in their respective places worldwide, I should be able to manage my 3-year-old daughter as well. Please, Daddy? Charlotte asked again. Why don't we allow Callie to take a break while we're flying? She folded her arms together across her chest and attempted to glare at me. Are you mad at me? I asked, trying not to smile. Another parenting skill I learned was crucial when holding your own against a 3-year-old. Yes. Well, that's a shame. Yes. So now we're back to one-word sentences again? She shrugged and looked out the window. Char, I said, knowing she favored her nickname over her full name, which always reminded me of Darcy. She ignored me. Charlotte, I said in a deeper tone to keep my status in the pecking order between us, something that was not easy for me to do at times. Yes? She looked back at me, and I loved that these small moments brought about amusing memories of her mother. They were subtle things that made me recall the better times with Melissa, making me thankful for the lessons I learned from being married to a woman like her. Instead of looking back and thinking I'd wasted so many years being unhappily married, there were things I knew now about love and relationships that helped me appreciate the feelings I'd developed for Darcy. Mr. Aster? Becky, the flight attendant, brought my attention to her. While I am preparing dinner, perhaps Miss Charlotte would like to join the captain and his first officer in the cockpit as she usually does? Yes. Thank you, Becky, Charlotte boomed with excitement, ready to tear out of her seat to get her way with something. This was her favorite part of being on the jet, because the captain and his crew spoiled the hell out of her. But I couldn't let this behavior stand. Not at this time, I said, arching an eyebrow of reproach at Charlotte. Damn proud of myself for holding firm in the face of breaking my daughter's heart today. When Charlotte's behavior improves, I'll reconsider her joining the crew in the cockpit. Ugh, Charlotte groaned, prompting Becky to look away so Charlotte couldn't see her smile. Very well, sir. Allow me about 20 minutes to prepare your meals, she said, leaving me to deal with a disgruntled 3-year-old. Listen, Char, I said, somewhat losing my patience not even an hour into our flight to Mexico. You must stop this behavior before we arrive in Mexico. Why? She protested. Stand your ground. She's testing you. If you don't, then once we arrive there, and Becky is no longer serving your favorite snacks on the plane, you'll be forced to eat what people with bad behavior must eat while in Mexico. That got her attention. What do people with bad behavior eat in Mexico, Daddy? Bugs. Mostly grasshoppers, I said, raising my eyebrows as she wrinkled her nose in disgust. Grasshoppers? She giggled. No way. You're fibbing. I wish I was. I started thinking this would be a good way to talk about Darcy with her. Do you remember when Daddy was always angry, and you never saw me? She nodded. Kind of, she answered. Charlotte didn't have many memories of her mother's passing or the dark time I'd had after that, but she did seem to have some. Remember when you would rather play with the nanny than with me? Yes, she chuckled. Well, back then, I was sort of rotten. I was behaving a bit like you are currently, I said with a knowing arch of my eyebrow. I'm not angry like you were, Daddy, she shot back with a silly grin. Oh? So you're happy that you don't get to sit up there with Captain Steve? And you're also happy that you aren't getting your way to go sit with Callie? I'm not happy about that at all, she said with authority, prompting me to bite my lip to stop me from laughing again. Children could be so cute when they were little brats sometimes. Sometimes. Well, I felt the same way then, and that's why you only wanted to be with Callie. Because she was nice, she stated factually. Exactly my point. And I had to eat bugs in Mexico for the same ugly behavior you're showing me now. That got the laugh out of Charlotte I loved hearing almost more than anything else in the world. Did Mexico make you eat their bugs to make you nice again, Daddy? She said through her laughter. Mexico came up with the idea, but my very special friend is the one who made me eat them, I said, watching her face grow curious. You have a friend? I know it doesn't seem like your dad has any friends, but I have more than just one child, I said dryly. Sure, Daddy, she said playfully. That amuses you more than your daddy being fed dead grasshoppers? I said, rolling my eyes. Don't roll your eyes, Daddy. It's very rude." "You're right," I said. "Listen, I have a very dear friend that I'm taking you to meet. Her name is Darcy. She is very kind and very sweet. She's the one that helped me be happy again." "Because she made you eat grasshoppers?" "Pretty much. I wasn't so happy about it in the beginning, though. I acted like you're acting right now by not getting your way."
"Oh."
I could see her wheels turning. "Now you understand why you must eat grasshoppers when you go to Mexico," I teased. Charlotte's face grew somber.
"I don't want to meet Darcy. I don't want to eat bugs."
"Oh, fuck." No, honey. Darcy only feeds me grasshoppers," I said, trying to fix the god-awful impression I was giving Charlotte about Darcy.
"She's mean,"
she said.
"She's not a very good friend, Daddy."
Fuck my life. "Listen," I said, scrambling to make Charlotte excited to meet Darcy. "Do you remember the monkeys at the zoo you loved so much?"
"Yes."
She smiled. "Please forgive me, Darcy." "Well, my friend Darcy was named after a very special monkey because she is that special of a person."
"Really?"
Charlotte said, lighting up like a Christmas tree. "Yes. In fact, her real name is Darcelle. She was named after a baby monkey who lived all alone in a rainforest."
"I like her name,"
she said with a smile. I royally fucked myself on this one. I was so very beyond fucked at this point that I was glad I didn't expect Darcy to take me back. If my abhorrent treatment of Darcy hadn't been bad enough, I'd made her out to be some monkey girl sadist who force-fed people bugs. Now, because karma was a dish best served cold, and with grasshoppers on top, Char had latched onto the name Darcy hated most in the world, compounding the mountain of shit that I was going to have to climb to make Darcy give me a second chance. My only hope was that Darcy had made peace with her jungle name as part of her growth and personal evolution, and she wouldn't hate me even more when we met again.
Chapter 58. Darcy. I walked into the reception office at the travel agency where I worked, excited to get the notes for the client who'd booked me for a half-day private dive excursion. These were my favorite types of dives. Without having a large group of people, I could focus solely on one or two clients, and sometimes the dives went so well that I managed to slip in a few bonus sites for them to check out and take pictures if they wanted. I'd been living and working in Mexico for 4 months, and it had only taken 2 months for the company to entrust me with their VIP tours. That was an exciting validation of my hard work paying off, and a constant reminder of how much I loved this job. "Hey, Maria," I said, greeting the office manager. "Is my guy here yet?"
"Right here."
I heard a voice that shook me to my core, taking me far too long to process what was happening. Maria's smile broadened with a flirty grin as I closed my eyes, being crushed under a wave of dread that I'd have to turn around eventually and face him. There is no way this is happening, I thought, in equal parts fear and sudden frustration. Not after all the work I've done to get over this man.
"Darcy,"
I heard him say, confirming with his concerned voice that it was really Sebastian, the ghost of my haunted past. Instead of succumbing to the emotions I felt bubbling to the surface, I steadied my mind and turned to embrace what may come, once I saw his face again for the first time in 8 months. "What are you doing here?" I questioned, trying and failing to rein in my disgust and my fury that he had the audacity, the fucking nerve, to show up in my life again.
"I needed to talk to you,"
he said, his face just as handsome, if not more, than I remembered. He had a youthful glow of happiness I'd never seen before, and it was highly attractive, but God only knew what had given it to him. And who fucking cared? "Lo siento, Maria," I said to the woman whose mouth was agape, staring at what might well have been the most gorgeous man she'd ever seen. I couldn't blame her for that. He really was a vision, one I wanted to kick in the nuts. "I need a minute to speak to Mr. Aster before the dive." I turned to address Sebastian. "If you don't mind, I'd rather go outside." I don't know what possessed me to give this man 5 seconds of my time, let alone go outside to discuss anything with him, but here I was, leading the fucking way.
"I'm looking forward to our dive excursion,"
he said, and strangely enough, I caught a hint of nervousness in his voice. "What do you want?" I asked, unsure what to say after all these months of deafening silence.
"Well, I paid for a dive."
"Knock it off, Sebastian," I said. "Fine, you paid for a private dive with me. Good for you. Why are you here?" "Oh." My eyes widened, realizing why most men booked solo dives while on vacation. "I'm sorry, it should have been more obvious. You're booking a solo dive because your new bride is afraid to—"
"I'm not married,"
he said, confused. "Then what are you doing here?"
"What do you think I'm doing here, Darcy?"
he said, more agitated this time. "Projecting your bullshit onto me," I returned with just as much irritation as he'd used on me. "I don't know what you're doing here, which is why I've asked the question multiple times. What I do know is that it took me close to 4 months to stop waiting for you to pop back into my life and apologize for rudely vanishing on me."
"Darcy,
I'm not finished," I said, "so don't interrupt me."
"You just interrupted me, like you always—"
"I don't care," I said, seeing a glint of humor in his eyes that only pissed me off more. "You know what? It doesn't matter. You can go on a private dive with Juan. He's got the day off, but he loves extra hours, and I'm sure you'll tip him well. Goodbye," I said, before the stabbing sensation in my chest could hurt any more than it already did.
"Darcy,"
he called, but I didn't turn back to him.
"Darcy, please,"
he said again, but I ignored the sadness in his voice.
"Darcel K-Pock Burke,"
he said with the same authority my mother would speak my name when I was in trouble and stomping off like a 2-year-old. My mouth dropped open, but I clamped it shut before I turned to face him. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction that I was planning to murder my mother for giving him my middle name, which was the only name more forbidden than my first name, both being words he should have never known. "How the fuck do you know my—"
"I find it fascinating that you didn't tell me your mother gave you your second name after Darcel's sibling. So, you are named after not 1 but 2 orphaned monkeys?"
"Cute," I said, folding my arms. "My middle name is a tree native to Thailand. It's called the Tree of Life because it keeps the local ecosystem alive. Nice try, though."
"Are you sure?"
he answered.
"Tina told me it was Darcel's sister."
"It doesn't matter," I shrugged. "Whether it's a sister monkey or a damn tree, my mom was high out of her mind when she named me, much like she must have been when she felt the need to tell you about it, of all people."
"Well, she told me back when we were still a couple," he said, "so please don't be upset with her. I think she believed I would propose and wanted me to use your full name."
"That means nothing to me anymore," I said.
"I wanted to apologize to you for how I left,"
he said, getting right to his point.
Apologize? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm so desperately sorry, Darcy. I wasn't thinking. I think I was just scared that I might— What? Hurt me? I snapped, cutting him off because I knew he hated it. He smiled. Yes, he said with some relief in his voice. Well, how ironic that by attempting to avoid hurting me, you managed to obliterate my heart, you miserable fuck. I know, and do you know how many days and nights I wasted waiting for you to get over yourself and at least send me a text to give me some closure? I guess, he stammered. I know that 151 days, I said, intentionally cutting him off again. I woke up and checked my fucking phone for something from you. 151 days. Before I took a shower, ate lunch, ate dinner, and went to bed, I checked my fucking phone for something from you. I turned into a desperate idiot, not just because I fell for you like a fucking glutton for punishment, but because I so stupidly trusted that you wouldn't hurt me. I believed you when you promised not to hurt me. I believed you. I understand your— Not only did you hurt me, but you did it in one of the worst possible ways by walking out on me without an explanation, basically making me feel like used-up trash in the world of Sebastian Aster. Fuck, he growled, looking miserable from the inside out. I'm so fucking sorry, Darcy. I wasn't thinking. That's fairly obvious to everyone who knows about our short-lived romance, I said, feeling no sympathy toward this man. You weren't thinking then, and you aren't thinking now. But who cares? It was just the winery owner's daughter, right? That's not true at all, he said earnestly. You know what is true? I questioned him. That I'm finally happy. My life is so much better than it was even before you came into it. And now, here you are to pull me back in just because you're sorry? No. Fuck no. I will not hear a goddamn thing you have to say. You carelessly threw away everything we had, and for that, I won't forgive you. That part was highly theatrical, and I knew it, but I was really trying to drive my point home. You've made your point clear, he said. Good, then we're done here, I said, feeling quite happy that I didn't cave in and take the man back for any reason, especially because he was sorry. I see you're angry with me, he said. I'm done with you, I answered him. I've been done with you for quite some time. Well, I'm angry with you, too. I'm not done, though, but I'm still angry, he said, stopping me yet again in my tracks. You are angry with me? I said in some weird, screechy tone. I am, and for the very same reasons you're angry with me, or were angry up until you became done with me, he said in a tone that prompted me to narrow my eyes at him. Pray tell, Mr. Aster, I said, mimicking his stuck-up mom's bullshit words. Why could you possibly be angry with me? You never called or texted me either. Excuse me? I snapped. You returned my call and didn't leave a message. I had no idea what to think, he said. You're not turning this on me, I said, although I remembered what a chicken shit I was back then. Okay, fine. He wasn't wrong. I'd known for a long time that things fell apart for many different reasons, one of them being that I didn't speak up or stand up for myself and demand answers from him. We both did this, and ruined a beautiful thing, he said, echoing my internal sentiments. Well, don't you dare say that I did it first, he taunted with a hint of that damn bashful smile I'd missed for the last time 4 months ago. Well, I would be lying if I insisted that I wasn't going to say that, wouldn't I? The Darcy I fell in love with would have called my ass out for not leaving her a message or returning her missed call. She wouldn't have waited even half a day to do it, either. His expression was a mixture of sorrowful repentance and hopeful pleading, like a dog who'd been punished and was slowly creeping up and wanting to be loved again. I had no idea why you never called me back or texted. I thought you hated me by that time, which was why you left Los Angeles before the grand reopening of the winery. Because the Darcy I met when I first came to the winery, the one who hated my guts and never wanted to see me again, wouldn't hesitate to blow me off like that. You were so unhappy before you left, and I didn't think there was any other way to interpret that. Well, the Darcy you first met turned into a soft-hearted chicken shit who was afraid to lose you. If I'm honest, that alone should be the real reason not to forgive you. That is something I truly have a hard time believing. He half smiled. Well, believe it, because that's why I never bothered to call back. Instead, I waited for you to realize how important I was to you. Rather than picking up the fucking phone and giving you hell. I mean, what the hell was I supposed to think? Not even the holidays prompted anything from you, I said. I heard nothing from you. Well, I guess this is just a circle of immature bullshit and detrimental miscommunication, prompting the doom of a relationship that probably never should have happened. I don't believe that, he said, his brown eyes searching mine, probably looking to see if I still had a soul from the way I was treating him currently. You saved my life and changed me for the better. I wouldn't be the father or man I am today without your influence. I'm just sorry it took me hurting you to the point of never forgiving me for me to get that better version of myself. I stared quietly as he went on, letting my anger take a back seat as I listened. Darcy, I've desperately missed you. There were so many times I could not sleep at night, wondering what you were up to, who you were with, or how you were doing. It was like an endless reel running through my mind, knowing that you must have been so much happier with someone else than you ever could have been with me. Why would you think I would be happy with anyone but you? I know how much I work. I can sometimes seem unreachable because I've buried myself in trying to solve a problem. All I could hear was Melissa's constant criticism of me, and how my distraction made her miserable and ruined her life, he said. I know it sounds like I'm blaming her, but I'm honestly not trying to. I just learned through this that I'd been projecting Melissa's discontent with me onto you, assuming that you would feel the same, and I didn't want to do that to you. You deserved so much more. Don't you think I would have vocalized that loudly to you? I asked. If I thought you were ruining my life or whatever, don't you think I would have told you myself? That is what I had to learn the hard way, he said. I was deciding things preemptively, before you could express your feelings. And what exactly did you decide on my behalf? You know, other than leaving me without an explanation. That you wouldn't want a life with a man like me, he said, in a way that sounded so sad that it made me want to throw my arms around him.
I could almost feel the years of compounded pain that his wife's comments had caused by insisting that he'd ruined her life. I knew who you were from the moment we met, so it's not like I didn't know what I was getting into. I used to call you the devil, for Christ's sake.
I know that, but that was before we became serious,
he said. So, then tell me what you are terrified of that will ruin my life the way you apparently ruined your wife's.
I'm always working, sometimes for months at a time. I have missed big occasions like birthdays over business transactions I had to be involved in, and I work long hours.
He stopped while I waited for him to finish.
Say something. The look on your face tells me I should just walk away and let you live your life without me.
The look on my face has to be one of disbelief, I answered him, unable to even shake my head at how stupid his logic was. To think any of those things are enough to ruin my life is ridiculous. Would it suck for you to miss the occasional special occasion? Yes, I can't say I wouldn't be disappointed with months-long business trips and all that, and I know I would miss you like crazy, but it's your job and who you are. If it's what you love to do, then who am I to tell you to stop doing it? I'm more dumbfounded that your wife expected things to be different than I am by you assuming I didn't know things would be that way. I can't believe you'd think I would expect you to be the architect of my happiness, or that I would judge you for continuing to live the way you always had. I wrote articles about you crazy billionaires, so of course I knew what I was signing up for. Why didn't your late wife?
She was raised to support it, he said, but she wasn't fond of putting that into practice. You said you didn't expect me to be the architect of your happiness, and I suppose that is the crux of the issue. That is what Melissa expected, and I couldn't deliver. Or maybe I wouldn't deliver. Either way, the result was her unhappiness.
Well, I'm not her, I said. I've never expected you to bend to my will or change anything about yourself to make me happy. You being yourself is what makes me happy. I fell in love with you, knowing how dark and ugly it could get, and because I already loved myself, I wasn't looking for that from anyone else. I didn't need someone to entertain me or be at my side all day to validate my existence, nor would I have wanted that. I'm secure enough to know that as long as we would have been doing what makes us happy, it would have only strengthened our relationship. I would have supported you in everything. I knew that was part of who you were, and I'm not in the business of changing people to make me selfishly happy.
Shit, he said with remorse. Titus was right.
Titus? Titus Hawk? I questioned, my brain switching gears. Is he the reason you're here?
Part of it. Jim gave me your work info so I could hire you. He smiled and shrugged. But Titus was the one who knocked me upside my head and told me it was for you to decide whether you wanted a man like me. It wasn't up to me to decide for you.
Funny, I didn't have him pinned as a relationship expert. I chuckled. Funny that he has it more figured out than you do. I rolled my eyes, knowing now that one of the most powerful men I knew was actually a major chicken shit, and because we were both too cowardly to communicate, we had lost what was most precious. Each other.
He thinks he does, Sebastian said, but if he hadn't snapped me out of my pity party, I believe I would have gone the rest of my life believing I'd done you a favor by not putting you through a life with me.
Okay, let's get this straightened out, shall we? I said. I will decide whether I want to be with you. Wait, I did decide that, and that's why I was. If, and I mean that if stronger than Titus's left bicep, you ever feel that you need to protect me from you again, you will run that past me first and allow me to determine whether your fears and insecurities warrant my protection.
Titus's left bicep? He questioned, and I could only laugh, because I honestly had no idea where that dumb analogy came from.
Stay on point, I said, snapping my fingers. I'm serious. Now, I'm not jumping back into a relationship with you. If you and I really want this to work, maybe we can start this on a solid foundation and become friends first. That way, the next time one of us is too afraid to reach out to the other, at least an established friendship will make us both comfortable enough to know that we won't instantly reject one another over a concern.
I agree, he said with a warm and hopeful look in his eye.
And no friends with benefits bullshit. The benefits are what started this whole shit show to begin with.
I agree with that too, he said. I do have a request, though.
Yes, I will take you on your dive excursion. I won't call Juan, I said.
Charlotte is here with me, and I would like her to meet you, he said, and I looked at him as if he'd lost his mind.
Sebastian, I've already met her. Granted, it was very brief because she was hiding behind the nanny, terrified of seeing you, but you managed to get her to say hi to me.
She doesn't remember much of her trip to California. In fact, he pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. I tried to make her excited about getting to meet my amazing special friend, but I think I may have overshot the mark.
He made a cringy face as I pondered what he was saying. So, wait, is Charlotte speaking to you now? In sentences?
She's 3 now, and her tutor gives her language lessons, among many things. It's something Melissa put in place before she passed. It's been working very well. She even speaks French.
So, she talks to you? She was terrified of you last time.
I took your advice on how to form a loving bond with her,
he said with a glint of beautiful happiness and excitement in his eyes.
I took her to Disneyland Paris for her birthday, and we even went to the zoo.
This is impressive, I answered. That behavior was a total turnaround from the man I remembered, who pushed back vehemently about doing those things with his daughter before we split. And how did she like it? How did you like it? His bashful smile returned, and my heart swelled. I never expected this moment to come, but I welcomed it very much. My pain and the hurt from our silence was being replaced by the understanding that we'd both fucked this up. I was grateful we could both recognize our part in where things went wrong, so we wouldn't make the same idiotic mistakes again.
I loved watching her smile and hearing her laugh. It was worth the price of admission and souvenirs, which is highway robbery, by the way, he said, raising his eyebrows in disbelief. How do people afford that?
Asks the billionaire? I laughed.
I mean, come on. I'm here to see Mickey, not hand over my child's college tuition. You know what I mean?
His disbelief at the cost of Disneyland was downright adorable, especially because he wasn't wrong. You're preaching to the choir, pal. I nodded. But it is the happiest place on earth.
The charm is undeniable. I'll give you that. He smiled. I would love to introduce you to Charlotte again. I just desperately hope you will let me prove that I'll love you for the rest of my life, if you allow me the chance.
Proposing marriage now, too? I teased.
You know what I mean,
he said, and in one swift move, I was in his strong arms. The taste of his powerful and desperate kiss was filled with a hunger I'd never experienced from him before, and I instantly knew I'd missed him, even more than I realized. His strong arms held me tightly against his chest, sealing up each damaged and wounded part of my heart the longer we absorbed each other. It was almost too fairy tale-like to allow myself to trust, and I wanted to fight it. It felt wise to fight it, but my heart wouldn't allow me to. Instead, everything within me urged me to return the love I felt pouring from him into my soul, reuniting our broken hearts after wasting 8 precious months hiding from each other. We were hiding from the truth our hearts already knew. An unseen force had brought us together, and that same force had brought us to this harmonic reunion. After we'd gone out alone and learned some hard lessons, healing ourselves to make this work out the beautiful way it was intended. All these thoughts flooded into me like long overdue answers while he kissed me powerfully and passionately, making the whole friends with benefits idea sound extremely enticing right about now. God, I'd missed this man down to my bone marrow. And now that the pain of that awful separation was behind us, I was excited for the future. I allowed every part of my being to become lost in every part of the man who held me so tightly that I knew he would never let me go again. Who knew a couple could go from hating to loving each other not just once, but twice? This was us, though. It was our fairy tale ending, and I wouldn't trade for anything.
Epilogue. Sebastian. 4 hours later. Watching Darcy lead the way through the ocean so effortlessly, gliding through the water like a damn mermaid, was magical. Instead of being fascinated by the colorful fish that swam around us, I couldn't pull my attention from her. Everything about her, from how her hair floated in the water, to how vibrant her eyes became when she excitedly turned and pointed out some unique fish to me, made my heart swell. There was nothing more precious than this moment and being with her again. The silence of the deep water underneath all my scuba gear allowed my mind to absorb the beauty of the woman I'd fallen so deeply in love with, and revel in the gratitude that she'd not turned me away like she had every right to do. I found everything about our love story fascinating, especially that it had come about despite us wanting nothing to do with each other in the beginning. Perhaps that was what intrigued me about my feelings for her. Initially, they scared me, but not anymore. Now, I did not doubt that Darcy was the woman I'd been looking for my entire life, even when I didn't realize I was. I'd so foolishly thought I could walk away, telling myself I was sparing her a life of discontent. But what I didn't know was that I could never be content without her. How was I to know she would be the only glue that could ever hold together the fabric of my heart? My mistake could have meant a permanent end to me ever finding happiness if she'd cast me away when I showed up here. But thank all the gods, she didn't. And although I agreed with the friendship part of her plan to secure a deeper relationship, I wanted things to move more rapidly than that. I knew precisely what I wanted with her, a lifetime of loving and supporting each other in everything we did. But the pain our breakup had caused forced me to understand it may take time to get to that point. I was a patient man, but I wasn't sure I had the patience to be only friends for an extended time. I wanted her to fall asleep in my arms every night, and I wanted to call or text her whenever I was at work or away on business. However, I wanted to stay true to my word to love and support her in every sense of the word, so abiding by her wish to take things slow and easy would be the way to prove that. Okay, My friend will be here any moment. I smiled at Charlotte's blank expression. She had to go home and shower because she took me swimming in the ocean to show me lots of pretty fish. "Darcel?" Charlotte answered, not letting go of that damn name no matter what I tried to do to get it out of her head. "Darcy," I said. "Darcy isn't the name of a monkey, though," she answered. "I know, and that's why we must call her Darcy instead of Darcel, because Darcy isn't a monkey," I answered with a hopeful smile. My daughter was as stubborn as she was adorable. She would make a fantastic litigator one day, because she could argue with me all day long, and probably would if I let her. "You will hurt her feelings if you call her Darcel," I said as Charlotte nibbled on her snack of pineapple chunks. "I don't want to do that," she answered, but I still wasn't convinced of how she would honestly react once Darcy was here, which should be any... "Sebastian, Darcy has arrived and is in the living area," Callie said. "I can stay with Char until you're ready for introductions." I smiled at the elderly nanny. "I will take Char with me. The days of Melissa's and my mother's preferred formalities are over, but thank you. If you'd like, you can have the hotel security escort you anywhere you'd like to go." "Oh, that's quite all right. I have no plans but to care for Char." She smiled. "And you do it better than anyone," I said. "But I hope you will use this time to relax and enjoy a lovely vacation. There are plenty of shopping centers here at the resort that I know you would love. You do so much for us, and deserve time for yourself, Callie. You haven't had much of it because of my absence since Melissa passed." "There is nothing I wouldn't do for you and Char. You are my family, and I have never felt imposed upon. I want to make that clear," Callie said before loosening her posture and smoothing her hand over the back of her hair to ensure no stray hairs had escaped her low bun. She was always poised and demure, and now she looked like a cross between flustered and excited. I think this is very lovely." "What's that? Taking a vacation for the first time since you were my nanny?" I teased. "Pretty much," she chuckled, her cheeks flushing. "Go enjoy yourself. While you do that, I will book you a private suite and promise to only call upon you if I need you to watch Char if I go out." Her eyes widened in disbelief. The poor woman's only idea of a vacation lately was one spent corralling my daughter. Seeing the excitement in her eyes at the thought of having alone time felt nice. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Because you know I will—" "Go. I'll not hear another word about it." I smiled. "I'll inform you of your new room and have your things brought there once it is prepared for you." "I appreciate this, Sebastian." "Thank you," she said. "It's entirely my pleasure, and it is long overdue." I looked at Charlotte. "Come with me, Char. I am excited for you to meet Darcy." With that unexpected moment behind me, I took my daughter's hand, feeling an odd sense of comfort that I would have her all to myself, without help from the nanny to pick up the slack. We walked into the foyer, and I smiled at Darcy as she stared at the paintings on the wall. "I haven't quite made out what those images are," I said, finding her more beautiful than ever. She wore a simple sundress, and her hair was filled with natural beachy waves flowing freely down her back. "Daddy, they're mountains," Char said with annoyance. "Even I know that." "You are very observant," Darcy said, smiling vibrantly at my daughter. "But the big question is, which mountains are they?" "I don't know," Char answered with intrigue, as if these were incredibly important mountains, and she wanted to know everything about them immediately. Charlotte's tenacity was one of the many things I adored about her. She loved to learn, and I loved seeing the wheels turn in her head when she did. "I didn't know either, not until I moved here. They are called the Sierra Madre Occidental Mountain Range." Darcy said as she walked over to the windows that lent the views of the hills and lush mountains that framed the entire city of Puerto Vallarta. "Aren't they beautiful?" "It's like a jungle?" Char asked, rushing to Darcy's side, looking up at her as if Darcy were Minnie Mouse at Disneyland. "Yes, a lot like a jungle. They even have zip lines that people use to fly through the forest like a bird." "No way," Charlotte said in little more than a whisper, almost like she saw it in her mind's eye. "Do you go to the jungle?" "I do," Darcy answered her. I loved watching the two loves of my life bond so easily, and I hadn't even contributed a single word. Darcy was much better at this than I was with Charlotte, and I busted my ass to make my daughter find me interesting. With Darcy, Char seemed effortlessly intrigued by her. My heart was filled with love and happiness, and I couldn't express it as I watched the magic fly between the two people I loved most. "I went down a zip line and even saw monkeys," she said so excitedly that I feared my daughter's response. All sense of love and adoration of this moment was replaced by sudden panic and fear. "Like at the zoo," I interrupted my daughter before she could respond. "And I'm sure there are snakes and frogs up there, too." That should do the trick. Charlotte hated the reptile exhibit at the zoo, so her mind should easily veer away from the monkey aspect of this conversation. "A monkey like you were named after?" Charlotte asked Darcy, not having heard a word I'd said as usual. Darcy's eyes roamed over to my dumbass and arched her eyebrow, making me brace myself for what might come next. "I like your name, Darcel." I closed my eyes and admitted defeat. I would have been a natural-born idiot if I didn't think this would bite me in the ass. "I absolutely love it, too," I admitted. I was now being ignored by both women I loved more than anything in this world. "Well, I hate that name," Darcy said. "I like it better when people call me Darcy." "Hate is a bad word, Darcel," Charlotte chastised as I watched their adorable connection rapidly dissolve. "That's very true," Darcy answered. "I shouldn't say that word, but because I did, maybe it shows how much I don't like that name." Darcy eyed me, then looked at Charlotte. "In fact, I think some people tell people that's my name because they're mean or angry with me." "Oh no," Charlotte said. "My daddy told me that's your name." "I kind of guessed that," Darcy answered her, and I could tell she was trying not to smile at the innocent cuteness of my daughter's direct and honest communication. "He wasn't angry or mean, though," Charlotte said. "Please, please, don't make us eat dead bugs because he did that." Charlotte's eyes were wide as she pleaded for Darcy's mercy. "Why would I make you eat dead bugs for that?" Darcy eyed me, looking like she'd never been more confused, before bending down to look at Charlotte with a pleasant expression. "Daddy said you made him eat dead bugs because he was being mean like I was being to him on the plane," Charlotte said truthfully. "Is that so?" Darcy said, standing up straight and looking at me. "I fed you dead bugs because you were mean?" "Well, that's not exactly how I put it," I said, not knowing how to untangle the knot of shit I'd created. "You did, Daddy," Charlotte said, frowning at me like I was a filthy liar. "You said that angry and mean people have to eat dead bugs in Mexico. You said it." Darcy smirked while I shrugged in defeat. "I was merely trying to get her to behave on the flight here," I said. "And let's face it, I was an unbearable jerk before I ate those grasshoppers, so—" "That's true," Darcy said as she looked at Charlotte. "And your daddy told you I was named after a monkey?" "He did." "I like your name," Charlotte answered. "I would rather have your name," Darcy said, folding her hands in front of her. "I love the name Charlotte, because it's so beautiful." Darcel is quite weird, I think. I think Charlotte is weird, Char said with cute annoyance. That's why everybody calls me Char. Do you like when people call you Charlotte? Darcy asked. Even when they think it's beautiful? No, Char answered directly. I feel the same way about my name, Darcy said. I'd rather be called Darcy because that name makes me feel pretty. But the poor monkey, Char answered, looking torn as if she would betray the monkey's memory by not using the name. You heard what Darcy said, Charlotte, I said, trying to end all this. I knew my daughter well enough to know that if you got her started on something she believed in, like defending a monkey's honor, I guess, she wouldn't back down. She's fine, Darcy said. If you want to call me Darcel, you'll be the only person on this planet I'll allow to call me that. Thank you, Charlotte said triumphantly, making me roll my eyes at how easily Darcy had given Char her way. Only if I get to call you Charlotte, though, Darcy followed up. Deal? Oh, no, Charlotte said. It's the only way, Darcy shrugged. We can just call the monkey Darcel, Charlotte finally conceded, and I couldn't help how much I loved this interaction. I knew Darcy would give me shit for it later, but for now, she'd managed to pull off a miracle and get my 3-year-old to see logic. Savvy fucking skills right there. So savvy, in fact, that it made me consider our conversation this morning. Darcy was proven to be quick-witted as well as charming. When she wanted to start this whole thing over again with me on a Friends Without Benefits foundation, I agreed without hesitation. But now, I began to wonder what that entailed. Where would things go from here? Darcy was skilled and effortless in how she managed to forgive me and give us another chance. I just had to hope it wouldn't be a friendship and buddy system that lasted for years before she could trust me again. Do you guys want to grab some food? Darcy said, breaking through my thoughts. I know a great little place where you can eat all the tacos you want. She smiled at Charlotte. I never ate a taco, Charlotte answered her. Huh? She looked at me. She eats what the chef prepares her. Roast chicken, beef, fish. You know, I admitted with some embarrassment. Oh dear, she looked at Charlotte. Well, then you must try tacos. And chips and salsa? Charlotte looked back at me. If you don't like them, you can eat dead bugs, I said, knowing that would change her mind. Gross, she said, wrinkling her nose. I'm sure you'll love them, Darcy said. And if you don't, you can just eat the meat. It's meat like you're used to eating, but it has a lot of different flavors. I'm sure you'll love it. As it turned out, Charlotte loved every taco Darcy had her taste, and the chips and salsa were a huge hit for my girl. Things were turning out better than I'd hoped for, but now I needed to address the boundary line Darcy had drawn earlier and figure out how far she and I would be able to go. So, I said, sipping on my tequila and staring over at where Darcy sat, enjoying the final hours of the evening with me on the balcony. How long must we remain friends before we can go further? Darcy smiled over at me. Char is so adorable and so very intelligent, she answered me, avoiding my question. I love how cute you two are with each other. I'm learning as I go with her, I said. Putting her to sleep tonight was a first for me, because the nanny always does that. Where is your nanny? She's here in a suite, but I wanted to give her time off while we are here, I said. The poor woman has many nanny vacation days stored up, and she needs this after picking up all the slack in this house since Melissa passed. You never gave her a vacation? She's always been able to take whatever time she's needed, but since Melissa has been gone, She's been with Shar every day, I answered. I feel horrible about not taking this initiative sooner. But trust me, a lot has changed in the months I've been out of contact with you. I'm learning to be like a real human being instead of some asshole who's allowing a nanny to raise his daughter alone. I'm trying. I can see that. I'm very impressed. She sipped her margarita. You've grown as a man, you know. I laughed. Well, I knew you would want a man in your life and not some wimp afraid to leave you a voicemail. I've truly missed you, she said with a sincerity that made my mind stop in its tracks. But this new you that I find so damn attractive might mean trouble if I'm not careful. I grinned, thankful that the changes I'd made for myself and my daughter when I was away had made a positive impact. There's no way you and I will get into any trouble. Unless, of course, we go back to the days when we were afraid to contact each other. I chuckled. Whenever we do, we can't allow fear to get between us again. What if I say I'm afraid to be more than friends with you? She questioned, showing me the fear in her eyes. Come here, I said, taking her hand and guiding her to stand with me and stare at the ocean sparkling in the moonlight. I stood behind her and wrapped my arms around her. Many people fear the ocean, you know. Oh, please, she said. Hear me out, I said, kissing her neck and smelling a new fragrance that smelled like peaches. People fear the ocean, and because of that, they will never experience the beauty of what I saw on our dive today. It's a whole other world filled with life and intrigue, something they will only see in pictures and read about in books. Fear keeps them from an amazing experience they will never know. I know, but, baby, what we have can only be painted in portraits and hung in the Louvre. I grinned at how dumb that sounded. Or read about in novels, leaving the reader wanting to obtain that profound love. All I know is that we've been blessed with this opportunity to have the rarest kind of love, something most people will never experience. If we allow fear of the unknown to stop us from pursuing this timeless love, imagine what we will miss. She turned to face me. I was fearless with you before, she said, her eyes studying mine while her hand ran over the stubble on my cheek. Because of that, I got hurt. I understand, I said. All I can give you is words until my actions prove otherwise. Exactly, she answered. Have you ever trusted your scuba gear only to have it fail on your diving excursions? Why else do we carry backup tanks and respirators? She chuckled. But have you experienced a situation where you were hurt or feared for your life while diving? I have, she said more seriously. And yet, you still dive. Yes. Why? Because I love being in that world. It's worth the risk every time, she answered. That is how I feel about you. I kissed her nose. For you, I would risk everything 1,000 times over. I stepped back and cradled her face in my hands. I beg you to look at this in the same way you do diving. Allow us to be worth the risk you would take every time. You're good, she said, arching her eyebrow. I'm a skilled businessman, I played back. I was raised to convince people to trust me. Dear God, she said, poking my ribs. You're a dick. You know I'm teasing. I grinned, loving her fighting personality. I traced her bottom lip with my thumb, aching and yearning for more of her. You and Charlotte are the most important people in my life. You are treasures that bring me happiness I can't put into words. You are the only woman I've ever loved, and if it is your wish, I will keep things on a friendship level, so you feel safe and protected. I just want you to know that you have nothing to fear anymore. From this moment on, your heart will always be safe with me. I will protect and tend to it each day you allow me the privilege. I know you're nervous, I said. I am too, but I love you profoundly, Darcy Burke. I would marry you today if you would allow me to. Her arms wrapped around my waist, and I saw the renewed love and trust return to the blue eyes that I'd missed so desperately all these months. I love you, Sebastian, and I trust you. I believe in us, she said, tears filling her eyes. Let's follow our hearts, she smiled. Together. I love you so much, I said, bringing her tightly into a hug and never wanting to let her go again. Her head rested against my chest, and I stared into the moonlit ocean. I inhaled deeply, knowing this was one of those precious moments in life that changed everything, and I wanted to appreciate every ounce of it. I had the other half of my soul wrapped securely in my arms, and she loved me as I loved her. It gave me a level of contentment I probably didn't deserve, but would never take for granted. Funny how being sent to save the winery had felt like a prison sentence, but in the most unexpected twist of fate, it ended up being the thing that would ultimately save my life. I would be forever indebted to this woman for showing me how to live and be the best version of myself. One day, I would beg her to be my bride, but until that time came, I was happily contented with having her in my arms again and loving me in return. I was the luckiest man in existence, and I planned to work every day to show my gratitude. I had so much love to give her, and I was only getting started. Stay tuned. An extended Happily Ever After continuation of Sebastian and Darcy's love story is coming. I wanted to stop here, but these characters aren't done sharing their lives with us yet. This concludes Mr. Aster by Raylin Marks, narrated by Christian Black and Lori West. Copyright 2024 by Raylin Marks. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Raylin Marks by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.